Tenacity, though, but they do end up getting a nice little knock-up. Tenacity
win this too.
This might be a
down
penta.
a third, right onto Young. Even with Prismal on top of him, I think Bradley's got it. That's another one. He's got Prismal too. Penta kill to Bradley.
Welcome everybody, thank you so much for being here. My name is 4x4, that is Rudude. We're getting into lower bracket action today in the NACL 2025 Open Qualifiers. Rude, 64 teams, everyone's still in it because it is best of 3 fearless double elim, but today 34 teams will go home. How are you, my friend?
Yeah, you know, I'm doing really well. We've had a lot of events on in my home city this weekend. I've just been and watched 2 best of 5s of European League of Legends, and shout out EU for being a boring region because they were both 3-0s. I'm here for NA, for best of 3s that are going to go just as long and be even better.
Exactly. We have lower bracket action for you. The match we have tonight is the Agency versus High Alert. 49 and 48 seeds going at it to, again, just keep their tournament lives alive. As we check out the entirety of the field that we've got here. Again, this is 64 teams, and Rudu, in the upper bracket, we've got our top 16 going, but in the lower bracket, again, no one has been eliminated just yet. You see 50 teams here, and another 14 that are on another slide somewhere. But that's the thing, Rude. We have players from, obviously, the Double Lift team. There's a team with Dante's on it. Tarzan is a sub on one of the teams. This is truly running the gamut of North American Amateur.
Yeah, this is a quintessential open qualifier experience where you do have teams that are going to probably do very, very well. We're looking at that near airport squad and thinking, well, there's a fair few LCS titles on that roster. They've probably got a good chance in the OQs. And then you've got teams a little bit more like what we're going to be seeing today who have had experience of competitives that, you know, there's one CLOL player and that's about it in terms of competitive experience.
Yeah, and so for a lot of these teams, it is going to be a bit of a showcase, like we had yesterday, right? It's, look, maybe I won't promote to NACL again. It is just top 3 that get into the top
out of 64,
the second division. But as we get the bracket up on your screen here, you can see just how gargantuan this is. This is the winner's bracket, part 1, by the way, because there is an entirely separate side to it. So you see these top 8 right from near airport down to YBN 1. Those are the 8 teams that still have their extra lives ahead of them, but as another 8 as well. And like I said, we're looking at the lower bracket today, but those top 3 spots, it does get you automatically into the NACL. And Rudu, because this is so gargantuan, and look, depending on who you ask, in sports, in competitive, anything, there are no moral victories. That being said, if you don't get top 3, again, I don't think, depending on the circumstances, that is such a shameful thing.
No, it's not. And as we take a look at the losers bracket here, our matchup, very left-hand side, the second match down.
Nice.
Obviously, that's where the Agency versus High Alert, that's the teams that we're going to be taking a look at for this game. Winner goes to play Drop Dead Gaming. But no, like you say, not making it into the top 3 shouldn't be a write-off, as you are not a team to be, you know, looked at and respected. It's a very difficult challenge to get anywhere in this tournament due to the caliber and the quantity of teams that there are. And for these 2 teams, they are now in that lower bracket. They find themselves in a position where they've had a rough day 1, but they're going to have to bounce back now.
And as you see the schedule on your screen, it is High Alert versus the Agency. Again, that'll be at 1 o'clock Pacific. That's right now. And then another best of 3 coming at you. Again, double elim, fearless, all that good stuff. It'll be another lower bracket matchup, probably against one of the teams that you saw kind of in the bracket there. All right, the first section, way far to the left, those are the teams that got eliminated in the first round. And then you get an extra bye, if you will, if you got eliminated in the second round of the winner's bracket. So we'll be tackling one of those matches, but we will see exactly who the opponents are because all the matches are going on right now concurrently. And Rudude, with the teams that we've got today, the Agency versus High Alert, it is 2 teams that got knocked out by 2 teams that we expect to do pretty well. The Wardens, and for those of you who don't know, that is the Dante's team. So, you know, there were he played Diana, didn't get to play the Hecarim, but did get the Diana. And the other team, UCI Esports, one of the more stalwart, you know, kind of always there, always consistent League of Legends program in the collegiate scene in NA. So they both got 2-0'd. It was relatively uneventful, but now they're down here kind of fighting for their lives. And Rudude, they have a little bit of CLOL representation as well.
Yeah, Alistair, one of the AD carries here for the agency, played on Converse for the last 2 years, I believe, maybe 3 years total, but has been a player at least on a CLOL roster, that frequently makes it to, top 16, top 32, is at the very least competing in those CLOL competitions, so even just an element of competitive experience in these types of games can go a very long way, just by being able to go, okay, I've got this little bit of competitive experience and being able to leverage that versus a team like High Alert that, looking across the board, we don't expect to have that same level of experience, could prove to be quite telling.
Yeah, I think the only thing on the other side for High Alert is you do have Bombzilla, who is a challenger, 744 LP. Everybody else kind of in the Masters range. Again, that's what the seeding is determined on, is solo queue. So anyone upset with the seeding, don't say you want the seeding committee back. One, get better at solo queue. Two, don't say you want the seeding committee back, because we all know that that's not true, given the shenanigans that has been surrounded that in the last couple of years. But Bombzilla, challenger, 744 LP, almost 100 games of Aurora alone. So expect that to be very high priority.
Yeah, I think that's one of those that you probably just ban. I played on a team that was honestly a little bit lower elo than these guys that we're commentating today, but it was still in like the tier 3 of Europe. And we would frequently just use OPGGs. We'd be like, okay, well, how's it going? This guy has played 97 games of Aurora and 5 of every other mage. We'll just ban it. Like, it's not a difficult thing to look into.
Not rocket science.
Yeah, and I think that in this elo as well, you get a little bit less red side ban prison. Like, you don't have to ban Callista like you will see every single pro game, banning Callista on red side. Skarner in patches gone by, right? 25-3, we were like, Skarner's got to be banned. Sort of fallen a little bit to the wayside in 25-4. But still, I think in these types of games where it's a little bit more champion pool dependent, and when you've got Aurora players that play, almost 100 games in the really short season that we've had so far, banning does become a little easier, or if a little less strictly determined by tier 1 pro.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. I think the bottom and the middle lanes, as we look at these rosters, which I guess we should kind of highlight for you, for the agency, going top down, it is Terry, Auden, Prod, Alistair, who Ruder said had a couple of years of at Converse under his belt, and then Dunzy, Grandmaster support, very much an enchanter enjoyer. For High Alert, Thames, no, not that one. Derricos, Bombzilla, like we said, Challenger, and then Sair and Slick in the bottom lane. From the games that we have under this tournament so far, again, against UCI and the Wardens, we don't have, a ton of, super useful data because the games were a little more one-sided, but for High Alert anyway, it was very much playing through Bombzilla and Sair, and on the other side, Alistar and Prod, right? So the bottom lane expected to be something that really gets to be, highlighted here in these matches.
Yeah, and when you've got a bot lane that you are looking to have be the focus of the game, you kind of look towards your top side of the map as well, and that gives a little bit of an opportunity, I will say, for Tom's for Terry to pop off against one another, because we're expecting jungle attention to go down to that bot side. We're expecting, with those carries in the bot lane, Sair, Alistair to be the primary sources of damage into the late game. The jungle attention will go there by extension. So if you get Tom's Terry, who are left weak side, or we're snoozing our heads off in the top lane, but if one of them pops off, if we get red side counter pick, for example, or if it's just a really good matchup on its own, we can quite easily expect to see, top lane Thanos descending out of the isolated lane that they've had, and then all that hard work that you've put into the AD carry needs to return on the investment.
Yep. Yeah, and I think the pop-off potential is pretty high with these players. I mean, again, in the sample size that we have, and solo queue can only tell you so much, but in the competitive settings, we have seen Terry busted out the Nasus and the Camille in games 1 and 2. And then for Thames, Gragas and Bessa had to play those into Zach Udyr, so wasn't able to kind of penetrate those, those weak side kind of pressure soakers, those tanks. But we could see, the shackles come off a little bit, and I'm hoping that we get to see that, because we got to see Arbrio yesterday for Exodus, a guy who was little known, but in the little subs that he had on the Canadian side of North American League of Legends, he dropped a 17 bomb on Camille in his very few appearances, but didn't get to do so as much. Going against TF Blade, look, it's just gonna go a little bit tougher. He had a pretty rough draw, but still alive in the lower bracket. And so, yeah, Ruben, I'm expecting that we do get a little bit more of that in the top lane. In the jungle, haven't seen anything too crazy. I mean, it is a lot of, Xin Zhao, Vi, etc. Like you said, Skarner's still gonna be higher priority. We didn't get to see it in game, or in the 2 series that Hawk and I got to cast yesterday. It still seems like it is something that people are still wary of, right? The damage went down on his kit, but it's still Skarner.
Yeah, I mean, his damage was so high in the first place that taking the numbers down bring him back to being a normally obnoxious tank that can still one-shot me as an AD carry. Whereas previously I had absolutely no chance. Now if I build a QSS and a Randuin's, maybe I can live. You know, like that's the kind of vibe that we're going for with the Skarner nerfs. But I mean, the jungle pool, if you're banning Skarner, has been so, I feel like one-dimensional for Season 25 for the most part. It's in Fearless Best of 5, it obviously has to evolve, but there are so many of the go-in AD bruiser junglers that you can kind of plug and play that will bridge you to that mid to late game and that really do the same sort of thing, right? Wukong Bison's out. All they want to do is go in, make the AD carry's life miserable, and then crack on from there. So if we get to see a little bit more of that as well, wouldn't be expecting anything other than that really in our junglers for this series, going forward. And again, just a reminder that this is the lower bracket side of things. It's two teams that need to win this best of 3. They are seeded 48 and 49. This is probably the closest game on paper that they're going to get, and they've got to make the most of that.
Yep, absolutely. No, this is do or die time, right? We said yesterday that no teams are going to get eliminated today. 32 teams, half the field will go bye-bye. 16 teams today, or I should say right now. And then again, we've got a match at 4 o'clock Pacific that should be rolling here in, just as soon as these matches are done. Now, Rudude, I think as far as any additional kind of meta points we wanted to make, the thing that we kind of bungled yesterday, and I apologize for that, lane swaps are not in fact dead. That all those very kind of ham-fisted changes that are going to be coming in, they tried kind of smaller tweaks. Oh, maybe we can no. Everyone was like, no, we're still doing the lane swap thing. And then Riot just kind of took the hammer. It's like, you ever been in one of those rage rooms? Or seen those
I've
rage
never
rooms?
been, but I've seen them.
Yeah, okay, that feels like kind of what Riot did to the lane swaps.
Yeah, that's the good way of going about it as well. Like people, the videos that I've seen of it are when you get to see like people who had like a really hard day, they'll go into the rage room and they'll just go in there and then they'll emotionally break down, like they'll just start tearing up and crying. That's how everybody's been feeling watching lane swaps, you know?
Yeah.
I remember with just some of the chants from the arena, right? You just get, we want a 2v2, and that's it. Like all we're after are bot laners going into bot lane. Like it seems so fundamental, so rudimentary that we would expect bot laners to go into the bot lane. But the way that lane swaps have gone, we're all just sat here crying because top laners can't play the game. AD carries are getting funneled and then still getting one shot. So, you know, we're hoping that we get to see these 2v2s return and that the griefing aspect of lane swaps that they're just, like you say, ham-fisting down us is going to work.
Yeah, and as an LTA South enjoyer, where I apply the most of my trade, watching the first round of those playoffs of an LTA South versus LTA North, and just seeing the immense gap. And this is cope a little bit, but like I know that the result probably wouldn't have changed that much. But watching Loud clearly just not know how to handle these lane swaps and just like play this new style of League of Legends. And look, it's adapt or die, right? I'm not making excuses here, but like you said, there were some griefing aspects to it. Even yesterday in Exodus versus Near Airport, we saw we saw Exodus opt into a lane swap with a potential kind of high ceiling top laner and just get absolutely run off the rift. I mean, you're going in a double lift in Biofrost. I think that was the Varus Rel game, and there was just absolutely nothing you could do, right? But like your Varuses, your Ashes, those are the harbingers of these types of matchups that spawn the lane swap. They say, no, I don't want to go into this matchup.
I actually don't want to play a 2v2 where the enemy AD carry has 100 range on me at level 1, so I'm going to move into that top lane and make at least a little bit better of the situation that we've got, which is why I actually really like that we've got rid of the lane, or attempted to get rid of lane swaps, going into not this week, but hopefully the future patches, because we're going to get to see teams have to draft appropriately for their bot lane. I was watching a series today, you see blue side first to pick Varus. That should never be answered by a Kai'Sa, because Varus is just going to walk the Kai'Sa in lane, and then the Kai'Sa's useless. So we're going to need to see teams start to think about that, and maybe we just ban Varus, or we ban Ashe, and all of these other XYZ hypotheticals that we get into. But it means that people have to start thinking about lane matchups again.
God forbid. Wow. Imagine that. Yeah. Gotta start thinking about 2v2s and how, support
coaches' jobs weren't hard enough trying to teach their players how to lane swap.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, excuse me, pardon me. Yeah, but that should be kind of it. Another thing that's coming in later, a little bit later, is the Wei nerfs that are going to be coming next patch. But we saw Wei be extremely high priority. Again, range still is, I don't know about king in League of Legends, but it can matter just so much. And especially if we do see kind of your Auroras, your Syndras, which is also high priority for for these mid laners. Get knocked down. Hui, expect that to be an answer, a bit of a flex. I mean, we didn't see Mel, which I was a little surprised by. Do you feel that the shine has worn off of that champion?
Unfortunately, and I think unjustifiably as well. I do think that this champion is just kind of bonkers, but I think it's one of those really heavy snowball champs, and maybe it was just a lack of familiarity with how to play against it. And maybe the hotfix nerfs did what they were supposed to do, and then they brought her into a reasonable state. So we'll sort of see how that ends up playing out, with Mel being that champ that, you know, most recent, you know, you're always looking at release date diffs. Mel may just be sitting in a good spot.
Yeah, no, and I mean that power creep, that does happen, right? You figure out how to play against her, and then you've got to figure out how to tweak your strategy against her. As you see down at the bottom of your screen, just kind of updating you on some of the other matchups that have happened right near airport. Look, they were the #1 overall seed, despite what anyone else might think as far as who are the actual best teams. Again, the seeding is just based on the average of your solo queue rankings, and this is 4 former pros plus TF Blades. So they're all high challenger, right? This is just what they do. Whether you think they're the best or not, great. You go out there and prove it on the Rift. And that's the other thing, Rude. I mean, again, 64 teams, double a limb, fearless best of 3. You can complain about seeding to a degree, but like if you want to get to the top 3, you are going to have to beat someone of note anyway. And so I feel like this format also, another good thing that it does is it removes the excuses of, oh, we got a bad draw, or oh, we got, you know, something that we weren't happy with. Look, like, if you get beat by a bad team, you weren't supposed to be top 3 anyway, and you have to go through a good team.
Yeah, you're gonna have to play somebody who's going to be a really challenging opponent as well. We saw, you know, near airport found a 2-0. There are a couple of other teams that managed it as well. Just a quick scroll through the bracket: Respawn, Wang's Goblins, Ducky Getters. Right there are a lot of teams up here that have made it 4-0 so far in the upper bracket. So should be crediting all of those teams that are able to do it, and so far look so good. But we are, as you say, 4x4 into picks and bans.
Let's get into it. Yep, you see immediately that Aurora being taken away from Bombzilla. Again, that is your challenger, the mid laner, everybody else in kind of masters. So going to be a win condition to play around as well. And then Alistar, again, the former Converse Esports product, got a lot of the kill participation, the kill share, even in the losses against UCI and Wardens, the 2 teams that these 2 were taken down by in the first series. And again, I think unfortunately we are going to see not draft order, but this will be client order, so something to keep in mind. But the bans are still kind of worth discussing a little bit. Again, Derricos, the Viego is very high priority for him, but the Syndra, yeah, that was kind of the next most played. Even if you're just going by OPGGs, it was 100 games of Aurora, 60 games of Syndra for Bonzilla.
Yeah, so, you know, one of the 2 picks that we're kind of expecting, with one being banned, the other one gets picked, and then we can, you know, see that we've already got what is going to be a pretty rough top matchup, I will say, you know, as we move into the late game. Because Tom's, that's just a product of habit for you, he's going to struggle on the own, right? You're playing a tank versus a tank shredder. As you move later into the game, this Camille will have side lane prio, and that's something that we might get to see Terry really leverage. I also quite like the idea of having side lane prio plus Nocturne as a duo that you can look to just Nocturne ulti whoever is out on that side lane. And I'm looking at a Syndra specifically, really terrified to think about what the Syndra's going to have to do to keep herself alive versus Camille Jhin ult over the top Nocturne as well.
Yeah, you do have the, you know, the Grand the Crescent Guard, excuse me, not Grand Challenge, that's your ult. And you do have the Scatter the Weak. You've got a little bit of CC and a little bit of peel. Not the most long-range composition, right? Syndra, again, with an empowered E, can get some distance, but the range not exactly king here in this composition. But for High Alert, you do have creative ways to start a fight here with the Rakan. And I was waiting for potentially a Braum to be, you know, a way into, or a way to counter for the agency the Ordals, because you always have to, right, when you get the R1 down, it's a game of chicken, right? As soon as Braum throws up that W, your whole engage goes out the window. So not going to be the case here as both these compositions round out. Rudu, you talked about the side lanes. Do you see an answer in High Alert's composition?
Next question, please, 4x4. No, I mean, they're going to struggle, is my answer. And the thing is that Ornn, the thing that you can do is just build a tier, and then you wave clear in front of the Camille, and you're kind of praying that she doesn't take your turret in the time it takes for you to wave clear. And as Camille, as you move later on, you probably get like one rotation of your Q, so you can get the true damage proc off, and then you probably have to wait because the wave's dead. So there's a chip down process that you'll have to go through. I remember Jensen actually playing like Luden's Echo and Lich Bane Echo, where you would just E forward and he'd ulti. Like every single time he had ulti up, he would just E the Nexus turrets and then, you know, ult back to safety. And it's that sort of game, war of attrition, where you'd have to play this type of thing for the Camille. But I think overall, I actually really don't mind the composition that the agency have drafted. And that Terry, I mean, I'm talking about this Camille quite significantly because the rest of this composition for the agency is going to struggle as well. If we look at the dive threat that High Alert have, to talk about what their composition's going to do, Rakan, Xin Zhao, and Ornal over the top, all going to be devastating. And I'm looking at the backline threat, or the backline rather, of agency. Jhin doesn't deal with that particularly well. I'll give you that Victor can put gravity well down, has a lot of zone control, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But if they do get on top of the Jhin, he doesn't have the tools to keep himself safe, unless he's been there for, you know, the last 2 minutes, just tossing out the little traps and keeping himself safe.
Yeah, and so that goes back to kind of how both these teams want to start fights, or even do they, right? So I think to your point, right, you have the side lane with the Camille and, you know, a little bit of dive of your own with the Nocturne over the top, right? Being able to get onto even an Ornn, right? Which I imagine will be the response in the side lane should you get to that. Whether it's a good one, like you were alluding to, Rude Dude, maybe a bit of a separate question, right? But you can soak up a little bit of pressure, buy a little bit of time to get the rest of your team. There's a lot of good CC here, a lot of ability to lock down. And with the Syndra, you can kind of 100-0 somebody, right? But again, you don't expect, you know, the Jhin or someone 100-0able to be that big late game threat. Let's talk about the spot lane though, because Jhin always, I feel like, generates the widest spectrum of opinion. I'm not going to say widest spectrum. He generates the strongest reactions, I will say.
Yeah, so my theory on Jhin, and this, you know, people are going to differ, people are going to argue, okay? Jhin has really good early game. He has really good hyper late game, like 6 items, Jhin running around crit, 700 movement speed, 800 damage every auto attack, right? That's powerful. If he's hitting an Ornn, if he's hitting anyone else, we're happy. You know, that's good news. And then for the mid game of Jhin, we can argue its relevance. And the reason that we like to see Jhin typically is because he becomes a utility AD carry. You know, we hear this term tossed around frequently with Ashe and Varus, and it's one of those where, well, my champion might suck, but my ulti's good, so we'll use it.
No, exactly, and it sounds a little backhanded, but it's like, look, if you don't get to be the star of the show in the late game, that's okay, right? And the agency's composition has drafted kind of around that, right? You've got your late game answer. Victor and Camille are going to do disrespectful amounts of damage in the late game, right? Even if you don't get to that 6-item spot, right? To get to items 4 to 5, which is where, you know, 80%, where that bell curve lies of 80% of League of Legends games being decided. But yeah, no, like you said, I think it'll be very interesting. Do you see the agency's composition struggling if you do get kind of into that late game, if you get kind of jumped on, right? Because that's what you worry about a little bit. I'm not sure how much I like, well, I guess we kind of talked about that. How much do you like the agency's ability to start fights, right? I feel like that could get a little bit tougher. Yeah,
I think overall the Rel engage is kind of, it's a good first engage, right? Like that can go well. Camille can help, and then Nocturne, obviously, they do have their own ways to start a fight. I do get a little worried for it being succinct enough, because they're gonna have to go through an Ornn, and it means you have to generate these flank angles. And honestly, it really comes down to how the setups are for both of these two teams, right? Like if agency can beat 5 people at an objective first, then they're going to have the ability to set up those angles to get in, as we are in game now. Game number 1 of this do or die best of 3.
Yeah, the agency going to get some deep vision here early, just trying to making sure that they know where exactly Derikos is going to start. Xin Zhao, that level 6, very, very big to start those fights around, or to, I should say, be a part of those skirmishes very early on. Good early damage from that, but level 6, I mean, you talk about the importance of a level 6 for broken SSB, and again, want to point out that is, we're going to do our best here when the solo QID differs. That is Auden, A-U-D-E-N, and Prod in the mid-jungle there for the agency, but if I say Dopa, you will just have to forgive me.
Yeah, we haven't unretired the legendary TF player to come and play in OQs, as far as I'm aware, anyway.
Yeah.
So that's just my understanding of the situation, but good to see that we are not getting those lane swaps. We have got a standard 2 versus 2 setup.
Praise be.
And I will say as well, as much as we're highlighting that this Camille can be a threat in the late game, it's going to have to go through what I've been led to believe is not the easiest laning phase, where the Ornn has got those decent trading patterns early on versus Camille before those items and before specifically the Trinity Force is finished.
Yeah, sneaky damage from the Ornn. Like you said, the trading patterns is what you said, right? So
Yeah.
if if you can work around those cooldowns, that's one thing. But the upfront damage built into Ornn's kit is really nothing to sneeze at. And with the Doran shield, right, should be able to soak up a little bit more pressure than usual. And like you said, the Trinity Force with that Sheen proc, as well as get some action really kind of in both lanes here.
Yeah,
Seer and Slick hitting level 2 immediately and kind of making Alistar and Dunsey pay a little bit here. A couple of pots pop, but no summoners on the bottom side.
And that's exactly what you're after when you hit that level 2. You are able to force an HP advantage, and they've lost really all control of this wave. It's going to be Sarah and Slick who can decide exactly what they do with this. The way the wave's positioned at the minute, they're setting up nicely for the Xin Zhao to be on the bot side, come and gank them on a crash if they're looking to punish Alistar and Dunsey for what has been a little bit of a misstep at that level 2 marker.
And see if they can make them pay for that. Like you said, boots start here for Jhin. I know the Swifty rush is absolutely something that's on the cards, but I guess the boot rush, it gets you to that just a little bit quicker.
What I've also seen, and this may be dark technology, so apologies to the non-LPL viewers for bringing it across the pond, is go Symbiotic Souls. And then you can cheat a lot of tempo by recalling very frequently, and then also just running around the map because it gives you Moby boots once it gets to proc. But there's a little bit of tech to be had, and especially if you're going for a boots opener, you want to stack those 150,000 units nice and early.
Ooh, getting the flash immediately out of Terry. Like you said, similar kind of mana pools here at this point. And Ornn able obviously to build items in lane, got himself a Ruby Crystal to boot. Now here comes Derikos. And this could be if High Alert have their way. This is where they start exactly to break it open, but was spotted there by Dunsey. Dragon not going to be up for another minute and change here. As the spell shield popped there, actually, very nicely there by Bombzilla.
Small thing as well, actually looking at Broken, SSB or Auden, making the play to full clear their jungle and take both crabs, whilst we're actually seeing Derikos lag behind. So one of those small things, but just being able to clear your jungle efficiently, we're seeing net real tangible results. Very positive aspect of Auden's play so far has been just being able to get around the map that little bit faster. Is even able to take a second spawn of camps before channeling that recall. He's going to be a little bit behind on tempo because of that, so there is a window here for Derikos to make something happen in a lane if he was looking to do that. But Broken SSB, Auden is going to have at least a little bit more gold when they do go back to base.
And those mind games, right, with the jungler, right, you go up and you see that potentially both Scuttle Crabs are taken as we get some fisticuffs here in the bottom lane. Seer might be in some trouble here as the Ignite is popped. Deadly Flourish not going to land. Good sidestep there by the Corki.
Okay, so getting out of danger there, recalling on a ward, say, punished.
Ooh, now here comes Auden. Able to get the CC down. Broken
Flash.
trying to get the fear down. Like you said, the flash was already used. Good timing with the Unstoppable, but it's just not enough. First blood will go over to the Nocturne.
And still not recalled yet. Auden deciding that he had a window of opportunity to make a gank happen on the top side. Trades flash for flash, which you will always take as a jungler with a laner, and gets the kill anyway. Great performance so far from this Nocturne. You very infrequently see level 6 Nocturnes get any successful ganks, let alone kills.
Very nicely done. Like you said before, level 6. And now Derikos, timer certainly on him to make something happen. And trying to bail out Bombzilla. Yeah, I mean, if there's a location to go to, it's where your mid laner maybe has about 100 and change health. So being able to, just get over there, pull the safety valve here a little bit. As the dragon is started here, or as the dragon is spawned, not started. And the shove very much on the side of the agency with this Jhin row lane. Like you said, Rudu, the range early on the Jhin is something to really, really abuse.
Yeah, it's definitely something to be worried about as the Corki Rel, but one of the things that the Camille loves about this matchup is their ability to use Ornn's Q as a wall to find engages on, and Terry using that matchup knowledge and using the beneficial terrain to make a gank happen and secure a kill nicely over for the agency. Again, coming in as your 48th seed versus your 49th seed for High Alert. So technically favorites, but it is a very small margin.
Yes, very much so. Tiamat picked up here by Broken / Auden. And Terry got that Sheen. So Rudu, not quite the Triforce, but those autos going to hit that little bit harder, right? If you're able to reset that with Camille's Q, with a couple of charges that it has. Dunsey taking a trip up the river, knows that first neutral objective not going to be long for this world, but a little bit of river vision gotten as well on the top side by High Alert, because they know that Auden is going to try and respond to that at level 6 on the top side.
Yeah, and honestly, almost
Yeah, Ornn ulti plus an Nocturne ulti, just not enough there. Prod should be able to walk away. I assume the spell rotation was used there by Bombzilla, otherwise the follow-up was there. So a couple of ultimates blown. Alistar had to blow the flash as well.
And you also have to assume that the paranoia actually sort of colored Thames' vision there, right? You don't know where the Ornn ulti part 2 needs to go. And for Prod, he's just able to make a little juke and use the lack of vision given by Auden to actually get out to safety without burning the flash as well. This Victor had a very good freeze in that mid lane, was feeling very confident, sort of keeping this Syndra in check. And remember, this is, you know, the highlight player we've picked up for High Alert Bombzilla, you know, 700 LP challenger player, looking pretty decent and looking like the source of advantage for High Alert in most of these games, if they're going to find any. To see that we've got Prod, who's on this Victor, champion that we know needs to scale and is finding a very good lane matchup anyway. That's good news for the agency.
Yeah, so far so good, and the agency able also to grab those Void Grubs. We talked about how big the side lanes could be for Terry Tinkle and the rest of the gang here on this Camille, so getting those Void Grubs rolling, absolutely a good early thing. And just part of like the consolation prize. Yes, you didn't get the, you know, the kill with the Ornn. Bombzilla not able to get the gold into his pocket, but being able to shove the mid laner out with no teleport as well, you know that it's going to be a bit of a delayed reset, a delayed recall, so able to get the Void Grubs done very early on here. Thames playing with fire a little bit, it has to be said, with the Hextech ultimatum up as well. Ornn still no ultimate, and now Auden going to try to make him pay. The wave looking a little thin, Thames trying to make it even skinnier, as Terry going in with the hook shot, doesn't time the Unstoppable well at all, had no idea the Nocturne was coming, another kill into his pocket.
And it's just nice and easy for Auden, another gank without using ulti onto this Ornn on the top side, and until we see this recall come through, it's actually just a lot of HP for the Ornn, not any armor to try and get past the damage that the Camille is going to be doing outside of that true damage from the Precision Protocol. But if you're Auden, more than happily take that 2-0 on the Nocturne, and the one time you did use your ulti, you actually didn't get a kill from it. Another replay of how all of this broke down. You can get a glimpse as well of what Thames is going to be looking to do later on, where he's just got to try and clear the wave in the face of Camille and sort of ignore it to try and prevent that damage from sticking on the turret. Hopefully though, for Thames, it will go a little better next time, and they can maybe clear that wave that little bit faster.
Yeah, and thankfully the lane matchup itself isn't getting too skewed, right? 2 assists worth of gold is a very different proposition to 2 kills worth of gold. So, and look, Ornn is a master at, you know, soaking up the damage, but into a matchup like the Camille, like you talked about in Draft Root, dude, it is going to be just that little bit tougher. The true damage, I mean, the Q turns into a Cho'Gath ult pretty late in the game. That
was the joke. I remember, you know, it's good fun, but when you used to play against Camille's, you would just get Cho'Gath ulted on a 5-second cooldown because that was how long it took for the Q to come back.
Yep. Deadly Flourish will land there. Drops the trap in front of Dunsey in case they tried something else. Slick does have the ultimate there. Level 6 on Rakan. Getting up a little bit of vision in this mid lane as the next dragon. Still going to be about a minute and change from starting up here, but actually going for all the marbles and will not land. Very nice spell shield. How about the masterclass here early from Broken?
Lovely stuff on this Nocturne, finding 2 kills without ulti and now going into that mid lane, bending the flash from Bombzilla.
Oh, Derrickos, there's no way. The flash might just be enough. When becomes lightning, will get at the very tip, the shutdown into the opposing jungler.
That's pretty big, being able to take that objective for yourself. Now topside looking for a gank as well.
Able to dodge it with the Hextech ultimatum. Another thing you can use to kind of cheese that Ornn ultimate, but Derrickos roaming up immediately here. Does have the ultimate, no flash, able to close that gap. Will it be enough? Looks like the damage just barely not enough. Volcanic Rupture will not do enough.
Okay, so able to get the Camille out to safety, but shut down for Derrickos, right? We saw that Auden had all 3 of the kills for the agency so far. So that's a good amount of gold going into the Xin Zhao's pocket, and that's going to make this Victor, this Alistar, their life a lot more difficult. Notice here, Broken plays it nicely, but a little bit of a misplay from Bombzilla as well. He puts the Q up behind the Nocturne so that the spell shield isn't broken when they look for the scatter. There's a world where that's outplayable and you can get the Nocturne off of you. Unfortunately, didn't quite execute right.
Oh boy, speaking of missed execution, Ornn might be a little... Oh, that is truly unfortunate. Just guessed wrong with the Q and not able to get in that that 0.5 second window that you need to.
Yep, and now looking with this Nocturne on the top side, you can expect to see another trade coming through. Drake for Grubs we've seen on the first bout of those objectives. Auden already starting up this second set of Grubs, and we can see on our minimaps here, Derricos down on the bot side, doing the exact same thing to the Dragon. So that scaling aspect for High Alert is exactly what they're going to be looking to try and leverage and try and sort of offset as well. Because looking at this composition, the Agency probably have that little bit better scaling. But by having 2 Drakes in the back pocket, it means that Agency aren't going to get to Soul very quickly.
No, and it seems like it will in fact be the Ocean Soul that will be up for grabs in as little as 10 minutes. But like you said, Rudude, yeah, I mean, just the extra stats, the extra durability, the extra bit of regen into this composition should prove very, very useful. Kind of first item check, it actually is the 2 junglers, despite the CS discrepancy, the camp discrepancy, starting to grow here a little bit. I wouldn't go with alarmingly just yet, but the 2 junglers are the ones with the first items, right? That extra bit of shutdown gold for Derricos helped out a little bit and got for that Sundered Sky, but I've been really impressed with Auden, man. I mean, how often have you seen, unfortunately, like Nocturne games where, hold on, Unleash Power might be enough here as Prod has to get out of dodge. I guess knew that it wasn't going to be enough damage. And look, you can't flash the ultimate, right, once it's on you, so fair enough there. Oh, Terry, very nice stun there with the hook shot. Now with the Hextech ultimatum, is the true damage enough? No, it's not going to be. The brittle proc might just do it. Couple more autos, maybe if Thomas can get in range. Indeed, gets the solo bolo right back. He's on the board.
Yeah, and that laning phase still not quite good enough for the Camille, despite 2 ganks, despite having counterpicked top lane. No.
Auden, I was talking about it, man. He's been all over the place on this Nocturne. That's exactly what you need to do. Now Thomas is trying to thin out the wave, buy a little bit of time, and indeed he will be able to do that. But man, I mean, you see just how long it takes to chew through that horn. Yeah, but Terry, like you said, Rudude, the Triforce was the first big spike, and only now is he hitting that. And fair play to the Ornn, taking advantage of that.
Oh, okay. And Auden here taking another wave in front of his top laner who's TPing. That one might sting a little bit more, but you can see Toms is getting honestly outplayed in this 1 versus 1. You know, the ulti goes wide and he's down a level, but somehow the Camille still falls in this trade. Terry may be struggling a little more than we might have anticipated, but this Ornn having a decent enough time of things as Alistair's in trouble.
Might be.
Or not.
Yeah, Slick might be in a little bit more trouble with the quickness, able to clear a lot of space here. Dunsey does have the flash, does have the Q, does have the crash down. Does he, or the Magna Storm, I should say. Well, and the crash down, but now able to get to Bombzilla. Very nice scout of the week. Terry going over the wall here with the hook shot. Not able to land the E2. Does get the sweep out, but that will be all she wrote. Kind of insane that Slick got away with that there. Gravity field coming down as Thomas able to run right out of it. Very nicely done, but here's the Magna Storm trying to set up the CC for Broken and the rest of the gang. No, just trying to get them to safety is what that one was. Brought us to blow the flash. Very nice battle dance in, and the damage will be enough. Slick, it started out with him having a target on his back, but he sets up a kill for High Alert.
Living up to his namesake there, flashing in, still gets out from under the turret and actually flashing over the Chaos Storm, so dodges the damage that we were looking to see come down from Prod. And I have to say, very well played by High Alert in that mid lane skirmish, getting themselves a couple kills that they didn't really have any right getting. The Agency there just a little bit too overzealous, trying to go forward. You know, they could have just sacrificed Dunsey, recognized, okay, I'm probably dead, I've gone too far. But, you know, baiting in the mid laner as well means that that's 2 people that go down now. And anytime a Victor dies, actually, you really don't like it a little bit more than your other control mages. It's less time for him to be getting stacks, getting up to that glorious evolution that we know and if you either love or hate.
Yes, I think we'll leave it at that.
Dealer's choice, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. TP coming in here trying to match onto Bombzilla. The mid laners are moved into, or this, I should say, the bottom laners are moved into the mid lane. And this 1v1 up on the top side getting more and more interesting. Dead Man's Rush here from Thomas, as we've learned apparently, it is pronounced. It is Ta-Miss. So,
okay.
Yeah, interesting spelling there. Apologies, but yeah, the Dead Man's Rush, Rudude.
Well, a little bit of movement speed to walk up and brittle proc the Camille, maybe. Maybe also just looking at trying to match those side waves, recognizing that that's the job that you're going to be doing this game, and that movement speed around the map could prove to be a little bit more effective. It's also worth just saying that all the stats that Deadman's Plate gives you are useful versus Camille, right? Like health, armor. Good, yeah. 2 for 2, I'm happy.
Dunsey in a lot of trouble here. Gets the Magna Storm down. A little bit of shielding isn't going to be enough. He's going to walk away somehow. Hextech ultimatum coming in over the top. Locks Slick in and shuts him down. Alistair with his first kill of the game on the Jhin.
Still going though, Derrickos.
Yeah, might not be done just yet. Derrickos gets the win, becomes lightning. The Crescent Guard, excuse me, out. Terry not going to get close enough. My goodness, Seer was just Gatling gunning him to death. And meanwhile, over the wall from max range, a couple of massive backbreaking ultimates from the carries of High Alert. And now Bombzilla is not done just yet. Proud's on the wrong side of the train tracks.
It's just all crashing down around the agency. High Alert mentioned that their scaling isn't the greatest, wasn't something I was happy about for them. So they just take the game into their own hands, decide, okay, we've hit 15 minutes, let's start taking some fights. Find the advantage, and Thomas with the big snipe off the back end, the Call the Forge God. It's not subtle, but it does its job, and it takes down Auden.
Man, oh man, and now, Rude, I think things get really, really spicy, and to me, it feels like so much of the onus now has to shift onto Terry, on this Camille, right, to be able to start to break this game open and create pressure, again, in these side lanes, because the Nocturne, right, the ultimate obviously is still a game changer, but it feels like Auden has stalled out just a little bit. Do you feel like, I mean, I guess... it feels to me like it's got to be that combo you mentioned in draft, right? Camille in the side lane, Nocturne over the top.
And it's also worth mentioning that Auden took all of the kills, apart from one that Alistair's just recently picked up. This Nocturne has a lot of gold relative to what the agency have, and now they're looking to leverage that for another 5v5.
Could just be a leash here. Derrickos going to stay on it as Auden turns off the lights. He will get stolen from under his nose as Bombzilla finally gets that outplay you were talking about, Rude Dude. Gets the Nocturne off of him. Throd gets the kill over the wall, but Dunsey taken down there by the 80 carry for High Alert. Double kill for Seer. He's coming online, and Rude Dude, you talk about the scaling, it's not amazing for High Alert, but they are running away with this one in the Corki online.
Doesn't need to be amazing if they're just going to steamroll through this mid game. They've got 3 Drakes now, so they're 1 away from Soul, and now we're even seeing mid lane go down. Another kill.
Rude, this feels like deja vu. What, like 3 minutes ago, right? We saw a skirmish break out, and then Prod just be a little too far forward in a part that was adjacent to where the fight broke down, and Derrickos jumped on him immediately, and with the help of Slick as well. The amount of range that they could cover, right? They could get across the whole screen in a flash.
And, you know, very happy, honestly, with how both of these junglers have played, but Derrickos in particular, with the recovery, can be so demoralizing, right? To see a level 5 Nocturne come up topside, flash for flash, trade your top laner. But 305 on the Xin Zhao has now got that Sterex gauge, the Sundered Sky we've already seen have very high value, keeping him alive already in one fight through that mid lane. Now with the Sterex, this Xin Zhao definitely going to struggle, and I'm looking at those items, I'm looking at the breakpoints that we have for the agency. They are not there. Trying to get through a really big front line, trying to get through Tormez, first of all, is going to be a massive struggle, and trying to get through Xin Zhao as well, maybe even more difficult, because he's got these sustain HP-esque items, the Conqueror as well, so he's going to get healing from his passive, his runes, and his items.
Yeah,
there's no anti-heal yet.
No, and I think at this point it might be a little bit of a deal with the devil if you do get into that anti-heal, because by virtue of that you are sacrificing something else. Your spell shield broken again onto Auden. He's gone from 4-0 to 4-3 and narrowly dodges. What would have been trip to 4-4 here, Rudu? Bombzilla seems like he's got his number. He's got that QE combo down on how to break that spell shield.
Yeah, feeling good about that interaction already, and, you know, just a little bit of time, and he's managed to make it work. So now we're looking at this for the agency. Okay, Nocturne ult goes in.
Does go in there, trying to get the revenge onto Bombzilla, it seems like, and with the help of Prod, gets a big shutdown. So getting the Victor back into this one, and not a moment too soon, because he just bought a shiny new ring from the shopkeeper there. Mid lane tier 2, excuse me, does go down. Terry pops the Hextech ultimatum, and my goodness, Thomas just bullies him right out of that, says absolutely not. Bonks his head into the back of the Dragon Pit.
The team's collapsing, though.
Yep, they are collapsing. No, you've got a good point there. Maybe they are going to be able to get to Terry. Hook shot. I think that would be the last of it. Yeah, but I mean, Rudu, this is not the way you wanted this matchup to be going.
Not at all. The extra kills for Tormez mean that he's a lot better off in this bot lane for even longer now, and the Camille's going to need probably that second, that third item to be able to bully out Tormez in that side lane. For the time being, though, quite happy for High Alert to just stick to their guns, wait for that dragon to spawn. Ocean Soul is going to be a massive teamfight warper and may well do what it needs to keep their scaling at bay. Auden unfortunately goes in, doesn't have any support, and despite Dunsi's good efforts at locking up the front line, looking at the damage coming through, there's this split. Jin, we talked about it. We're in the mid game. He's not got damage, okay? He's struggling out here. And then we're looking at the mid lane, right? Prod wasn't a part of that fight, really. Just took a little bit of focus from Bombzilla, who quite happily backs away as soon as they recognize, oh, I don't need to be here. And the split nature of that fight was a bit of a struggle, and the agency definitely paying for it.
It feels like this one it just gets so much tougher to play, and the dragon stacking right, something that we talked about earlier on, is going to come even more into play here. As another pick into side lane, looks like it's on the cards. Derrickos doesn't really connect with the wind, becomes lightning, but able to get forward enough for Bombzilla to finish him off with the unleashed power. There are 2 more kills on the menu here. Deadly Flourish not going to land, just barely though, from Alistair, and that's kind of all he could do in this mid game. It feels like, Rudude.
Yeah, I mean, you have lethality Jin versus Ornn. That is it's not an Ornn that's dying.
Oh my goodness.
The rest of the champs, yeah, maybe, like I say, but Jin, notoriously not a great tank killer anyway, is even less, and that's far more, exemplified when you're building these versus squishy champions, to keep it blunt. Worth saying, though, that all of this time that we've got 3 people from this top side, it is giving an opportunity for Prod to be in that bot lane. It's still 6 grubs for the agency, so taking turrets, something that they are going to be a little better off in.
Thomas,
this guy's fine.
Yeah, no, he'll be A-okay, and actually just giving Auden the business.
Yeah.
With this Ornn damage. I mean, but then again, this is where you've gotten to this point, right? You don't have a true late game AD carry. Again, you've got the hyper late game AD carry, but even into an Ornn, right? You're 3 items away at minimum from getting there. To me, it feels like High Alert have just, like, we talk about this potential win condition as this game goes on for the agency, right? Can Terra get back into this? Can Broken help him out over the top of it? But it feels like High Alert have just kept their foot on the gas. They are not allowing the agency to set up anything.
Now we've got Soul spawning, right? Zonya's as well for Bombzilla taking this Syndra down. Gonna be difficult. Double subs for Ser. He's gonna be a target.
Call the Forge God goes up, actually able to get that at a very generous hitbox to start the fight off. Into the backline there goes Slick, but into the own backline goes Bombzilla. He's able to get the kill there onto Auden, and all that Alistair can do is throw the curtain call, out while playing bodyguard is Thomas. Does not die because he's an Ornn, and that's what he does as Prod throws down the gravity well, but Derrickos should be able to close that gap. Seer coming in with the Valkyrie. The Gatling gun comes through. Double flash force by Derrickos. It is all High Alert late in this one.
And he knows exactly what to do. Fortunately, Alistair and Terry knew as well. Doesn't stop Alistair from falling, and versus an Ocean Soul, there's just nothing you can do. They dive into the base to find not even an ace because it took them that long to get there, and Dunsey managed to respawn, but the Ocean Soul now in their back pockets. 24 minutes into this game, they have played this game of chicken with objectives beautifully.
So well. I mean, yeah, just suffocating the agency out of any sort of contest as this game has gone on. They've played with their backs against the wall now. Good scout of the week there onto Autumn and Dusty as they do get into the back line, but the melee bruiser damage is so much. And Seer, well, he's got to get that close up anyway, making it very, very easy for the Corki. No wave to be able to end this game just yet. So try to make that happen as Dunsey doing his darndest to be a nuisance in that mid lane. But Rudude, I mean, the gold lead is up to almost 9,000. The Ocean Soul, like you said, 7 towers to 1. An absolutely dominant display here from High Alert as we get a replay of this dragon fight.
Yeah, the good news is that this game gets easier. The bad news is that it's not for another 20-30 minutes, and I don't think that they have the power to stay in the game for that long. We are seeing perfectly why this Ornn is just such a solid pick. If you can't kill it in a side lane, you cannot kill it. In a 5 versus 5, there's just not the power. You need 10, 15 seconds left alone with this Ornn, and finding that in a 5 versus 5 is just not possible.
I mean, I want to bring it back to something you were talking about earlier, Rudude. The bounce back from Derrickos. My goodness, like you said, extremely demoralizing. When a Nocturne gets rolling like that, we've all been in those solo queue games, right? Where a Nocturne or some other type of assassin gets rolling and you're like, what are we even supposed to do, right? Everyone starts tilting, everyone starts throwing. But Derrickos kept his cool, right? He knew, look, we have a window here, right? Their win condition, it's a powerful one, but it's a relatively narrow one, whereas we team fight very, very well. And so they leaned into that. Good self-awareness here from High Alert in their composition.
I mean, they see Thomas here, but again, Ocean Soul Ornn with no damage.
Yeah, let's see. How many players does it take to kill an Ornn? The Ignite comes down. Will he get the call? The Forge God R2 off. Going to be dodged by the Hextech Ultimatum. Just kidding. Actually not going to be able to, but flashes out of that red buff pit. Call it curtain call going over the top. But now the rest of the cavalry has arrived.
You understand why you gotta do this. You gotta go for a pick in your jungle. But if the pick is the Oranru, dude, this is how it's gonna go.
And that's going to be game, right? High Alert did exactly what they needed to do. They staved off that early game. The 6 grubs proved to be useless, and they're going to take themselves game 1. Tarmes on the Ornn, standing loud and proud as they will take down the Nexus.
Very nicely done. High Alert putting the agency 1 loss away from ending their OQ run altogether. And High Alert, yeah, look, a dominant display at the end of the day. It was a bit of a rough early game, but you look at the way that the kills were spread out as well. Top jungle, mid bot, 5, 5, 6, and 7 kills. We didn't even talk about Seer, really, on this Corki, but just by the way that these team fights were going, the Corki was just like walking into kills, like accidentally just kind of showing up and, ooh, I'll take this one, I'll take this one. It became very, very easy.
Cherry picking, right? He's just, oh, a kill. Oh, another one. Oh, lovely, thank you so much. What a wonderful summer's evening. He's just strolling and low HP members are presenting themselves. It's really wonderful, honestly, for High Alert. So get to see them take game number 1, and that's exactly what they would be looking for, right? Again, do or die series for these 2 teams. It is a elimination series. It's a best of 3. They've had 2 series played already, so it's a bit, this is second series, but it's a big sort of stake for them to maybe win, maybe lose, and High Alert starting off on the right foot.
Yep, High Alert looking really, really good here. I think we're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll go over MVPs, break down the highlights as well. So we're going to take it to that. We'll have game 2, and potentially, if the agency have it their way, a game 3 in this Fearless Best of 3. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Game 2 between the agency and High Alert on the screen for you in just a little bit. I am 4x4. That is still Rooted. Series 1 of 2 that we are going to be broadcasting today. Again, best of 3, 64-team double elim Fearless. We are in the lower bracket today. Next weekend, it's back up to the upper bracket. So do or die, Rooted, as High Alert put up kind of a clinic in this one. When they got control of the game at around the 15-ish minute mark, they did not let up.
Yeah, they opened without funding for the first 10 minutes, like the clinic was struggling. And then all of a sudden, the government backed them, they were happy, and they got to where they needed to be. It wasn't without some really solid starts from Auden in particular. On this Nocturne, we can see here some pre-6 ganks that are finding kills, and without ulti even after the fact, there were, again, successful plays made with this Nocturne. However, it wasn't quite enough, and we saw Drake's all be really important, a couple clutch steals as well, that ended up turning the game back into High Alert's favor.
Yeah, you see, just how Auden was all over the place. 4-0 started off, grabbing the Tea of Warfare there for his team. He was just everywhere, and that's what you want a Nocturne to be, right? You're using that ultimate kind of on cooldown. And Thomas on this Ornn ended up he just got bullied. I thought it was, Ornn is never truly out of a game, but it felt like that's what was going to happen to him.
Yeah, we were expecting it to just be a very simple Camille side lane affair. But then this is actually the turning point more so for anything else as we pan away from it nice and quickly. High Alert found themselves with a couple of kills off the back of a slightly overzealous engage from the agency. And this is a steal away on a dragon as well. So there was a lot of opportunity, I will say, for the agency to take this game. And I think that going into the rest of the series, we can't underestimate the power that we saw Auden have. But we equally can't underestimate the power that we saw of High Alert as a whole to be able to rally behind one another and make themselves ultimately a very solid 5v5 comp.
And you talk about, one, the solidness of the 5v5 composition, right? They didn't try to play away from those strengths. They didn't try to get cute and get picks where that wasn't really their strength, where it didn't really suit them, right? They won by just smothering the agency in a 5v5 because that is what their competition does. And to get to our MVP that we picked off here, you talked about how they had to rally behind one another. The guy at the front of that, as everyone just kind of, especially on the top side of the map, just battered, bloody, and bruised, missing teeth, black eyes, etc., said, guys, I'm not dead yet. Holding up the flag and charge them towards victory. Derrickos, what a comeback performance there on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, stealing away the third dragon was really important because it got them to have soul on that fourth Drake take as opposed to putting them to soul point. And then with the Ocean Soul, they were just so very, very strong, and it was really, really difficult to take down anybody that they had on their squad. We're back into picks and bans though, game number 2, and let's see what changes, what remains the same. Maybe the bans are going to look the same, but we know that we're going to see some different picks come through.
Yep, as a reminder, we are in Fearless territory, so the grayed out champions you see above my head and above Rudu's head, those are the ones that are not going to be available. Again, or rather, I should say, no, okay, these are actually not the Game 1 bans. These might be from last series, as we did see the Aurora and the Gragas in last series, so
yeah,
ignore those, apologies.
Ignore.
Yeah,
Aurora's open though, actually, in this first game, which we were looking at as being maybe a big pick for Bombzilla. Reminder that this isn't how the draft actually went. This is just champion picks being picked up and it's taken away. So we get it picked up even still, and for the agency no less.
Yep, and this is where we wanted to see it go, right? This was the kind of the big game-changing moment, or the game-changing champion potentially, is the Aurora in the hands of Dopa/Prod. 100 games on it this season in solo queue. Now, I haven't, dove headfirst into solo queue in a while. The season kind of just started, right? We're barely in March.
Yeah, 100 games at this point on one specific champion is a lot. So it's the season's been happening, but even still, 100 games, it's more than I've played, and I do tend to play quite a bit. However, these guys are looking to play the game at a somewhat professional level, higher level than I've ever played, so we should be looking to see them play more games.
Yeah, and this draft as it's coming through here from the agency, this is kind of from what we've seen as far as what they've played and some strengths individually. Again, a lot of these players haven't played together before, so that's another kind of storyline we have to keep track of, is these players are very good individually. How do their play styles mesh, right? Because oftentimes they're playing, especially on these kind of lower rung teams, for the first time all together. Alistair on a hyper carry, that is a little more his flavor. Dopa/Prod on the Aurora. Dunzi loves an Enchanter, so it's not going to be the Ezreal Karma. We did see the Karma mid lane in the series last week for these two teams. But on the other side, Rude, dude, I mean, the thing that's jumping out at me, it's not Cho'Gath mid, this AP one that has been terrorizing solo queue, and I think was played in the NLC final, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, honestly, I see a Cho'Gath. I look to the one and only build that I see Cho'Gath play at the minute, which is Hail of Blades and Movement Speed.
Yep.
And when we get into game, I'll be able to have a better gauge of what the Cho'Gath build will be, because I'll see the Keystone and I'll be able to know, and we can delve a little bit more into that. For the moment, though, we can like to assume that this could still be a stable front line for Thomas, right? He played the Ornn last game. Let's see him on the Cho'Gath, look to try and stalwart, neutralize Terry on that top side. And, you know, you're talking about what Terry actually played up against on his previous series, right? He's playing against things like Udyr, you know, the ambassador that he's had in the last series. Didn't quite go as well because he's playing into these meatballs that he just can't take down, and it seems like Thomas is just fitting that brief, matching it again, and last game it worked out.
No, I think you might be onto something there. Yeah, and Terry's going to have a similar sort of matchup here where he's got to be able to generate an early lead with this Bruiser, with this Renekton, that, again, should the game go later, you've got to be able to transfer your lead. And if you do that, if the agency can get to a place of 20 minutes where they are even or ahead, the Jinx and the Aurora can say, hold my ginger ale, we're going to take over this game.
And I want to harp on that quite significantly because they do have, again, really good scaling, even though they've got this Renekton and this Jarvan, two champions that may struggle to find purchase in this game. What the agency do have is a hyper carry late game champion with an Enchanter in the back pocket.
Yep.
So they should be able to keep this Jinx safe, and if they can, Alistar is expected to be able to run rampant. That's where I'm looking for their game to go well. They do have the power as well to have a really solid early game. We talked about the Renekton and the Jarvan falling off. That comes at a trade of them having relatively very good early games.
Yep, that's how it goes, like you said. Now, on the other side of things, right, Cho'Gath, I feel like the worry of it is it's what you draft around it as well, right? One is the build that we're going to see once you get in, right? What's the keystone that's going to inform the rest of the build path? Wonderful. But I'm not as worried also about the Cho'Gath in this composition because often you see, again, at lower elos, and again, these guys are all master average, so that is
we're not using the word low elo to berate them.
Please know that. But sometimes, I mean, you think, oh, well, you've got a Cho'Gath, therefore you've got a tank, which kind of means you've got, you know, engage in a way to start fights. Not the case, but in this composition, you've got a Nautilus, you've got the Wukong, right? With a Clone Cyclone Flash, you can clear a screen effectively, CC multiple people, and with the Shockwave on top of that, consistent backline damage from the Ezreal, right? So the composition around this Cho'Gath is less worrisome.
Yeah, they have plenty of CC to set up for Cho'Gath, which I think is really important because Cho'Gath Q is one of the weird skill shots that you'll either find you are hitting every single one of them or you just can't land one for the life of you.
Really?
And the external factors typically are how much CC does my team have? Well, if they're setting me up for rupture after rupture, wonderful. If they're not, I could be missing a couple. So that's where I'm looking at things like this Karma Jinx, right? Jinx, who's got excited, has that movement speed from a Mantra Shield as well. You're probably not landing a Rupture on that guy, regardless of how much CC you've pretended to try and lair.
Yeah, no, it will be tricky. And I guess, again, depending on how the Cho'Gath decides to build, right, how much damage is going to come out of this composition, right, Ezreal can be consistent DPS, but you got to hit all your shots, right? I mean, it can be consistently inconsistent, or inconsistently consistent, maybe is a better way to put it. Nautilus, we haven't seen all that much, I feel like, in lately, even though he is just kind of extremely solid. We didn't see it yesterday, I should say, in the OQs and the matches that we broadcasted as well, but like you were sort of alluding to, Rudude, the ability to play together around this Cho'Gath and team fight well, again, assuming you can get to a mid and late game where the Jarvan and the Renekton haven't gotten the agency so far ahead, High Alert have shown that they can team fight extremely well. That's what they did in Game 1. That's what won them Game 1. So I'm looking forward to seeing them be able to do that again should they get to a place where they can really abuse that.
So making it to the mid to late game, the ability to push forward as a 5 versus 5 team for High Alert, maybe going to be their way to success. I think it's going to be that catch-all where both these teams want to find those team fights. How does the High Alert composition function? Well, it's Wukong with Ori Ball on top of him diving in and attempting to one-shot Alistar, where How does the agency's composition thrive? Well, it's stopping that from happening, to be honest. It's letting Alistair free hit and giving the space for the Jinx to pop off. They do have a small reset composition as well here, the agency, right? The Karma gets resets on her spells just by nature of being Karma. The Jinx, when she finds a takedown, finds a reset. You can start getting excited, find another kill, snowball that fight. The Aurora as well. You find a kill, you were able to go invis again, and if they get that first kill, the agency can begin to make these teamfights look a lot better. However, if they can't get through Thomas, who we're seeing with the Hail of Blades, most likely going to be opting into this move speed Cho'Gath build, as Bombzilla struggling in the mid lane already.
Man, oh man, yeah, Prod taking it right to the challenger mid laner, having to pop all his potions here initially. Well, maybe it was just the one, to be fair, but still had to blow it.
There's and I'm not going to call this a saying, there's a general rule with one tricks.
Oh!
Okay, I like that. I like that from our resident Aurora player. The general rule of thumb is if somebody's played an exorbitant amount of one champion, way more than the others, don't give them that champion. We're already seeing that Bombzilla may have realized why.
Yeah, again, I'm surprised that it wasn't, if nothing else, denied. Again, we didn't see the exact draft order, so
It was
it's entirely
probably B1.
possible. I was going to say, exactly. It's entirely possible that it was B1. But still, you had 3 bans to do something about it. And especially when you're up 1-0, you've got the momentum on your side, right? Why? It's exactly what you said. Why even mess with that? Why even give that over?
Okay, so whilst we get a look at the top lane, let's talk about this. Let's talk about Thomas's build as the Cho'Gath. What we will expect to see, and what you might not have anticipated if you've been out of the Cho'Gath loop for a little bit here, is first of all that Hail of Blades has been picked up. Second of all, that we will most likely see a Symbiotic Souls rush. So you'll go back to base, try and pick those up as soon as possible, and then you will be opting into movement speed items. So think Shurelya's, think Dead Man's Plate, and then from there, the world, to be honest, is your oyster. You can go tank, you can go AP, you can go Terminus for all I care. Like, probably not Terminus for the record.
Maybe not Terminus.
No, you've got the luxury of choice once you've got those 2 items because your build's pretty much finished. And with the Hail of Blades, what you're looking to do is pop Shurelya's, run at somebody, press E, and then ult them. And you don't look for the Qs or the knockups.
Yeah. And like you said, into a composition that has a Karma and a
Hold on,
Jinx,
hold
and
on,
the
hold on.
EQ comes in here, Slick, followed immediately with the flash, first blood over to Dunsey. Seer might have Auden there with a target on his back. Derrico showing up at just the right time, double buffed on the Wukong. The tether does land as Auden, with some fancy footwork, able to EQ out of trouble as the agency get in, get the job done, and get out.
All right, they will love that. As the fight in the mid lane as well, incredibly close. Remember, neither of these 2 mid laners have got flash, and they're just throwing hands with one another. You need to be careful for how the junglers look to think about this lane as well, because, I mean, we've already seen they are not hesitant to take a fight. Dunsey starting this one up here. Happily takes a little auto attack for baiting Slick in, really. Q goes wide from the Ezreal, and it sort of opens up for the rest of this fight to be quite freeing as Derrico makes his way into this fight, and you can see the flash here. Unfortunate, tries to break the tether and does so, but that flag and drag already come through. Auden nice and strong in this early game once again.
Again, this is how we started it in game 1, like you were saying, Rudude. Dunsey did grab that kill, but the first kill out of support, less than ideal, obviously, but an enchanter like the Karma especially is going to be able to use that a little bit more effectively, I feel, than maybe a tank support would. So, on the margins, but you got the assist up onto that top side. And again, with Terry, going for the call, actually, here. So, how does that inform how you see this matchup going?
I think my information that I'm going to give you is if we keep looking at this top lane, everybody's going to leave the stream. That's what Cole suggests to me, is that we shouldn't really be focusing too much on it, because if you were looking to fight the Cho'Gath, you would build fighting items. If you were looking to farm up in lane versus said Cho'Gath, you would buy a Cole, and that's kind of what we've got here from Terry.
Does that worry you at all, given that you want the advantage to be taken kind of on this top side? I mean, is the Cho'Gath really that rough to lane against?
No, it's not that it's rough, it's that you can't kill him, or this is a determination of Terry is that he won't be able to kill him, and is instead just accepting that, and is just going to try and create a bigger advantage through farm. What you can do with this big wave is now begin to try to proxy as well. The issue is the timing on this crash not going to be the greatest, but
not amazing.
as the Renekton, your proxying isn't that difficult. You can get get really good healing offer from the Q, and you got plenty of AoE also with the Slice and Dice being able to help you out in that. And then if you can move that into a gank mid lane, for example, there are plenty of tools still available for Terry, even if they lie outside of solo killing the Cho'Gath.
Low support showing up here. As the Tweet 2 World goes out, Bombzilla in some trouble here, able to just barely get out. But Prod able to hop, skip, and a jump forward to auto him to death. Getting that passive proc, I believe, as well. And now the feet picked up here by the agency as Dunsey gets another one. Derricos in a world of hurt here. Able to go back, almost get the kill there onto Auden as the root lands. Mantra Q on top of it. Can Prod get another? Yes, he can.
Don't give a one trick, that one trick 4x4. It's super straightforward. 5 stacks now on the Dark Seal. And we're seeing Prod have a mammoth game in the mid lane. Engage looks once again to be found by Slick, but not finding anything in time. And with Prod just knowing the limits of his champion, moves in, finds the solo kill almost onto Bombzilla. Yes, there's 3 people in the lane from either side, but that was all the Aurora.
And again, just keeping her safe. That is going to be what it comes down to. But this champion also has so much self-peel, is so shifty, can literally go invisible, like you were saying, can drop a bit of a faux, Camille ult here and just play around that as well. And those are the types of things. I mean, it's one thing to have 1,000 games on a champion like, I don't know, a Mumu. It's another thing to have a bunch of games on something like Aurora that is so much more high skill cap.
Wow, selling yourself short here, 4x4. I know you're in a Mumu one. I know you're in a Mumu one trick, but maybe you've self-reported appropriately here because this is a high skill champion, right? And get to see some of the best be able to do it. And at the minute, Prod is lining himself up with those top end Aurora players now. What we saw in game number 1 was the agency come away with a similar advantage. Let's keep that in mind. High alert. We're in this position before. Maybe it's a little bit more exacerbated than it was in game number 1. But we've seen them from behind, and now we need to see them once again do better.
As Prod in a little bit of trouble here. Good shockwave there from Bombzilla. The Ignite goes down. Derricos out of nowhere. A massive shutdown. And again, Rude Dude, like you said, it's a little worse, but again, we see High Alert respond very quickly.
And we love to see Derricos once again being proactive, playing from behind, making plays happen regardless. Bombzilla picking up the kill. Best position for that gold to be in, because whilst we're talking about Prod being the real big source of this early game, when we move to that late game, it's going to be all about taking down the Jinx and giving gold to the Orianna, and meaning that that Shockwave Cyclone combo is going to be as lethal as possible is the best way to do that.
But it's absolutely deadly. You hit the nail right on the head, right? You want a ball delivery system with the Orianna, and back in the day it was your Hecarims or your Gallios or stuff like that, and it could still be that, but in this game it is Derricos, and he's not afraid to get up in your guts and get that double Cyclone combo off, right? Like you said, and once the whole team composition comes together, being able to fight as 5 with these abilities that you have for High Alert is going to be super deadly. And again, that was what took them over the top in game 1. So if they can continue to find plays like this, find these sorts of skirmishes, find these sorts of picks, then this is going to go very well for them, because as we saw, Rude Dude, the agency not immune to a mid-game oopsie. There were a lot, we praise High Alert, and rightly so, but the agency in the mid-game didn't do themselves any favors either.
No, a couple of missteps around dragons, so there are tools there to be exploited and ways that we should be able to see the agency improve as well moving into what is now second game. Again, reminder for the stakes of these two teams as I'm looking unbroken SSB down on the bot side. Auden not going to be able to find the gank. This is a do or die series for these two teams. Right through the OQs, they are in this double elimination bracket. They lost their first game. This is the second game, so you lose here, you do go home. If you're the agency, they've got 1 game left to turn it all around, and I think so far it's so good. They'll be a little bit conscious of the fact that Dunsey did get 2 of the 4 kills that they have, but other than that, they can be quite happy with how the pace is going for this game right now.
And look, those mantra Qs still kind of rip. Right? Like, if you're showing up to a fight and you're getting softened up by 1 or 2 mantra Qs that has a little amp tome over the top of it, it's still gonna sting a little bit. And crucially, well, maybe not crucially, but to make a note of it, we talked about the 5 stacks in the Dark Seal. That has dropped off as well after Prod got caught out. So not going to be as busted a show up. Oh my goodness, as Prod
Goes into the Spirit Realm, and not a moment too soon, pops between two worlds, gets the slowdown, but Bombzilla flashes out of the Cataclysm by the skin of his teeth. Terry going forward, absolutely monstrous on the Crocodile. He gets knocked up and will pay for it with his life, but no fear shown by the agency top laner.
So look at the side lanes as well. Alistair's going to be able to catch top wave, which means that Thomas doesn't get anything from this, and the only real beneficiary other than Derrickos finding that kill is going to be Seer down in that bot lane. But again, a trade that is very favourable for the agency as they're looking for Thomas now. How's
The Rupture does go off there, but the Tether will still land, and Alistar just free firing, going into rocket form, then minigun form, second zap of the target of the trade lands. Rupture goes out, super mega death rocket, one more auto. It does go to Dunsey, but the kill is secured nonetheless.
Well, you know, if that one Karma auto is the difference between finding the kill and not, once again, it's the means that need to happen. Teleport into the mid lane, and looking at this on an onset, you're thinking, yeah, unlucky Prod, you're going to go down, but teleport immediately called for. They burn double flash on the Jarvan and the Renekton to find Bombzilla under the turret. Slick goes down as well, and with Derrickos coming in, he's only able to mop up one.
This game going back and forth, Rooted, and meanwhile, Bombzilla actually got the kill. Another one, it seems like, onto Terry somewhere while we were in replay.
Well, that's a win, honestly, for High Alert. We talked about the fact that this Renekton was looking at maybe being a bit more of a mid-game presence with that call. And I do want to talk about quickly the itemization that we're seeing from Thomas as well. We've got Hail of Blades coming through in that Keystone, but no Simbi Souls. We were expecting this to be, I was expecting this at least to be Muthbi Cho'Gath, and I'm actually, you know, looking at this as it going to be full tank with the Heartsteel to begin with. Not too sad that we are getting this full tank variant. Remember that this composition for the agency thrives around getting that first kill and letting the Jinx snowball with the get excited. Well, Muthbi Cho'Gath, not the greatest tank in the world. Tank Cho'Gath, one of them.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, once the health gets going, obviously, you're still a bit of a paper tiger with no resistances, but once those start to come online at about 2 or 3 items, wow, good
the digestive system comes in, you know, we're working through the organs as well. You look pretty beefy.
Yeah, thick with 3 C's and a Q. I think that's accurate to say there. Big mid-lane items haven't come through just yet, despite all the action. You know, opting for a little bit of gold with a Darksteel, a Tear, a Darksteel on the other side as well. So still waiting for that. But the Shockwave did get blown a little bit earlier, it seems like. Yeah, not used here, but hang on, we got a fight here in the river. Ultimate's coming out from both sides. Alistar in the 1v1 over with Seer, but Terry buying a lot of time, getting a ton of healing as well. Gets the kill there onto Slick despite the Ignite. Now Derrickos comes down. We've seen this one before, Rudude. The Cyclone Part 1 goes off. There goes the Rupture, helping lock it up for Bombzilla. Now 3 kills for High Alert. Rudude, this mid-game again going similarly, but Prod wasn't on the Aurora in Game 1, and that could prove to be the difference in this one. Alistair gets excited. Broken, able to get forward. Dopa almost with the Q, able to get it down. But the agency wrest control back, and they will have a dragon as their prize.
And High Alert step a little too close to the sun there. And Prod on this Aurora, we've been hyping it up since the pre-show. This guy plays a lot of this champion, feels the most comfortable on it, and so far is delivering. This is an engage that happens again. It's off the back of Odin looking for a level 6 Nautilus at this stage in the game. Relatively weak, but able to pump enough DPS out and put enough damage down to keep himself alive for a long time, which he thinks baits in Terry, baits in Dunsey, and for the most part it does. Terry falls, Derrickos is here, has a good little chance at taking it down, but then it's this over chase, and they see the Aurora on the minimap. They know that they're going to walk into Prod, and maybe the low HP bar is baiting them into thinking that it's going to be okay, but when you can go invisible, one-shot the entire team, and then go invisible again, you're absolutely fine.
Oh, just Aurora things, man. That is what this champion can do.
It's a reset comp. They get one kill, they're fine.
Yep. You are absolutely correct. No notes, Your Honor. 5 kills now for Prod on this Aurora. Got the Malignants down as well, and that's actually, wow, that's actually kind of crazy on the Aurora, actually. Yeah, because
when you think about it, it's just really, it's obnoxious.
No, it's like almost perfect. It's like, what are we doing here? Like I play a lot of Amumu, but I play a lot of Anivia as well, and Malignants is a bit of a rush on that champion as well for obvious reasons, and taking a page out of that book as well, just shredding that MR just that little bit, having your abilities do a little bit more damage. damage. High Alert responding with the first tower of the game, though, not for nothing. They're down about 3.5 gold, 3,500 goldish, and right now, Rudude, all the attention is on Bombzilla. He's got all of the damage, all of the kills. Seer not really able to get into this game, but to be fair, doesn't have that mana moon as well. Slick trying to get some damage down here, able to get the double knock up there with the depth charge. Actually going to get the CC down on a Dunsey to set it up for Seer, but it'll be returned right back. As on the other side, another tower goes down as well. Meanwhile, Derico's coming in here with the double cyclone. Bombzilla gets the bomb off there. The shockwave will set it up, but Prod is in with the Between Two Worlds. Not able to get exactly what he wanted, though, because Bombzilla just going forward with Reckless Abandon. Come hell or high water, he flashes over the wall. Somehow Prod gonna survive and get the kill. Bombzilla just barely not able to seal the deal.
10 stacks, baby, and now we get to see the Aurora really pop off. Prod not just able to find kills on the backside, but keeps himself alive as well. Even baits the flash out from Bombzilla, so there's just not enough in the tank from High Alert. They're just that little bit too far behind, and the wall is just a little too great. It starts off with a 2v3 defense that I'm honestly surprised they got anything from in the first place. Alistair gets the reset off the turret and starts raining Hellfire down upon them. But then a good cyclone. Once again, Derico's having a stellar performance on this Wukong. Flashes in, Wukong with the ball on top, finds another kill, and then Prod just limping his way out to safety, and Bombzilla flashing away from the Renekton. It's a good heads-up play. But at this stage in the game, the Orianna just barely not with the damage needed. And it's a nice little sight to see the Aurora finding 10 stacks and getting to live.
On to the Medj as we go in just a little bit here. Rudude, from 3,500 and now 5,000. This feels like a bit of a, I'm not going to say procession into the late game, but we talked about it in draft. 15, 20-ish minutes, right? If you're, tied or ahead, and Terry not having an amazing game, but still at the right place at the right time. He's contributing despite kind of opting out of the lane matchup. But crucially, the kills are on Prod here, and Alistair has gotten rolling as well.
Yeah, and what's important to remember as well is that the agency scale like crazy as we move later on into this game. They have this Jinx Karma, but as we've highlighted is, if they go into the mid game as we get to see Prod forced out of that top lane 1v1. Let it be known that Heartsteel Cho'Gath can not just 1v1 AD carries, but very fed mages with 10 stacks as well. The idea that this Jinx plus Karma duo is going to hit that mid-game spike, and once this Runehands is finished, all the edge is finished, that 2-item, 3-item spike if we're getting to both, it's going to be devastating. And then the emphasis becomes even greater for High Alert on taking down the Jinx. But once you've taken down Alistair, you still have to think, actually, there's a very strong Aurora that we've completely forgotten about, and that can just run away with it.
And running away with it is exactly what they are in great position to do here. Almost at that second item is Prod. And on the other side, Rudude, again, this composition can team fight pretty dang well, but it's so tough to keep track of Prod. That's what it feels like it keeps coming down to me, because you have, again, the Wombo combo has been working, right? You've gotten big shockwaves, you've gotten a true shot barrage over the top, you've been hitting your ruptures, hitting your cyclones for the most part, but if you're just gonna team fight, straight up into this team, you're just going to get wallet diffed, especially if you can't grab onto Dopa, which is exactly what Bombzilla almost did in that last fight.
You can already see there that Thomas is genuinely struggling with these ruptures because the setup isn't in there in the 1 versus 1. When we get to the 5v5, maybe the Cho'Gath knockups can begin to land, but at the moment, definitely finding that there is some semblance of a struggle. A Slick spotted in the spot side jungle will be able to hopefully walk his way to safety.
Bombzilla stuck in the Cataclysm. Terry coming forward there with the Renekton, with the Dominus, gets shockwaved on. Fight almost on 2 fronts here, and finally does go down. Bombzilla biting off a little bit more than he could chew, as Auden locked him in the Cataclysm, and now do we have more blood to be spilled? Alistair and Seer trying to wage war over that mid-wave. Rupture gonna zone Dunsey and Dopa off this, as the Dragon next on the menu. Just one apiece for both these teams. Both junglers still alive here, Rudude.
So it's a game of stalling for High Alert. They know that they've got no numbers for this, or they're a numbers disadvantage at least. They do have the Ezreal to try and poke out. If we can get to this mirror mana while they're taking this dragon, maybe that poke can begin to stick just a little bit more, but looks like they're going to try and call it off. I'm seeing pings on the minimap to look for tier 1 turrets in mid, look for tier 1 top. They've got other options, and they weren't able to stall. Yes, Bombzilla could TP in now, but it wouldn't be for the dragon, it'd be more so for a fight after the fact. So we can see here poking away quite significantly.
Yeah, not able to proc that W there is Seer, but able to get a little bit done. Yeah, I mean, just unfortunately, the damage just isn't quite there. The wave clear isn't quite there, but they're able to get something here. It wasn't the mid lane. They get chased off that, but it will be that top lane tier 1 that they're able to do some damage on potentially at the expense of this mid lane tier 2, which I don't know if that's a trade I want to make, Rue, dude.
No, and you know, they spent so long walking their way up to this top side. They're not taking the resets yet, and that they're now in trouble. Might well just lose this tier 2, but here's Thomas.
Coming through here, Flash Warple spikes after the rupture does land. The health bars are pretty low between two worlds is pop, and just consistent time alone with that show gap with the numbers disadvantage means that he will fall apart. Still a bit of a paper tiger. Cataclysm comes through, but Auden able to get out as Bombzilla was taken into him. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far as the chase is on, but will not be continued.
So top laners trade their lives, and overall, Thomas looking a little bit worse for wear as he gets knocked up, bounced house, and taken down. But this now Articon started for High Alert. They are still down 4,000 gold, but they're the ones playing with tempo. They're the ones that have reset and that are out back on the map. But look at this Tri-Brush, unwarded as they've checked with the sweeper.
Super Mega Death Rocket, I don't know if that provided vision of Slick necessarily, but the Zap will. The Otacon can be a bit of a bait. Prod coming in, almost gets hit by the hook there after Flash Aways. The Shockwave not going to land either. Here comes Alistar, they can get a kill. The resets could go crazy. Fantastic angle by Auden, and they are running High Alert off the map.
Jump forward from Auden, they don't find more, and the Zap goes wide. So overall, High Alert, they could probably be happy with that, given how that looked to begin with. Like, this Jink was just going to run roughshot over the 5 members that were down there. They lose out on a couple of flowers, but they still picked up a few of them. Those neutral objectives now begin to be a little bit more valuable for High Alert than they are for the agency. But I think overall, given the state of the game, this is fine. They're able to slow down a little bit of that snowball, and it's all about this little give and take. And again, an incredible performance from the Aurora. We're getting to see why this pick was so highly prized, right? Why we're anticipating a ban in both, if not all 3 games coming through in this series, because he baits in Shockwave, baits in Cyclone, as we're seeing it used topside as well.
Dominus pop on this side as well. Slick gonna get hit by the tether. I don't think he's gonna get out of this one. He's next on the menu. Alistar getting a free kill there. Lead shrinking ever so slightly, but still in a really good place here are the agency. Got the Otacon buff, like you said. I feel like teams are still learning how to, like, just how much tempo you need to take that, especially right off spawn. It is such a tough objective to take.
Because it's like more than Baron, to be honest. Like, it takes a long, it's tanky trying to get through that thing, and it depends on your composition as well. With Baron, you kind of know what you have to do to stay there. You can stand in front, you can just dodge to a side, but certain Atacons, your melee champions just have to quit DPS for like 2 seconds, which again hurts quite significantly. So it is a learning process for these teams, and again, without that true competitive experience, which we're expecting from High Alert and the agency, it certainly may be a struggle.
Having to flash out of the Cataclysm is Bombzilla. Again, I feel like we've seen him caught in this so many times, just a little too far forward. Gets dunked on by... okay, you didn't have to use it. I mean, it was just the arm guard, to be fair, so if you weren't going to use it, you were going to lose it. But still, kill over to Broken. Yeah. That is Auden. 15 out of 19 kill participation for this Jarvan.
Yeah, and I mean, the power that the flag gives you for getting assists is a little bit deceitful typically, but still.
That's a good point.
Right place, right time, nonetheless, able to give the attack speed to the team, which isn't invaluable. So, you know, it's worth mentioning. He knows why they get the assist. However, with 12 kills or 12 kill participation as well. For the mid laner, again, Prod just having a really solid performance on this Aurora. 7-1 and 5 cannot be understated. The power that he has provided in this lane to begin with, taking down Bombzilla, again, the player that we were expecting to kind of be the highlight for High Alert. And now we made it to this mid to late game where the Jinx is almost 3 items. I'm looking at the dive power and the damage that's coming through, and it's not particularly great. In particular, I think Swifty Boots is a bit of a miss this time round for Bombzilla, because if you get hit by Cataclysm, you can move as fast as you want inside it, you're going to go down. And you need the Sorks to get the kill onto Alistar in the first place.
Yeah, that is kind of the upfront damage in this composition can be pretty nasty, right? You can lock someone down and you could potentially 100-0 them, especially after level 16. The damage on the Shockwave is a little deceitful, right? It does actually come out kind of suddenly here, and being able to lock someone up makes the Ezreal's drop in turn just so much easier. But again, this composition, we kind of talked about it in draft. The agency's composition, especially now, they are more than happy to have you fight into them because they've got ways to keep the Jinx safe as well. And it feels like right now, Bombzilla's the only one that can get onto that. Onto the Dragon they go. Should be the 3rd one up and running. Indeed, it will be. As High Alert try something here, get an action, bring that shockwave here. Garrett goes over the top. Could this be the turning point for High Alert? As Dopa goes in, gets knocked up here by the Alistar, or by
Alistar's free.
excuse me here. Terry is free. He goes forward there, pretty low here, but Alistar gets the 1 kill, gets the reset that he needs, not able to land the sap. Auden able to get the flag and drag down onto Bombzilla, taking a tower shot or two, but can the Jinx get forward far enough? The zap not gonna land. They just can't lock down targets quick enough to allow the agency to take full control of this one, but they get what they came for, and they're able to get out, just barely able to sidestep that true shot barrage.
You're not going to get much of a better fight start than that for High Alert. They had such a good shockwave to open things up. Bombzilla with a great idea that just doesn't quite pan out.
And it's unfortunate because, like you said, in a straight up 5v5, like we're talking about. Oh, hang on a second. Thomas going forward there, able to get the Feast. No, just kidding. Feast not. It's on cooldown, actually. As Seer able to just arcane shift out of the Cataclysm and get his target. But Prod and Alistair, again, proven that they are the carries to be played through on this agency side.
Yeah, if you're going to burn a summon a spell there, it needs to be the Flash. Jinx ulti at this stage in the game is going to do far more than what a barrier can protect you from. But the agency, they're running away with this game. Another fight goes their way. They defend their mid-tier 1 turret, and then off the back of the overzealous dive from Thomas as well, they're able to find yet another kill, and you are seeing the power that Dunzi is giving to this composition. This Karma doing so much work for the squad, whether it's the healing from the Moonstone plus Echoes or the shielding that the Karma provides you innately. Really kind of going crazy in this game, so really big worthwhile shout out to the Karma as well for the value that they have.
No, really, and I'm glad you brought that up. We highlighted her early on, but Dunzi, Grandmaster in a lobby full of Masters, again, kind of the, could be the X Factor, and loves an Enchanter as well. Is really, really comfortable on these types of picks. The Karmas, the Lulus, etc. And really kind of, just buying just enough time, like you said, to keep the Jinx safe, right? You could keep it safe with CC, but with the shielding and the healing as well coming through from this composition, it's really well done here. And Alistair finally getting to, get into his own. You talk about the 3 item spike that you were waiting for from this Jinx, and my goodness, is it ever paying dividends? But zooming back out a little bit, dude, I can't help but look back. I mean, and I think everyone watching the stream knows this isn't novel information I'm providing, but what a missed opportunity there. It felt like Bombzilla had the perfect shockwave with the CC layering over the top. You got 3 members on it, and it just was not enough.
Speaks a little bit to that scaling aspect, speaks a little bit to the way we were kind of critiqued the build path for it as well, right? Seraph's plus Zhonya's is very good defensive set of items, but in terms of raw DPS, it's not the greatest, it's not the best out there. So a little bit of a whiff, like we've talked about, with the build and then the play style coming off the back of that. If you had plenty of damage coming out of the rest of the composition, absolutely you can itemize like this, but your job is so contingent on syncing up with Derricos and making the kill onto either Prod or Alistair happen. But now we've reached that 28-minute marker, we've hit 3-item Jinx. It's time for Baron.
It is that time of the day, ladies and gentlemen, as they are just ripping through this one. My goodness, just melting it very, very quickly. Thomas trying to get the rupture there onto Prod. A little bit of DPS down there. They abandoned it. Terry playing that front line right now as Sleep goes forward. Thomas goes down. Is the DPS over the back enough? No, Seer can't get close enough here as Terry just finds so much time in that front line. EQ forward with the Cataclysm, making it so easy for Prod. The shockwave goes out, but it is too little too late. Double kill for Alistair. They scare him off the Baron. Back to your regularly scheduled programming.
And Ezreal Karma is a great 2v2, but Karma individually is a great answer to the Ezreal because you just put the shield up. You block the damage that's coming from Seer. He can never walk up to find big amounts of auto attacks, especially against the front line. So the Ezreal isn't really doing any damage in these fights.
No.
So you're waiting for that big burst, and it's just not there. Derricos, though, has the clone to get over the wall, and a smite ready to steal.
Let's see if he can potentially extend this game for High Alert. The health bars are kind of low, to be fair. Derricos able to go over. He swiped it. Able to extend Despair for High Alert. And now, like you said, Rudin, you got to hightail it out of there. Able to get the Baron. They're not going quietly into that good night.
Seer and Slick will run away wearing purple after the sacrifice from Derricos. Gets into the pit, steals the Baron, and dies like a champion. Now all attention's turned toward the Mountain Dragon. It's not just a Drake, it is a soul. And it's not actually the Mountain, it's the Chemtech, Hextech, but still, this is soul here for the agency. If they can find this again, it adds to that team fight, adds to the pressure that they can put down in these 5v5s.
Dope up. Now going forward here with the
God,
3-2
the
world and the
damage.
CC. Oh my goodness, it's just too much. When you're locked in there with him, you are just living in his world. 3 kills, or 2 I should say, picked up out of nowhere as Derrickos respawned. The Hex Tech Soul is the crown that the agency will wear as they coast to what should be a Game 2 win here.
We think it's the crown they're going to wear. Derrickos probably has another thing to say about this. Blue smiting out. This is a close run thing.
He's got a hustle. It's barely not going to be enough. Like you said, Rude, really, really close. He actually got out of there in a hurry. I thought when you brought that up, I'm like, he's not going to get there. But with the Hex Gates, which I always forget about, even when I'm playing or I'm casting, he got out of there in a hurry. But yeah, not quite enough. But like you said, look, still one member wearing purple, but I mean, it's just not going to be enough here. The gold lead keeps on widening.
And we might be up for a real treat here for Y4. A lot of the games in the tournament so far have been 2-0. Only a handful of 3-game series actually making the rounds through the bracket. But at the minute, we could very easily see the agency take this to that 3rd game, and High Alert really pushed to find something a little bit deeper in their locker. Now, looking at how we expect this game to be played out with the Hex Tech Soul at their back, team fighting the agency becomes very difficult if you are High Alert. We already talked about the fact that the Jinx is very, very strong. It's got a Karma in their back pocket. Just remember, folks, if you ever feel like your game isn't going great, just think, well, do I have a Jinx who's going turbo mode with a Karma in the back pocket? Yeah, cool. I'm probably going to win then.
Yeah, it's one of those tried and true cheat buttons, those win conditions has been around literally since season 3 at this point. So yeah, it can't just be that simple. 7,000 gold lead is the advantage that the agency have, and like you said, Rude, fighting for their tournament lives. They put together an incredible game, but with Fearless, you have to wonder because it was a pretty one-sided game after the early game, to be fair. But High Alert just dominated game 1. After things got ugly there, and Derrickos was able to lead the charge in a comeback effort. My God, just taking away half of a Bruiser's health bar with one ability. What are we doing?
Yeah, we're doing too much damage, Riot, and that's the answer. Now, okay.
Oh no. Flashes forward, pops the ultimate. Sayer gets the barrier and the shielding up. Super Mega Death Rocket just goes wide, but this could be the go button that the agency needs to try and end this game right now. True Shot Barrage actually does a decent tick of damage, but with the Hex Tech Soul, the way that you can clear these waves is just too easy.
Yeah, and especially like Jinx with Rune Ants as well. Like you don't need the Hex Tech Soul to clear the wave. I'm gonna keep it a stack. It's just that extra little cherry on top of the cake. As it looks like we're seeing the agency take those resets. 2 minutes 30 until the Baron. That's going to be the next major objective that they are looking for, as Slick is stopping recalls.
He is, and he's able to, as the big shield comes in onto Prod. Gets a little bit of help there from Dunsey. But they just back off it. Elder not going to be up for another couple minutes. Baron will be the next prize. I think that's where we will see the next battle lines drawn, but we might see a fight before then, but not if High Alert can help it.
Are you, have you seen like the memes of like, oh, if you ever, I'm going to hold that point, never mind. Double TP behind.
Oh, absolutely massive. They have no idea. Now with that Scryer's Blue, maybe they do, and they just scatter to the 4 winds. Bombzilla, sorry, bud. You're going to be left to be the sacrificial lamb, able to sidestep the zap with the Super Mega Death Rocket and get out with the Hex Portal.
Lovely stuff. Okay, that should have been a death. You know, Season 10, Ori probably dies. Pre-Blast Cones, pre-Hextex, Ori's gone. However, we're in the modern era now. We have Season 25, we have got Hex Portals, we have got Blast Cones, and an immobile mage such as Orianna can get from one red buff to the blue in the space of an eye. Flick of an eye? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, blink of an eye. There you go.
Blink of an eye, thank you.
You're welcome. You were saying about memes.
Oh, so I'm scared. I'm on tender hooks with these guys because they always look like they're about to fight. I'm gonna rip it, and you just have to take it from me.
It's okay.
And kind of see what happens. So there's the meme of like, if you ever feel useless, remember that there are lifeguards at the Olympic swimming tournaments.
Yeah.
And leave that as they fight.
That Slick is locked in here with Dopa in his prison. I mean, just you pop the ultimate, and there's nothing you could do. And Slick knew that. Didn't expend an ult, a flash, or an ignite.
Yeah. And importantly, looking at the time as well, he will be back up for when that Baron spawns. He's going to have to Spider-Man his way out of the base to get there somewhat promptly, but will be up in time for that objective. But they are able to clear out all of the vision. Remember, you're expecting Slick to be the person who can find all of the wards and take them out as well with the sweeper. Without him up on the map, it means that this topside jungle is just going to be a wipe. It's just going to be super dark and really tricky for High Alert to face check in any capacity.
Well, I think High Alert know that, right? You see that Derrickos isn't trying to go forward in any capacity at all. We are going to get a Baron fight here soon as it spawns. Like you said, they've done their homework to be able to go forward. They get another look at what Derrickos did last time a Baron was up, though, and more or less uncontested, right? I mean, the health bars were so low, he goes forward when the Baron's at like 2,000 HP. Everyone backs off it because Seer and Slick are just pumping in damage as they're locked in this tunnel.
Oh my word, hello!
As the Cataclysm goes forward there, as Auden has to get the heck out of dodge, but going forward with the dominance and with a big old damn. Shockwave gonna buy some time, but that's kind of all it's gonna do. The shielding is just so much here from Dunzi.
You know, you put down the shockwave, but where's the rest of the damage? It's just not present. It's Ezreal. It's Wukong with Cyclone, who's not even a part of that fight. And now, yes, there's a teleport out onto the map. And they only lost Thomas for this, but still thinking maybe this is a little bit of a stretch too far. A couple of ultis still available, so Cyclone, Depth Charge, they're still up. And Derrickos, once again, left on the backside of this pit with nobody able to contest him.
Bombzilla trying to go in on one side, doesn't have the shockwave. True Shot Barrage goes out over the top.
Look at Seer, it's his time to poke.
Bodyguard. Yeah, Seer's got to make his name right here, right now. They are actually able to force them off the Baron. Fair enough.
And they'll take that, honestly, as High Alert lost a fight, but they didn't lose the Baron, so overall, not the worst thing in the world. And now that they've dilly-dallied around the Baron, Elder's going to spawn down in that bot side. You found yourself with the Hextech Soul, but weren't able to close out, and now Elder ripped off the start.
Yep, you gotta go here. They get the TP into the bottom lane from Thomas, but Auden ready to go over with the
Remember
blast
they have Feast as well.
They can just go over with the EQ. They do have many abilities to be able to swipe this one away, and it will go to Derrickos. They've got the Elder Dragon, and hang on, Rude Dude, we might have a spicy end of this game as High Alert going forward here. Derrickos, Shockwave Cyclone. As the two worlds pop, it's gonna be up to Prime to be able to do something. He bounces around, but gets absolutely nothing. It's a triple kill for Seer. High Alert turn the game on its head, Rude Dude.
And in the blink of an eye, with a secure of an Elder, the game is flipped on its head. Not just saved, but maybe High Alert, down 10,000 gold, can find a way back into the game.
Bro, there is no way. We were treating this as a foregone conclusion. This is absolutely incredible. Like you said, you had the Feast, you had the Smite, you had so much damage. Maybe we can see exactly how this went down. But Auden got nothing. He Cataclysm forward. And Derrickos, just right place, right time, got the objective bounty as well. And the health bars were so low. This was the Seer fight we were looking for.
Yeah, and even in this fight, right, you can see the power that Alistair's got. He's doing so much damage and almost takes Seer down as well.
Yeah, insane.
One crit there at the back does 1,000 damage, it feels like, in the very short space that we got to see. But Seer hopping over the wall, using that Elder, and knows honestly that it's worthwhile to probably go for that kill. 5 items now on the Ezreal with the shutdowns that he found in that fight. They go out, they get the Baron as well. High Alert fully back in control now. The 3k gold lead at this stage feels irrelevant when I have a 5-item Ezreal who has got the Elder.
And Baron to boot, Rudu. They went right to the Baron off that. I mean, remember, this all started with Derrickos just kind of, I mean, I thought it was a foregone conclusion, right? You're up there just kind of posturing by the Baron, but it's like, look, even if you swipe this, like, you're going to die, right? What's the point here? We're just going to get a replay of what the last 10 minutes were, which was High Alert still hemorrhaging gold, just not at as fast of a rate as before. And now they forced them off the Baron, couple of, a little dilly-dallying, as you said, and they go to Elder immediately, win the Smite fight, win the team fight, and now a 3,000 gold lead. Like you said, Rudy, at this point, it feels like almost nothing. You've got the Void Grubs, yes, you've got the Hextech Soul, yes, you have to keep that into account, especially the Hextech Soul, so more like a 4,000 gold lead. But still, I mean, all the momentum, all the belief in the world, and now it was 5 towers to 0 just a little bit ago, and now you've got a chance to break open this base as Alistar gets a third of his health taken away.
Yeah, that's a big True Shot Barrage, means that Alistar's going to have to go back to base, but fortunately, look at the waves, the timing on it, not the best for the bot lane, perfect though for this mid lane. The tier 2 will be forfeiting. Alistar barreling it out from the base, trying to get back. Elder still just about worn off. The Baron's still got a minute and a half left to work with.
Yeah, so trying to rotate that around, right? Give it some love in other parts of the map. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a 4-1, right? You send Bombzilla up in the top lane, shove that out. Like you said, Rudu, no neutral objectives to play for, so it's just about breaking open the base. And it has to be said, for all we were praising High Alert here, they weren't able to crack open a mid or any sort of tier 3.
Yeah, and that's like the real issue, right? They fumbled around that Baron in the first instance. Derrickos, I think, stealing that first Baron saved the game in that capacity. It stopped them from being, or stopped the agency from going crazy to begin with. But now we're seeing a little bit of an engage. Okay, never mind, just a little hop forward.
Prod almost able to go into the Spirit Realm and come out on the other side with probably a third of Derrickos' HP, if we're being honest. He's got no MR in that build. Important to point out here, again, no neutral objective to fight over, so unless we get some sort of a pick here around these objectives as the Vision War is set up here, then we will have to wait a couple minutes for these battle lines to be drawn. High alert, man. They were down almost 10,000 gold just a couple of minutes ago, and now 2,000 is their deficit. The kills on the top do not tell the story at all. We're getting to the point where the item builds are starting to become a little bit the same, right? I mean, the item builds are pretty much equivalent.
Yeah, and the important part about that is we are getting to the point where the scaling aspect still matters, and the window of opportunity for High Alert was when they had the Elder and the Baron. Those things have since worn off, and we're now back to a team fight where even at parity, you have got to deal with Jinx Karma, who are in the full stages of their builds, right? This is 6-item Jinx.
Going forward here, the Cataclysm not popped just yet, but the Between Two Worlds is, and Slick might be in trouble here. Bombzilla coming through, doesn't pop the Shockwave just yet, but Prod getting a big kill here. No True Shot Barrage available for Seer as well. He's got to be the one to step up in this fight. Pretty big here. They get a kill, but will be back before the objectives come up.
Yeah, it's even sold boots as well to make sure that this is 6 items on the Ezreal. Looking to use the duality of the haste and the reduction in cooldown that you get from landing your spells to be able to arcane shift through fight after fight after fight and not need as much movement speed. But you can see 4 items still on Bombzilla. Finally, we've got to see a couple of those items that do damage come through with the Rabadons, with the Shadow Flame, and now we need to see that link up, right? Derrickos had a great game in terms of sealing those objectives, but making his way onto enemy backlines, maybe not so much as let's see a little bit of a hop once again out of the way. But Elder Drake spawning in 30 seconds. It's going to be High Alert who are in the bot side river first, but Slick isn't there. They can't lay down the ward. They can't lay down that vision they've looked for.
No, it's tough, and he's going to be able to get over here in a hurry with the Hex Portals, with the Hex Gates, I should say. Hex Soul still available in this team fight. Like you said, you got to deal with Jinx Karma. Terry going forward, pops Between Two Worlds. A lot of damage coming through. Bombzilla not able to get in quickly enough. Derrickos gets in. He has to get right the heck back out. Cataclysm into the back line. Jinx getting excited when she gets the first one. She got the assist. No, she didn't actually, but now should be able to, as Bombzilla's going to come out of this Zanya's. Couple autos will do it. There's the assist you were looking for. Look how fast she goes, but the fight is over. And now the Elder will be available. It looks like the agency have gotten control back in this one.
And it's just about finding that engage onto the right target. High Alert not able to do it. Alistair left unchecked in those fights. Wasn't even a part of the first kill that goes down. Wow. Bombzilla finds himself in absolute no man's land, and Derrickos falls as well. And just look at the little bit of over posturing here from Seer. It baits this fight to happen in the first place. And then Bombzilla steps in to try and support his team and is pretty much locked into that Cataclysm the second that they show on screen. You can see the damage, in fairness. Look at Dopo low HP, Terry low as well. So the Ori's doing work, but didn't have enough there, and they get a little bit disjointed, a little bit split. Not quite the fight that they needed.
No, but it was enough for the agency to be able to grab that Elder Dragon, and so should they want to push in here, they are able to do so. But the next step, the last step I should say on that checklist, is getting this Baron up, and again going for just a straight up 5v5, getting a bit of a pick, right, forcing Seer into something else where he's in an uncomfortable position, and then it just feels like you get a little bit of slow out of somebody, Renekton, Jarvan, and then crucially Dopa with 25 stacks on the Medjais as the Baron goes down in the blink of an eye.
So they push the mid wave to try to stave off that assault, but the agency right here, I'm looking for them to try to end the game. They can do it with this top wave as well. If we see Prod just throw ulti down under the Nexus turrets, Jinx ulti on the top, I think that's enough.
Yep, splash damage should be able to get any sort of assist that she should need to get excited and get rolling here. Mid tier 3. Also,
Highlight needs to fight.
But yeah, no, they've got to start going here. Slick finds it onto Prod there. should be able to do so. There's a shockwave over the top of the Elder Dragon, just makes it way too easy. Then between two worlds popping, it was just unnecessary because Alistar is safe, and Alistar is the main character in this late game. Triple kill for the Jinx, make it a quadra to boot, and Agency takes game 2 over. High alert, we got a game 3 on the cards, Rude.
Took them 45 minutes, and it took them a real shaky moment where they lost Elder, they lost the Baron, but fortunately they had enough ahead, they had enough of a lead to be able to lose Elder and lose Baron and still come away with the game. High Alert not without their own, misgivings in that game, obviously find themselves in a very difficult position, but the Agency coming out on top after a couple shaky rocky parts put us to that game 3.
We got game 3 coming up on the other side of things. Like you said, Rude, the Agency pretty much in control through the whole game. Besides, on the other side, like you said, that really shaky moment there from High Alert, but they still team fight well. You can tell, right? And they took kind of, a couple of shots there. They didn't go down swinging. They did what they had to do and play around the margins, play for that wombo combo, and play for that burst damage.
I think as well, it's a really good opportunity to get to see what High Alert sort of struggling with, what the Agency as well can do with their champions. I mean, the power of Fearless is that they're not going to get those again, but I will say it feels like the Aurora was game defining, was definitely defining how that mid lane matchup played, defined how the team fights were playing for probably the first 25-30 minutes of that game. But then the breakaway into, okay, now we have Alistar 6 items on the Jinx. We're okay to sacrifice our mid lane if necessary, and sometimes it wasn't. Sometimes it was just that they drew the attention. But when you get Karma Jinx to a late game, they're going to carry the game for you, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's just way, way, way too difficult. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, again, we will have game 3 of this Fearless best of 3. So the Jinx, the Karma, the Aurora, all these, just like you said, game-breaking, game-defining champions for the Agency. Not going to be available. I imagine we'll see a side switch as well, but we'll break down all of that and more as it's do or die. The loser of this next game has their OQ run tarnished, done, before they can even blink. We'll be right back. Welcome back. The NACL Open Qualifiers roll on here in early 2025. Do or die, the first best of that's gone the full distance that we've had on this stream. Game 3 coming up here. A dominant performance by the agency as they come back. Got a little shaky there towards the end, but pretty much front-to-back dominance over High Alert. We'll get some replays here on your screen for you to show you exactly how this went down. But it came down to really 2 words, Rude. If we had to pick an MVP there, it's Prod.
It's Prod.
Prod Aurora, man.
Prod Aurora went crazy, and it did everything it needed to through the early game, through the mid game, and through 99% of the late game as well. Made it so difficult for High Alert to really find anything in that team fight, in any of those team fights rather, and in that game as a flat line. Was dancing around people, right? You know, going to and fro with the little hop into invisibility, finding quick kills, resetting, getting back out again, and overall, we talked about it, Prod Aurora was the reason that game felt so the agency favored. It wasn't without a little blip on the register though, and I don't think it would be NA Tier 3 AM if there wasn't a little bit of a curveball thrown in there, and hopefully the replays will get us to see quite what had happened, but leading us to say that we are still looking very heavily at these junglers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of them really played pivotal roles in both of these games. I mean, Derrickos, again, came out on the losing side of things, but on the Wukong, you saw what the team was trying to do, right? One, win the team fights. There were a lot of Cyclone. This one right here, right? This was the first, you know, almost moment there. The first big fight that the agency kind of had a little bit of oopsie on. High Alert team fighting very well as they did in game 1, but the damage just wasn't quite enough, right? Ezreal wasn't hitting enough of his shots. A couple defensive items built first by the Orianna there from Bombzilla, and it took them a little while longer to get into that late game.
Yeah, and by the time that they got there, the nature with which they needed to take these team fights had just slightly changed too much, and that meant overall that they didn't quite have what they needed to find this game and secure their spot, at the very least, in the next stage of the bracket. But Dunzi again, to talk about somebody else who had a very stellar performance, the karma was no small thing during this team fight either. And you get to see as well Thomas just a little bit too overzealous here. I mean, Barrier did great work for Alistair, keeping them alive, but even still, a little bit too much of a dive nature on a Cho'Gath there.
Yeah, I got a little overzealous there, and again, the agency, look, they tried to get in, or I should say High Alert tried to get into this game by hook or by crook, right? And it didn't end up being enough. But every ultimate as well from Prod when he popped that down, it was just Aurora things. If you've been watching high-level League of Legends, or even in your solo queue games, you've seen what Aurora can do. The champion is just an absolute terror, and that is the joy of Fearless. I think it has been well-received kind of around the world. We will not see this champion, so Prod's going to have to do it another way. Remember, he is the one challenger player across both of these rosters, so he's going to have an uphill battle to climb. But Derrickos, this is where the miracle started here with this Baron steal.
I wanted to let it breathe for a little bit there, because it did look, you know, it was very dicey, and it comes down to one of the things that I think a lot of coaches, maybe not coaches, will instill into their players, and something that I think that players need to take the mantle up of as well, which is no 50-50s, and Derrickos especially has come out on top twice now in those 50-50s, so certainly something that we need to look at Odin potentially looking to address, or the rest of High Alert address as a unit, really, more so than anything else. Because it's not just the jungler's job to stop a 50-50, it's the rest of the team. Somebody needs to go over the wall, make the Wukong's life impossible, that they can't get into the pit, right? There are a lot of things that we can do as a 5-man unit and that weren't being done.
No, and that's exactly, that hit the nail right on the head, right? I mean, it's your responsibility to be able to, you know, put 2 people in the back of the pit and bodyguard a little bit, right? If you've got to support at full health, especially something like a Nautilus, get in the back line and just kind of, you know, get in there and auto-attack somebody. Now, I get it, the Nautilus was on the other team in this one, I understand, but the point still stands. And this was, ended up being the fight that kind of decided everything. I believe this was that last late game fight. Yeah, and so, but again, just if you aren't giving Seer, who had himself a very good late game, to be fair, kind of started to pop off on that Ezreal. You saw the damage he was able to do, softening people up in those fights, hitting those Mystic shots pretty well. But this was the fight that ended up ending everything here. And again, just the consistent damage was lacking for High Alert's composition.
Ezreal just doesn't do enough consistent damage to match a Jinx, and that's the long and short of it. That's the unfortunate truth of the matter, is that you can get to the late game as an Ezreal and you can maybe argue that you're going to be able to poke out the Jinx, but if she gets 1 kill, she is just going to run you down, and if she gets 4 kills, she's going to end the game and send it to a game number 3 where we've got a lot of stakes and pressure for these two teams because they're, bottom end of the second game now. They've played 4 games already this weekend. They're going to have to go for that 5th as well, and the 5th game is the do or die, right? The now go home or play this game again in like a couple of hours maybe, So like they are up for a big challenge, and it doesn't stop here.
Yeah, you've got to win 9 best of series to get to the NACL. If you lost in the first round, which both of these teams did, the UCI and Wardens, you've got 9 best of 3s, or 8 best of 3s, and then a best of 5. Or it's either 9 best of 3s and a best of 5. But point is, obviously,
got a lot of games.
It is a lot of games, and it will be played over the next 5 weekend days. That was poorly said by me. It's this weekend, next weekend, and the weekend after. Saturday, Sunday. 2 best of 3s for all of these teams per day, if nothing else. So, yeah, the journey starts here, like you're saying, Rudude. And, again, in this best of 3, this game 3, it is Fearless. So I am curious to see what Prod is going to go with, because I think, again, just based off the match history from these first couple games, Alistair, it's going to be on a hyper carry. He had the Aphelios as well in the earlier games. And again, this is a guy with CLOL experience, so has been around the block as far as high-stakes competitive games go. And I imagine that, and it seems like the compositions have been more or less not built around him, but they've given the hyper carry room to pop off.
They've given the AD carry room to pop off, right? I think if we give Ezreal the hyper carry status, people will start devolving into Anarchy. But you're quite right in that Alistair should be, and has been rather, one of the crucial players of this squad. I mean, Auden as well has played exceptionally through the majority of these early games. And we're 2 for 2 on solid early games, I think, for the most part. But looking at leveraging that into even better things as we move into the mid game, I think is the real step to success that we need to see taken by High Alert. And I don't really know that we've seen a true Alistair hyper carry more so than anything else, right? We've seen Ezreal, we've seen Jhin, and that feels like a little bit disingenuous maybe to what we would have expected. But like we say, if you're giving a Xayah, a Zeri, a Twitch, just to name the awful hyper carries they could go instead of things like Varus, Ashe, right? Like there are plenty of tools that are still out there that you can give to your AD carry and that they can pop off with.
Yeah, and I think for Seer, right, that has kind of been the opposite side of the coin, right? Like you were saying, for Seer, he's been on the Ezreal. He's on the Ezreal last game, and the Jhin in game 1, right? So it didn't really work out, but it's you pick those for a specific reason, and you give yourself options on the top side of the map as well, right? Things like the Camille, and whatnot. But yeah, for Alistair, he had the Jinx, and he popped off on it. But on the top side, Rudu, Thomas. I mean, he's been playing these tanks really well. Again, the Cho'Gath was going to be, it's a champion with a little more, or a little less margin for error, I should say. And again, the composition around it was pretty good. There were a lot of things that went wrong. We kind of talked about that. But I feel like I want to see Thomas still stay on these tanks, because the tank performances from him has been good. It seems like he knows his place in these team fights.
Yeah, and it's about neutralizing as well, I will say. Has seen quite a little bit of aggression in his top matchups, but has been able to stave those off and make it so when we're entering these team fights, that tank is still strong enough, still very much powerful, and can enter those team fights to buy space, buy time, and be the front line that is necessary and that is needed. Part of me wants game 3 to be a little bit more about those top laners, and we see a deviation, and we get to see, not necessarily tank versus bruiser that is going to do what it wants and then not quite have the same impact that we're hoping for. But I do like the adaptation of the call coming through as well. So there's little bits of both of these sides of the matchup that I've been excited by.
Yes, and I'm looking to be hopefully more excited by that. Like I said, I want to see a little bit more of a variance in the top lane, because I mean, look, an AD carry matchup is always going to be a lot of fun. You want the really hype moments, right? The triple kills, the quadra kills, etc. But into picks and bans we go to see how this is going to be adapted. So again, we get the game 1 side swap here. In game 1, yes, bam, there we've got the bands, or the fearless bands, I should say, up at the top of your screen. So those are accurate and up to date. So none of those champions will be available, and we'll see how similar those bands are. Right? Again, we were floored that the Aurora was let through. It was because it was banned in game 1, and it was let through in game 2. And again, we didn't see the exact pick order, but we think it was B1, and with good reason. You saw what happened there.
Yeah, exactly. And again, reminder that for the drafts that we've got, we're only going to be able to see pick. We won't be able to see pick order, only the roles that they are in. So, kind of have to speculate to find out what the picks were and why. But already we're starting this draft off quite nicely. We get to see Garen in this final game.
Let's go. Yeah, and look, this is the spice that we wanted. On the other side, Gragas Lee Sin will be the top jungle composition for Terry and Auden. But Garen, I mean, again, we think that was probably picked, a little bit earlier, or a little bit later in the draft, I should say. Pantheon in the jungle and Brand mid. Whoa, what year is it, Rude?
This is what we get. This is what we get when we put 48 versus 49. We don't get none of this nonsense meta garbage. We are Brand mid. The Pantheon jungle, has been making a resurgence. It's certainly around the globe. It has been flexed between top, mid, and support. So definitely a champion that has its place in the meta. And also, as well, worth looking at this Xerath being taken as an answer to the Brand. One of those typically very mid-range mages that can do a lot of damage but doesn't really mind dying, whereas Xerath is one of those that sits way far back and definitely does mind dying.
Yeah, I mean, this again just feels very 2014, right? The Brand Xerath matchup in the mid lane. Annie, Yasuo, Hui was taken away as well. Skarner and the Aphelios taken away from Alistar. And I think that's something worth pointing out. Because, I mean, look, like you said, you've got other hyper carries that you could go to, but that does seem to be kind of his bread and butter. The CC, or the gank setup, I should say, not amazing here for the Lee Sin. I mean, yes, you could land, potentially an E from the Xerath, body slam into somebody to get those ganks rolling here, but I haven't seen Lee Sin in a little bit here. Alistar will instead be taking a page out of the Seer book and look to be a little more lane dominant with the Varus.
Okay, so this is definitely a switch up then for the agency, maybe putting a little bit more power in the hands of this Varus and of their, former competitive player, right? Played for Converse for a little bit of time in the last couple of years, so definitely has that competitive backing behind them, does Alistar. And the Varus getting matched by Zeri and Lulu, so moving to that late game now. Hyla have got their own insurance policy, knowing that Seer is going to be able to pop off regardless.
And if the Janna hover is locked in, I wouldn't be surprised, because Dursley has a couple of those games in the Enchanter pool, right? Like you said, he likes the Lulu, he likes the Karma. Not going to be available. Obviously, one was picked, and the other one, it will in fact be the Janna. And for a composition with something like a Pantheon leading the charge, that could be nice if you can get that Tempest off, or that Monsoon, I think.
Yeah. Even still, right? You've got two ways of interrupting the Pantheon stun. You've got a really good way of telegraphing which way Garen and Pantheon are going to be coming in, and then preventing them from being able to get in as well. We'll say Janna struggles versus range, so things like the Brand, like the Zeri, may be able to deal with the Janna in particular. What I'm looking at as well is how easy is it for, let's just say it, for Prod to get to mid game, get to late game, see somebody on his screen and press R. So Zeri typically is a pretty tricky champion, but the Brand as well, I do think is going to be a real crutch point for High Alert. That they're going to need to live and die by how well this Brand can or cannot play. Because if you get a slightly fed Prod once again, the Xerath ulti just opening up, it completely alters how you have to play out these team fights, because you will just either get chunked and have to go back to base, and that at the right time can be valuable in itself, or be next to Slick. I press W, I give Whimsy, I give move speed. I'm chilling.
Yep. Yeah, then you get to be Slick. You get to just move around, just be so tricky to lock down, right? The Vi taken away, actually Vi red side, right? Vi is often kind of one of these answers into these slippery or AD carries. It's not a one-button win condition, but it certainly helps to, if you can get in range, lock down the AD carry to a certain degree here. And like you said, Jericho's going to be on this Pantheon, coming back a little bit in vogue. Let's talk about this top lane matchup, though. We are going to get a more high-octane matchup. I think there will be a solo kill or two to be had between these two. The Garen, again, you've got ways to start fights with the Pantheon. You've got a little bit of CC maybe over the top with Brand, with Lulu, a good polymorph, a wild growth, etc. And Thomas, I should say, just runs in, silences everybody, presses R, How do you feel this Garen slots into this composition?
Okay, so into this composition, I think it slots in quite nicely. It offers an extra tool to go diving with that Pantheon, right, like you talked about. However, I think versus what we see the agency having drafted, it might struggle a little bit. Versus a Janna, versus a Gragas, I don't really like the Garen. You're talking about just little trading patterns in the laning phase as well. Terry is going to be able to find quick body slam, phase rush, proc, and they are out of there without the opportunity for Thomas to really make make too much of a splash. And that's going to extend it to the late game as well. If I see Garen, I body slam him in place, I cask him out to safety, I cask maybe to disrupt the team fight. So I've got to use kick now to keep the Garen out. And there are tools there. So Thomas is definitely have to bide his time, find his angles, and look appropriately for those fights.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of disengage in this composition for the agency, and that's how you're going to keep Alistar safe. How do you feel about the amount of damage coming through here for the agency? Because I don't feel like there is one kind of late game big carry. Obviously, you can build the Gragas a couple of different ways. Lee Sin's going to fall off a little bit, right? Will it depend just on how Varus builds?
I quite like Varus late game, and I think that the lethality also versus this composition from high alert.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Not going to be too bad. You have the option of going on here, but that's really to try and match Seer. But I think that trying to match Zeri Lulu might be a fool's game. And what they actually can do here is go for lethality Varus and then build a Serpent's Fang. And I think that versus the Lulu plus a little bit of Garen, a little bit of potential Steraks because you are going to get 2 Steraks on the Pantheon on the Garen at some point. So Serpent's Fang's going to do quite a little bit of work here and is definitely worth looking into.
All right, I like it. You sold me. Yeah, not that bad. We're going to be okay. Should be a powerful matchup in lane as well, right? Even into a slipperier matchup like the Zeri, a little bit shorter range as well, so should be able to get that rolling. Again, the agency and High Alert. High Alert took game 1 in comeback fashion, and then the agency just kind of smacked High Alert down in game 2. But in game 3, full Fearless, right? This is 30 champions have been played here, banned, etc. So should be a good one here as we decide who goes home between these two teams. The 48th and 49th seeds, starting what would be a unlikely but potentially incredible journey to the NACL as their top prize. This is the first of 9 best of series that you've got to win from the lower bracket. Let's see how it goes. On to the Rift we go, Rudude, and another best of 3 coming at you. As soon as this one is done, we don't know exactly who will be casting because again, some of these series have yet to be decided. But the bracket command should work there in Twitch chat. So if you're following along in there, ! bracket should take you to the Battle5 page. If it's not updated, refresh it. It should be all good.
And a reminder that, you talked about the unlikely run in this bracket. There are 64 teams vying for 3 spots. It is not a easy thing to come by, and especially, 48, 49 seeds. Expectation is that they're probably not going to be in the top 3 that make it out, but it's all about that experience of getting just a little bit of time as a cohesive 5-person unit, seeing the types of things that you might enjoy about competitive League of Legends, whether that's nothing and you go back to playing your little solo queue and having a great time, whether that's catching out a Janna.
Dunsey in some trouble here. Seer goes forward with the flash. It's not going to be enough as Dunsey flashes to safety, but just barely avoids disaster. One summoner blown by Seer, to be fair, but Dunsey blows both of his.
Yeah, the flash and the heal going down from the Janna now. There's a big target on their back, Derikos. If you want to head down to that bot side, mate, that's where the first kill of the game probably can lie.
Yes, absolutely. As Thomas and Terry going at it in the top lane. Phase rush for both of these top laners. You were sort of alluding to that, Rudude, how quickly you can close the gap here, especially on this Garen. And Derikos on this Pantheon, man, I get nervous whenever I see something like a Pantheon jungle locked in just because you can turn to such a one-button Boris in the late game. But if there's a man that has proven he can be effective in the late game even when he's not supposed to be, it is Derikos. He has had a couple of phenomenal games here in this series.
No, that's absolutely true. And I think that the sort of segue from that bot lane play as well is that the Janna doesn't get to be in lane, so the Varus doesn't get to pressure and use that early advantage. And as we are seeing here, Odin moved into the top side, now under a little bit of pressure.
Q1 doesn't land, able to ward hop his way out of trouble though, as Thomas just wave clearing and roaming his way down through the mid lane to potentially try to surprise somebody. Odin clearing top to bottom, as well as Derikos, it has to be said. 5 seconds.
Coming to the bot side here.
Board down. Yeah, we might get a little bit of a collapse here onto Odin. But Dopa, or Prod, I should say. That's not the real Dopa. That is Prod, P-R-A-D. The flash blown there on the other side. And now does need a little bit of trouble here. Like you said, that's where that first kill is going to come from, Rudude. I mean, I'm not going to say you're a genius, because I think, you could have seen that. But
you could say it if you want.
I could. You know what? Rudude, you're a genius.
Hey man, thanks. I appreciate that a lot. But what we're seeing from High Alert here is really good capitalization on just one small thing that Dunsey messed up on early. So this is all a chain reaction. This isn't just, oh, they've suddenly found randomly that they can move 4 people into that bot side. No, this is the Zeri and the Lulu having priority in the bot lane because Dunsey wasn't in lane. So they are able to move in and support Derikos in the bot side jungle when he goes for an invade, and that in turn leads to being able to collapse on a flashless Janna.
Speaking of capitalizing, Dunsey on the revenge tour gets the Zephyr down. Q1 doesn't land, and the E is not going to find its range either, but able to get just enough tower aggro or just enough distance to not get the tower aggro. Ward hop back to safety, and a kill turn right back.
Yeah, it looks good from Bombzilla dodging the Sonic Wave, however, doesn't mean that you're not going to resonate with death afterwards. A great flash over from Bombzilla that, like we say, does end up costing him without having that in the mid lane. But still, first blood going their way, they will feel quite confident about that, and I do think as well, shutting the Varus down is good!
Terry might have just saved his jungler, but at what cost? Dunsey gonna make it a little bit easier for him as Prod goes forward there and lands all the CC onto Thomas. Might be enough, gets the silence down with the judgment. Now Terry has to flash away. He's low on mana. Could be ugly here as Thomas goes forward, but it's Derikos picking up the kill. Will help him just a little bit in that mid game. Slick going forward, not quite enough whimsy to get onto Prod, or maybe it is if that W comes back up. You get a little more movement speed. Comet Spear comes down. Shield went up, did not matter.
Yeah, shield and her Eye of the Storm from Dunsey, just enough there to stave off the damage that may have come through from that spear. But it's again a capitalization from High Alert as they are pushing in aggressively, using the early game of this Pantheon to great effect. You were worried about the one button Boris, right? And that it may struggle as we move later into the game. Well, if I get ahead, if I get strong enough, doesn't matter how weak I am late game if I'm ahead of everybody else.
No, exactly. So he's doing himself quite a few favors. Gold lead almost up to 1,000. Let's see this one again here, Rooted. This was quite the chaotic exchange up here in the top lane.
Yeah, my favorite way of describing these fights is a lot of pretty colors, but nothing happened. So nobody actually dies. They all sort of throw a lot of spells, and then there's Thomas getting very low, but some of the heal comes in from Slick, and we've still got level 2 supports moving around to... you know, they've barely got enough spells to take fights in the first place. I think if Slick actually holds on to Glitterlance there, when you've put... Oh, whoa! Goodbye, Bombzilla. But holding on to Glitterlance for when you've put the E onto somebody for picks, maybe there's an argument that you can find another kill off the back of that, but that is just me being nitpicky and might not have made the most difference in the world.
Maybe not, but Bombzilla did go down like you were saying. As Prod grabbing his first kill of the game, like you said, Xerath in that mid-range kind of territory, but the way that his ultimate can impact a fight as Derikos starts these void grubs off is massive, so just going to hit that much harder as you get into the late game. And like you said, with the Varus, going with that lethal tempo, so it would lend itself to a little bit more of a late game build instead of the Halo Blades, which has fallen a little bit more out of vogue, but also, like you said, no matter how you build this Varus, you're going to be okay in its competition if you decide to take that lethality route.
And what I will say as well, looking at those AD carries specifically in the items that they might look for, Sierra's currently in what I like to call the sort of AD carry pit of despair, as we get a little bit of a glimpse of what happened in the mid lane. No flash on Bombzilla, nice and easy. Really well played from Prod to find the skill shot, same to be said for Audent as well. But if you don't get BF on your first recall, you really struggle to get it from subsequent recalls after that.
Yeah, because your pressure isn't enough to be able to get that kill. Here comes the Grand Starfall. Lightning Crash comes down. Oh, we're going to the wall because Zeri can do these kinds of things. Resonating Stronic Wave lands. Resonating Strike not going to be used here as Alistar gets fully completely out of this fight. Auden will die. It's just a matter of where and when. Flash invested by Seer, but does end up getting the kill, and the feet picked up as well by High Alert.
Yeah, and I think annoyingly for Seer, the flash is correct. Right, Ward Hop is probably going to come up at some point soon, so you don't want to have to keep chasing. But look what's happening in the mid lane. Bombzilla committing a lot of time to move down to this bot side, where that's just going to be answered by Prod pushing in a wave, getting that experience, and CS leads continuing to grow. Already level 6 to level 7, and down 20 CS. Bombzilla sacrificing heavily for the team.
No, sacrificing a lot. No, absolutely. And he's getting that wave pushed in. He's down 18 CF. Lost chapter there for Prod. Derikos all over the map. Neutral objectives have gone completely the way of High Alert. As the Ignite goes down there. Flash Ignite being run by Thomas. Forgot to point that out, along with the Phase Rush, but just takes Auden completely out of the fight. Maybe he thought he was going to get some help.
Yeah, and we need to look specifically to this mid-jungle duo.
Oh my goodness, the Xerath ult picks its first victim up and almost gets two, to be fair. If he had another charge on that, if it was a little later in the game, Bombzilla was going down as well. Derricos wiped off the map.
And this is a really big win for the agency. Their only real shining spot is this mid lane. The rest of the map is not looking good at all, so getting these kills is really big and gives them the win condition that honestly they've been lacking.
And I think you kind of hinted at it, right? That's sort of what I was trying to get at, right? Was like, what is, you know, in the draft, right? I was worried a little bit, okay, what about the consistent damage? Yes, Varus has got a bit of an easier job going into this composition, but as far as the magic damage is concerned, you got yourself a really good outlet here as Thomas can take a tower shot or two, able to get the silence down, but like you said, Rude, not enough mana from Terry.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see he's trying to get mana, right? Tear and a Dark Seal are his items of choice. A little bit of scaling in both of those. But not quite enough damage nor mana to get the kill in the long run. Thomas able to just walk it out. Fortunate as well, didn't have the flash to be able to navigate his way out to safety, I don't believe. But even still, we are in a situation where we meet with High Alert just having barely a little bit more gold than their counterparts. And that advantage comes largely from the bot lane. Seer is out of the pit of despair where you've bought your BF sword and you're now happy to return to building items like a normal human without fear of 1300 gold gatekeeping you.
Well said. Yeah, well on his way to his first item. This should absolutely help him out, up about 10 CS, and with that BF sword, yeah, going into a Cull and a Vamp Scepter, right? You have just a chasm in combat power, and looking to accelerate that, like you said, High Alert. Everything is coming from that bottom lane, but Derricos, again, he got caught in a little bit of an ugly spot as the right of the Arcane found its mark. Q not going to find its mark here, and Broken not going to try anything there either, but the neutral objectives have gone completely to High Alert, and again, Derricos, if I'm looking for, barring a disastrous game 2 here, or game 3 here, across the series, Derricos, an extremely consistent, cerebral, calm, fundamentally sound level of play from the High Alert jungler.
Yeah, I mean, that's the short story is fundamentally sound, and I like that. You know, you gave a couple of extra options as well for quite why we've been such a fan of Derricos so far in this series. Not without us being quite happy with Auden as well, but he's going to be under fire here.
He's got to get out of dodge here. He's got to be careful. He's got the silence on him. He can't do anything. Judgment into Demacian Justice makes it so easy, and now all 6 Void Grubs go in the way of High Alert.
Okay. And that's a big win once again. Remember, High Alert, a composition this time round that, again, doesn't really mind going to the late game. They're going to have Zeri Lulu, and we've already seen what the power of a hyper carry plus an enchanter can do. So this time, with it being on High Alert's footing, they can be quite happy with how their comp is playing out. Just need to be careful for how we see the mid-jungle duo progress from here, but I mean, that Smite Steal, once again, it's Derricos finding the better end of the 50-50, and like you mentioned, 4x4, the silence does enough.
I mean, it's so tilting the play, because it lasts so long. You just can't do anything other than try to run away and not get as few ticks of that damage from the Judgment as possible. Spell's been in the game for 15 years at this point. It's just how it works. But anyway, back to the game.
Point and click, easy. You know, nobody's surprised when Garen Q silences you, but hey.
1,000 gold lead for High Alert. Again, do or die. We're in the lower bracket of the 2025 NACL OQs. 64 teams, best of 3, fearless, double a limb. We're in the lower bracket. High Alert and the agency seated 48th and 49th. Knocked out in the first round into the lower bracket, and now they start a daunting journey where they will play someone more likely in a higher seed next round. I don't have the bracket in front of me, so we'll see exactly who they play. But yeah, why don't you have a look at that, Rude. Auden potentially looking to get in here with a lane gank, trying to get his team, his bot lane especially, back into this one. Ultra Shock Laser does land, but the Eye of the Storm going to give Alistair a little bit of shielding as the Dragon comes up here, jockeying for position, jockeying for priority. And in the mid lane, it is Prod who has that.
Yeah, and I mean, they are playing this scary game of cat and mouse right now.
Oh man, Crash Lightning comes down to the Grand Starfall. That was the go button that Derricos needed. He's there with the kill. Goes forward as well onto Dunsey. Gets the shield off, but it's not even close to enough as Seer picks up his third on a killing spree right now as they get a little bit of alone time with the plates as well. They are running away with this one here in the early game. Our High Alert, the Dragon should be free for them. As coming down to try to help is Prod, but he gets lit up by, of course, the top laner. What the heck is he doing here? Who knows? He doesn't even have TP. The shutdown goes over to the Garen. Arn. And if they can land a Common Spear onto Auden, he will meet the same fate, trying to get something back here. Stun, CC, Polymorph. I mean, it's so difficult into this composition.
They don't need anything. They just need to see the Lee Sin on their screen, and he will fall. It is the power of proxy, my friends. Thomas caught a wave really deep, really high between the tier 2 and the tier 3, moves his way down to this bot side, has all the time in the world to make it happen, and then to add insult to injury, the Brand teleports up to the top lane to catch the wave up there and make sure that there's not a great advantage to be gained. Unfortunately, a little bit late there from Dunzi on the Monsoon, means that he ultimately just gives them a free way out. And then, yeah, like we see, Thomas just walks his way through, says, hello, mate, I'll have a kill, thank you, and that's it.
High Alert, picking up where they left off in Game 1, and they actually, for a little bit there in Game 2, they made it a little spicier than it needed to be. Derrickos, who else? With a very clutch Baron Steel couple of steals there, and a good Elder Call as well to turn a 10,000 gold deficit into a 3 and then a 2,000 gold deficit. Not quite enough to steal Game 2 from the Agency, but the Agency in a bit of a rougher spot here this time around. Everything clicking on all cylinders here for High Alert. Brand is the only one that hasn't had a good time of things, but when the Pantheon is making plays, when your Garen is 2-0-2, and crucially your Zeri very much accelerated in this one, you can't really complain about much.
Working towards that Infinity Edge as the third item here, certainly a second item, excuse me, a really big power point for the Zeri when you get past that Yuntal. You typically hit IE about the same time as you hit max stacks on your Yuntal. For those that aren't familiar, Yuntal stacks, with every auto attack you gain 0.2% critical strike chance. So you want to do that a lot of times to get up to 25% max stacks of the crit strike that it gets you. And usually it works out that when you finish your second item, you're about fully stacked on that anyway. So you end up hitting 50% roughly on your second item spike. I did do a little bit of research though 4x4 into who they're going to be playing. It's Drop Dead Gaming, who actually are coming in, I believe as 50th seed, 59th seed in fact. So one of the lower seeded teams that these two teams get to go up and play against. But the reason that Drop Dead Gaming are waiting for them in the other half of the bracket is because they beat 6th seed yesterday.
Yeah, what a performance by Drop Dead Gaming. They beat Contingent 2-0 in the first round, and then were in fact dropped by Don't Ban Viego. That is a team name, not just me having a random burst of inspiration. It's OQs, baby. This is the fun of it. And Rudude, as you know, hold on a second here, Bombzilla caught on the wrong side of the train tracks, does get that bot lane tier 1, but is punished for it. As you know, Rudude, the lower divisions, whether it's in soccer, whether it's in professional League of Legends, that's where the real fun is.
No, it is. I mean, I'm not going to try and tell the majority of an audience that definitely is American the power of lower league football. 4x4, you should know better. There's a lot of good stuff to be had down here, and a lot of people that are watching this stream are familiar with the chaos, the carnage, and the fun that can be had in Tier 3. And shout out to all of the community streams as well that are going on that are highlighting the other benefits, the other games as well of Tier 3.
Yeah, big shout out to all of them. Again, we are grateful that you guys are watching here with us. A 48 versus 49 OQ slugfest. Yeah. We've had two really entertaining games, and this one shaping up to be so as well, because the Agency not going down without a fight. And shout out to whoever that is in the chat that is a Plymouth fan. Been a rough season, almost took it to Man City in the cup there, but the Wayne Rooney experiment didn't go too hot. We're not going to dwell too much on that one because we've got a replay to catch. See exactly how Bombzilla ended up in a rough one here.
I'm down to dwell on Plymouth Argyle if we had the time to be honest with you, but Bombzilla catches a wave, and you know, should have trusted his instincts. Recalling, actually, I lied because he got flanked on both sides, so he just decides, I'm dead here, let me try and see what I can do. Looks for Alistair. I mean, unfortunately, Janna shield is enough to get rid of the damage from the Brand. This is support Brand, by the way. We are on food stamps in the mid lane. We built a Rylai's, we've built an Oblivion Orb. Like, my bro is not doing damage. He is here to stop healing and stop movement.
Yeah, hasn't even finished up his movement speed, or his boots yet, I should say.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit of movement speed, but like you said, he's just being purely utilitarian, just on a bigger budget. Like you said, this is support Brand, and with all the physical damage you have coming out, okay, you're losing out on a little bit of magic damage, but I mean, the Brand's just going to be so oppressive and so annoying to deal with in a composition that really doesn't have a lot of mobility. Again, you've got Disengage with the Monsoon and the Explosive Cask. but that's kind of it. Like, got the Lee Sin ult, but the point is, if you were just kind of stuck in the mud like that, it's so easy for a champion like a Garen to just run at you and silence and ult you.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. And I think that this game as well for Bombzilla, it's about recognizing that I kind of don't have to be the carry. I have got, you know, Moose Hater Light on Thomas here. Shout out to the OG top laner that would pull out the Garen.
Lots of ultimates expended here as the Dragon's Rage goes out, the Explosive Cast goes out, but Garen does Garen things, and with the Phantom Dancer movement speed as well, that gorgeous 2-item spike for the Garen, it's so tough to deal with, man.
Yeah, I think with Phase Rush was probably okay to just walk it out anyway, but burns the flash regardless, so walks back in, takes a little bit of damage, but that's not the end of the world. The point being, though, that he has got 2-kill top laner, 2-kill jungler, 4-kill AD carry with a Lulu in their back pocket, and I'm playing a hyper carry. Actually, if I'm not having a great time on brand, I don't need to go damage. Let me just do the bare minimum.
Seer taking a page out of the Alistar book, playing a true hyper carry, like you said. And with an enchant in your back pocket, it's so much deadlier. As Terry having a little bit of one-on-one time with that tower up in the top lane, but Derico's going to start up that third dragon of the game. Infernal Soul going to be on the menu in about 5 minutes here, Rudu. And that should be the cherry on top for High Alert. I mean, again, already we've talked about it, so much damage coming out. The brand doesn't even need to build any sort of damage. The Sork Shoes are the most, quote-unquote, damaging, kind of bang, pound-for-pound item that he is building right now.
Yeah.
And to just make it easy for the Zeri. I mean, on the other side, you do have some pick potential here, right? You've got some lockdown, and you've got disengage to be able to extend these fights. But it feels like High Alert, and it almost feels like game one, right? Once High Alert got this lead, it doesn't feel like they've allowed the agency to really play any sort of game here.
No, you're quite right, to be honest. It felt like the fact that we could have seen a really, and I mean really big performance coming out from the Xerath this game. I think that Prod has sort of lost that way as Stunzy.
Oh, yeah, the Monsoon's not going to do much, but the Ignite doesn't affect the shielding. Does have the sums, like you said, actually help on it, both of them, incredibly. But Thomas thought he had that solo kill. I thought he did too. I thought I was just gonna that, and like I think you might have too, because you just kind of kept talking like, well, yeah, he's gonna die. We all know that. We all see that. So let's just kind of continue to make a point here as the Opticon goes down on the bottom side of the map. Yeah, just completely in control of that bottom side. They're gonna get another neutral objective. 6 grub. Yeah, literally every single neutral objective has gone the way of High Alert.
I think the scary thing is that they are just completely in control of this game. And Derikos on the Pantheon has somehow managed to claim every single neutral objective and farm 40 more CS than his enemy jungler. Like, this is one of those games where you're just thinking, like, is he spawning the camps faster than I am?
You're like, what do I have to do?
Yeah, and there's an element really of, have we seen a little bit too much work from Odin moving around the map and not getting anything done? Or is this just a product of Derikos being efficient and just being at the right place at the right time due to having good lanes and having that set up for them? Even still, though, that tier 1 turret on the top side is going to be the port of call for High Alert. It's the only one that they've not taken in terms of those outer turrets, and they're already making some good headway through it as Thomas takes it down for himself. And with the voracious Atacon here, wouldn't mind seeing something a little bit more overzealous. You know, you've got those withdrawals, let's try to use them.
Let's see what they do end up doing here. I thought maybe they would have gone for something, but even with, you know, in the face of a tower, with those withdrawals, the numbers advantage isn't going to take up much here. But being pretty good with their map movements, now moving everything into the mid lane. Bombzilla holding court against Terry in the bottom lane. There's really not much he could do. The wave clear on Brand is phenomenal, no matter what items he builds here. As the Howling Gale goes out, Auden he gets caught out here, but Thomas taking a little bit of damage here, gets the Q1 on, but the Resident Strike not going to come through. Terry somehow gets away from the Brand. They still got the withdrawals on him. Gonna have a little more time on them as the tier 1, or the tier 2, excuse me, goes down in the mid lane, and now they shift their attention back to the side lanes.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you point it out perfectly that they've still got those withdrawals, and that's the thing that they're looking to leverage in this exchange. Take down the tier 2s. They fancy the tier 3 as well. They weren't quite able to find it in the mid lane, but with one more wave entering this bot side, you can see Bombzilla, Seer, Slick, they are all standing present and correct, ready to smack that tier 2 to the ground.
Thomas going into Terry. As Terry's building straight up, just full damage, and I suppose that's fair enough here. Yeah.
This is, I've only just realized as well, I've missed an opportunity to make a very, I'm not sure if this is British coded or not, but a Tom and Jerry joke between our top laners. And if you understand what that means, then that's great.
Yeah. Yeah, Tom and Terry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly have been playing a bit of cat and mouse here as the Sonic Wave does land there from Auden, trying to ward off any sort of additional fighting. Yeah, it has been that kind of game here. And Terry, look, he hasn't had a bad game or anything, but just Thomas has just run roughshod all over this map. He's been getting kills all over the place, 50% kill participation for him. As the game has kind of stalled out here a little bit, as the agency just know, like, look, in a straight up 5v5, we are going to lose here, right? We have some range here, but they have too many tools to be able to get on top of us. Like we talked about in draft, the Garen is one thing, but Garen with the kind of 100-0 lockdown potential of a Pantheon to be able to CC you for days and then drop back into the Aegis Assault, it's really, really difficult. I mean, and even if you get the CC down there, you've got the Zeri on 3 items now. This might be the point here with the Dragon spawning in 30 and Baron spawning in a minute. This is the point I think that High Alert have to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, High Alert are just going to continue, right? They've been given every neutral objective. They have no reason to stop attempting to take those. This is the time, rather, for the agency to put up or shut up and decide that they need to take this fight. But they're getting collapsed on. You're seeing Thomas come through the front. We've got a Panthal over the top.
Grand Starfall in, but the follow-up isn't quite there. Bombzilla able to get the CC down onto Alistair, and the Aiden Harry might go down here. No, gets into a little bit of safety, but Thomas jumps on him. It's not enough. Seer flashing forward, getting 1, 2, 3 kills for the Zeri. Give him the Quadra if you can. It's just that easy. 4 for 2, 5 for 2, excuse me. It's an ace for High Alert.
It turns out being Scumbag Thomas that just one-shotted Dunzi at the start of the fight with the Demacian Justice. He's going to take the soul, and Seer is going to put a 5th tally on that score sheet. Puts himself into the turret in the bot side, it looks like, more than anything else. But a big win once again for High Alert. We were curious about how they would look to progress this fight. They did it through sending Derico straight in on top of them, and you can see Sons of Skyprox time and time again buying so much time for the Pantheon. And the second that Seer goes in there, it's just an absolute obliteration.
It's just too much damage, man. Like we said, 3 items. That is the gorgeous point here with the Runons, especially. Everyone's clumped up in that little choke point right there. Infernal Soul coming out over the top as well. It's gonna be so much harder to get anything done here, as Derikos, again, just applying all the shred with the Black Cleaver as well. It just makes it so easy for Seer, and he's going to get the LDR on top of it. Whoever tries to come near is going to get 100-0 real fast, with no true tank as well for this agency composition. I don't know how they get back into this one, Rude. You got any ideas?
It's Poke, and it's hitting Chain of Corruption, unfortunately. But I do think that that with Prod, I think that they've got 2 items now on this Xerath. There's a world where if they can try and find a pick, maybe it's onto Bombzilla, they can stop the bleeding. It's not going to get them back into the game, but just taking somebody off the map will give them a little bit of a reprieve, and that's kind of what they need for the time being until they can get to the stage where they can use the Xerath ulti to a little bit greater effect to maybe take Seer a little bit lower. But at the minute, the Zeri is higher level than almost everybody on the agency.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, you got to get on her.
Ew, good day.
Somehow, excuse me, and
yeah.
She just prints damage.
She does, and that's the sad part about how this Zeri and the Lulu are going to work together, is that you don't really have the ability to stop it from happening. And Baron now going to be started as well, and this game unfortunately feeling a little bit more like that formality. No steal coming through. Had to hold our breath a little bit there because we have seen stranger things. However, with Baron at their back, Thomas, he's going to take this inhibitor. He might die. He might not die as well, though.
Yeah, he very well might not. It depends how many people come over. And even then, can buy a lot of time. Go to root there by Alistair. Does hit that Chain of Corruption and gets the shutdown into the pocket of Terry. That should be enough, you'd like to think, to finish off his Seraphs. And now, I mean, that is a pretty big spike here for Terry. Again, it just, can you get the poke down? Can you 100-0 someone if you do get a pick? But I just think, and like you said, Rudu, those are avenues, maybe not back into the game, but back into a fight, back into a neutral objective.
Yeah.
But as long as Seer is alive, 9-0-1, I'm sorry, you just don't have a shot.
No, and you can see as well that they're sniffing around, like pushing High Alert to walk all the way back to the river before they can base, because they know, right, 4 versus 5 is about the best chance that they're going to get. Garen even has no TP, so that extended or sort of time without the Garen would have been even greater. But They lost their bot lane inhibitor. They lost a lot of gold on the top tier 2 as well. It is just going from bad to worse and worse. If you are an agency fan, High Alert feeling pretty good about themselves. Still 2 minutes left on this Baron as they move up to that top side to, honestly, continue what they'd started.
Yeah, they don't have the deepest vision in that kind of north quadrant of the jungle, which usually you see with this kind of advantage, again, on your way out of getting that kill, but now they're trying to establish it here, right? Trying to wipe away the stealth wards that the agency did put down here, so they know exactly what they're getting themselves into. Slick gonna eat a Arcano Pulse there, but yeah, with the Baron that they've got, able to just, yeah, I mean, you don't even need that lane assignment in the bottom lane. You're able to get that inhibitor down there, so that lane is going to push itself. And now with this 2-3, I like the way they've kind of split this up, right? You've got CC plus Enchanter around your AD carry, but trying to play the numbers advantage here is the agency with the 4v2. See if Slick can get over there and help it out.
No.
Explosive cast does nothing.
No. That's not what we're at. Huh? Dunze!
Got a second here. Oh my goodness, hold up. Derricos got kicked into Narnia. Now with the Chains of Corruption landing, Slicking out of the extended range of it. Dunze, like you said, Brute, dude, it was a little flirtatious there with the Grim Reaper. Terry goes forward, flash body slam onto Bombzilla, but is able to flash away, get the Pyroclasm off. Again, gonna do so much slowing and healing reduction. Derricos into the back line, locks up Prod, and that should be it. Seer, probably the least participation he's ever had in one of these fights. He's just gonna focus on the inhibitor. The health bar's actually pretty low here, but the Baroned up waves with super minions, cannon minions should be enough to lock it down. High Alert. They take game 1, they got smacked around in game 2, but game 3, they stamp a sub 30-minute victory over the agency. They will move on to face Drop Dead Gaming in round 2 of the lower bracket.
And they put a stop there to what was looking like a really tricky series for them. Very well played by High Alert. They had an absolute barn burner of game number 1 where, we had this little bit of a will they, won't they, won't they, right? You mentioned that game number 2 was absolutely disastrous for them, and then game 3 they came in calm, cool, collected, put themselves in the exact position that they needed to be, and Seer on this Zeri had an incredible play on this pit fight, topside jungle, able to find, multiple, I think, quadra kill that the Zeri gets, right? Yeah. Having a whale of a time in these team fights, and we got to see, Enchanter plus AD carry turned out to be a pretty good combo.
Yeah, it works out all right. I mean, and that's the thing, right? I mean, Enchanters have very much come back into vogue. I think Karma Hawk told me that in solo queue right now, Karma's actually one of the highest win rate supports in solo queue where you don't see lane swaps as much, right? So you aren't seeing things like Ezreal Karma and these more oppressive lane combos be able to really flex their muscles. We're going to get replays actually right now instead of after the break. So Alzo's come up here in just a little bit. Rooted. They've got a date with Drop Dead Gaming tomorrow, and again, we don't know a ton about kind of how their first series went, but they took down a 6 seed. So I mean, if you're circling kind of a lower bracket matchup to watch for a little more fireworks, that's the one that I'm looking at.
Expectation, looking at just purely numbers, right? Is that High Alert go and find another win here, right? Because they're 49 versus 48 or 48 rather versus 59 for Drop Dead Gaming. So they were a team that nobody really expected anything of, and then immediately beating a 6th seed out the gate. Very, very impressive, right? Like really solid stuff. So we will see how that performance ends up playing out probably at the next instance of them playing, and for how they can improve on today. I think they can learn a lot from game number 2, and you can also learn a lot from game number 1. There was a little hiccup in there that really cost them a little bit of time, but I mean overall very happy with how this performance started and finished. We can ignore the middle part, but Derricos on the various the myriad of junglers that he played for me felt like a consistent part that they could always look to.
Yeah, and it was good to see the AD carry, right, Seer, getting a highlight performance, right?
Yeah.
A little hit and miss on the Ezreal in game 2. Was solid enough in game 1 on the Corki, like we were talking about in the post game. Just kind of walked into a few kills, but was very much the straw that stirred the drink here in game 3. He's my MVP.
The straw that stirred the drink. Incredible.
Have you never heard that expression?
Never heard the straw.
Okay, well that's one here from the States, yeah.
Like I get it, it makes sense, but I've just never heard it before.
Getting replays from all over this series in game 2. High Alert, they do take the series. This was from the highlight, the very end of game 2, one of the game-winning fights by the agency, and we have to give some credit to them, right? This was a very, very, very close series, and game 1 was close. They had a lead in that one. They didn't make game 3 necessarily all that easy for High Alert, and the agency in game 2, they dumpstered High Alert.
No, absolutely. And I mean, this is like a solemn goodbye, really, more so than anything, because they did have, like you say, that incredible game number 2 where they just like are just popping off and having a really solid time of things. But this was an upset as well. This is the 48th seed going home, the 49th seed with the smallest of upsets, it's worth saying. But, you know, a good little victory. And, you know, for High Alert, they could be quite happy with where they are. For the agency as well, just feel like whatever they get from this experience, just make sure that they take something.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said, they will play Drop Dead Gaming, a 59th seed. So now they will have an opportunity to punch down, if you will.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious, as we see another very good early game on your screen here by Derricos. I was a little worried about this Pantheon, but one thing I also did say was, look, Derricos, he's in the right place at the right time. If I had a series-wide MVP, I think you would agree. We kind of talked about it. For me, it's Derricos playing from behind on the Xin Zhao, playing in this very snowbally way on this Pantheon that you have to do, but it's a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely, right? It's all very well and good you drafting the early game composition that can't lose in the early game, but then it's another thing to make sure that you actually do something with that power and don't just get to 20-25 minutes and are even and have lost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Thomas, great tank player, busted out the Garen as well in this one. I don't think got a solo. Did he get a solo kill in the top lane? Any shit on the ground?
No, it was very boring.
Yeah, kind of sneakily.
There's a lot of proxying and trading waves.
Gross stuff like that, but had a massive impact. You called it out. When Arid was sitting right under the under that tier 2 going, where's my wave? Guys, where's my wave? Oh, right, it got eaten up by Garen. One of the few hiccups here by Bombzilla, who, again, showed flexibility in his own champion pool, right? And knew in this game, I can sit back and be the carry. You were playing Food Stamps brand, I think, as you put it.
Yeah, exactly. This was you know, low econ, but just slightly higher than support brand. I do think that Bombzilla may be one of the parts of this roster that High Alert might need to just shore up if they want to, you know, really make a little bit of a run of this. Because it was maybe the most exposable part of their composition, and that's not, you know, to disparage Bombzilla at all. It's just to say the rest of his team were pretty darn decent, and that felt like the area of the map that could be most exposed.
Yeah, no, I think I'd agree with you. And not even like the gameplay, I think itself was fine, and kind of the, you know, the sort of the team fights. But there were, you know, I have just in my brain a couple of spots where he got picked off, where he just extended a little too far forward, didn't play around his vision or lack thereof very well. So yeah, we will see what lies ahead for the agency, or for High Alert, I should say. GG's to the agency. We'll see you, hopefully, or the players on your team back here next year. And I think we are ready to take it to a break. When we come back, we'll have another series for you. We'll tell you exactly who that is when we come back, so don't go anywhere. If you're not going to tune in here, again, we've got a lot of community streams going all around the NA Tier 3 ecosystem, so check them out. We've got another series today, and then we're back at it next weekend and the weekend after. For now, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. My name is 4Y4. That is Rude Dude. Next best of 3 on the way. We've got a 30 versus 41 matchup. Novasphere Gaming versus the Bikini Bottom Warriors. And if that team name combo alone doesn't tell you kind of the vibes of this tournament, I don't think you're going to find a better one.
No, I mean this is the beauty of NA, right? And the beauty of open qualifiers. The last time I was casting, the last split I did in North America, there was this up-and-coming AD carry. I think his name was Marsu, on a team pending roster. That he was just this random guy that they plucked from solo queue. That is now, we're looking, in advance 2-3 years. Is playing incredibly well at tournaments, almost taking a series off of T1, right? Like, I mean, the growth, the evolution that you get from these players, and that you get in specifically NA Tier 3 and open qualifiers, it really does speak to that. So the Bikini Bottom Warriors clearly come in as my favorites just by nature of any form of a SpongeBob reference. But you've got some allegiances elsewhere as well.
I do. Well, actually, I mean, it's to the Bikini Bottom Warriors because they have a lot of CLOL veterans. This roster is from top to bottom. ShamWow, Oris's, Only, Instant, and Judge. And there's a lot of University of Michigan representation. So whoever in the chat made fun of me for being a Detroit sports fan, 1, fair. 2, all my teams are starting to be good again. 5 years ago, we were all depressed. But my Southeast Michigan loyalties, they do lie true. Also with the Citadel, because they are now based actually out of Southeast Michigan. So that's kind of fun, putting Detroit on the map. But yeah, I would love to see these guys do well, but also just again, a lot of CLOL veterancy. A lot of these guys have been in OQs kind of through and through. Rooted, we're kind of doing our research, like, oh, this guy was in UPL, and Rooted was like, well, hang on a second. Even back when I was in NA in 2022, like, I might have casted this dude.
Yeah, me and ShamWow, I get the impression that he'll have been on a roster docket at some point during my tenure over there as well. But to take a little look at Novasphere Gaming as well, they're top to bottom. We've got Slamboy Snoop Donk, gets the MVP for the name, just in general. Spork, again, incredible name. And then I'm going to go Soldier and Beep, but I think that we've got... If Bikini Bottom Warrior had the roster of names that Novasphere Gaming have, they would be my favorite team. But if your mid laner's called Spork, again, we're
like what are we doing here? Fall down there. Wrap it up, boys. Let's go home.
I don't need you to play League of Legends. I will give you the contract. There you go. Play for me.
Yeah, but both these teams, right, find themselves in the lower bracket. Novasphere Gaming took down a K2 esports roster that was seeded 62nd, was the collection of kind of silver through emerald players, had an unceremonious exit, but Novasphere Gaming as well, kind of down here, or I should say Bikini Bottom Warriors down here after taking a series off of Chaotic Esports, and then taking Wang's Goblins, a top 10 seeded team, 2-3 games. So Bikini Bottom Warriors, they are someone who, and again, you can call it experience, you can call it what have you, but I think the experience point is kind of important here. As on Novasphere, Slamboy is challenger. He usually actually is mostly an ADC, but is now playing the top lane. A lot of Tristana, a lot of Vlad in solo queue. So all that to say, I have absolutely no idea what we're gonna see because that tells me nothing. Yeah, I'll play or in the mid lane. Who knows? But Beep is also the backup / third string support for Winthrop. He's very young, but someone that Winthrop clearly, again, one of the more established CLOL programs, believes in enough to have on their roster, even at a second, third string capacity, just 19 years old. So I've got my eye on him as someone to, I'm not going to put him on Masu's level, but Rudu, you brought up this idea that, look, these heroes of NA, these future stars of NA can come from anywhere.
And it would be very poetic if it was somebody just called Beep, whose first competitive experience was with a mid laner called Spork and Snoop Donk. Like, the stories don't get better, right? Than that, and like the NA scene as well. Like, one of my favorite names is we got to see an IGN of Robbie Bob. Robbie Bob is like an incredibly tenured NA player at this point, but he like anagrammed his name. And it was brilliant. It was O-B-B-B-B-B-B-O. And that was it. And I was like, perfect. I'm so happy. So, like, you do get this level of, the progression and the power that these two teams are going to have versus one another, where I think lies a little bit more toward Bikini Bottom Warriors, despite that initial seeding. And it does come from that experience that you talked about. We're looking at a roster of players that have somewhat played CLOL in the past versus Novasphere Gaming, who have had very limited experience themselves. But they do have they do have a coach listed, Gizmo from Korea. So, wondering what that adds to their playstyle, to their palette, and how that ends up augmenting their gaming, I guess.
Yeah. No, and I mean with Bikini Bottom Warriors, right? I mean, like you said, a lot of experience, and I think a real X factor kind of in the top lane. And looking back at some of their drafts here, in their game against Wang's Goblins, as I believe it was game 2 against Wang's Goblins, they went with an Ornn Lulu bot lane. If my seeing is correct here, or maybe no. You know what it was?
Who was top lane?
Like I said, it was top lane, but it's because ShamWow, or excuse me, I guess they roll swapped something.
Yeah.
Because the data's coming through a little funky.
Instant maybe took a little switch into the top lane role, and then ShamWow played AD carry. I don't know. I'm not going to try and hypothesize about a game that I didn't actually watch and that I don't have the full details on. But either way, Ornn did get played, and it was allegedly alongside a Lulu. Either way, lots of knockups, and that's some good thing that you can maybe look to try and pilot once again. We do have picks and bans coming through in just a couple of seconds, so we get to see where the priorities are like. Oh, look at me. Get to see where our priority lay for both of these two teams.
Excuse me. Let's get into it. K'Sante banned pretty much immediately, and again, reminder. This is Fearless best of 3, so any champions that you see picked here in this one will not be available for the other 2 games. But the bans, you can ban those kind of anytime you like. Novasphere Gaming on the red side, but the Bikini Bottom Warriors going on the blue side. Again, I don't know exactly how the initial side selection works, but losers do pick as you go on. But I don't know if it's higher seed, lower seed, whatever. But Skarner, Varus, K'Sante, Corki being taken away. Again, pretty high prio, just kind of across the board. I'm surprised to see a K'Sante ban, but maybe just a matchup that, they just don't want to play into.
No, and I think quickly just to answer that question of who gets seeds or side select. So for the second series, so today, it is if you fail from the lower, if you fall to the lower bracket, you get side select for game number 1. If you were playing through the lower bracket to get to this game, then you don't get side select. So
okay, fair enough.
Whoever was waiting basically from the upper bracket has side select.
Yeah, no, and that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that is in fact how it shook out. So with blue side being newsflash strong, they are able to grab that one. So it will be the Ornn, like you said. Ornn was played, and Horus is going to be on the Viego as well. Azir going to be the stable mid lane presence for only. On the other side, it will be the Gwen. And Rooted, we had an Ornn Camille matchup earlier that didn't really go the way of the Camille, but this is a little bit kind of cut of that same cloth, right? You have the true damage, you have the ability to rip through those resistances.
And this is I will say a little bit more cut and dry in favor of the Gwen as well. The means in which you can do those chip downs on the turrets are a lot easier to access because you just sort of walk up, your E's on like a 4-second cooldown. You can snip and then get out, and you take 500 HP off the Ornn and take 1 turret shot maybe, and then you're absolutely fine. So I do like this top matchup a little bit more. Excited to see what Novasphere can pull out from that. Slamboy as well certainly should be able to play this top matchup and be fine with it. And I think that for ShamWow, quick note to say that the rolling roulette of IGNs is going to once again cost us here, because we've got Khan, Naguri and Summit playing in the top lane all at the same time for Bikini Bottom Warriors, but ShamWow should really be cognizant of how to play this game out, because he's going to struggle.
And the Shen support will be locked in here. Again, this is not draft order. This is just kind of client pick order. Into this Kai'Sa Nautilus, Rude. This is as kill lane gets, but into a pretty defensive one.
Oh, okay. So I'm just looking at who's playing where. I see Slamboy has locked in the Kai'Sa. That's what, like, Slamboy's role this game is listed as being AD carry. So versus what we've got and what they've actually opted into might be a little bit different. So I'm going to wait until we get in game before we get like all of that fully fleshed out, but that is a little bit ways away. You said it's a kill lane, right? The Kai'Sa Nautilus, it does one thing, it kills, and that's the goal. Now, Shen Ezreal, it's a very defensive 2 versus 2 that has weirdly good all-in properties as well, because the reason they're so defensive is because they can eat out away from danger. Also, that means that they can go in if they so desire. They can, use that Shen taunt aggressively, set up for the Ezreal to make a bit of an aggressive maneuver as well. But the Spirit's Refuge really is the one thing that you're looking at. So the Shen W that opens up blocking auto attacks can prove to be quite effective. If you're immuning that initial CC from the Nautilus, if you're preventing that final plasma proc coming through because you've immuned the auto, and especially when you've got things like Gwen Wukong as well, a lot of really high priority auto attacks that if you can block, going to have a decent amount of impact in these fights.
Yeah, no,
the ability to block those auto attacks, like you were saying, and the ability to, you know, just get that extra shielding in if you want to just, you know, Spirit's Refuge ult on top of the Ezreal as well, right? You have the semi-global ability to boot.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Oris's now. In this Viego matchup, where are you looking to get your snowball rolling?
I would look toward mid lane. I mean, Azir Orianna is like a relatively stable matchup, but we hit level 6 and Orianna has to play under their turret because otherwise you get shuffled out and die on repeat. And yes, you get one timer with flash to keep yourself safe, but other than that, you know, you just get repeated on. Azir ulti's up way before flash. You just find that fight.
And the
So mid lane.
Yeah. Yeah, and on the other side, on that Novasphere comp, a lot of dive as well, right? We got a kill lane in the bottom lane, just an intense amount of dive. Ball delivery system in the Wukong, a dive buddy as well with the Gwen, a little bit of immunity with the Shroud as well.
The Kai'Sa and the Nautilus, like they go forward really well, this
Yes.
Novasphere gaming composition, and that is quite scary for the Bikini Bottom Warriors because they've not got the utmost disengage. They've got Azir that can use a wall. They've got Ezreal that can E out, Shen that can... they've got scraps of peel. I don't want to call it like insane peel that's going to save them from a fight, but they have got some tools.
Yep, like you said, you've got shielding, you've got, you know, the taunt, you've got the Azir wall, you've got an unstoppable if you want to use the Heartbreaker. But again, just the ability to interrupt also that Ornn kind of R1, R2 with the Call of the Forge God. You got the ability to play around that pretty nicely as well. Novasphere, again, top, you know, they are the higher seed, 30 to be exact. We're taken down to the lower bracket very early on, but Bikini Bottom Warriors made it around before getting bounced here and taking Wang's Goblins 2-3 games as well. So this is a 30 versus 41 matchup, but this 41 seed is a lot of CLOL veterans, a lot of U of M veterans, go blue, very excited about that. But the experience clearly has done something for them, Rudude. And we talked about how crucial experience can be in just playing in competitive environments and overlapping and playing on different teams, right? It was, yes, Michigan for a lot of these guys, but a lot of ISU playing on a Drew Dozier lineup that went to top 8 in CLOL, which, like, I mean, if you talk about just ISU, Drew Dozier, what do you think of? Consistent top 8, consistent top 4, right? Just very stable, good team environments. And these guys have been around the block and played with a couple of different team compositions. So I think just on experience, the seeding is going to be very, very deceptive. This is not the 41st best team in OQs.
Yeah, and I think especially when you've got like a little bit of, I'll call it volatility, but uncertainty around where the enemy are actually playing. Like they're not always playing the same role, or they're not playing their comfort role maybe. Like there's that extra element of familiarity that always needs to be considered for Novasphere Gaming. So we'll keep our eyes out for that, because overall it feels like this game could go either way. And with game number 1 about ready to go, it's a good time to find out.
And find out we will. Our last series of the game, again, do or die. Novasphere won in their first series against K2 Esports, a collection of Silver through Emerald players, 2 of them in the first round of the lower bracket, and now they continue their journey against the Bikini Bottom Warriors. It is still do or die, best of 3, Fearless in the lower bracket, our last series of the day. Again, everything is going on at the same time, so exclamation mark bracket in the chat. Find out that Battle 5 bracket, go grab that. It's being updated with surprising quickness, I should say, because I kind of go over there and see, okay, who's played, who's not, right? And even between games, I look over, and the results are pretty immediate. So that's going to be your best bet to see where the other teams are landing as we get a 5 point to start here. Emeraldo, a little late to the party, but that's okay.
Now, I do have to make a quick adjustment, a quick adaptation. A sorry to Novasphere Gaming's coach. It's from Portugal, not from Korea, so blame Wikipedia for putting the wrong gizmo in, or just for listing you as Korean when Portuguese. But good to know that the coaching...
Did you say you also had a coach named Gizmo or something?
I played with a support called Gizmo for this last split, so, you know... and I know for a fact that it's not you, because I was actually with him today. They would have probably been preparing for this had he been the same Gizmo. Either way, though, I do want to quickly point out the fact that a coach, you know, is again a tangible resource to having, has a sizable impact.
Yeah, I think I would say an outsized impact, right? Maybe more than you would expect, especially if you are a good coach. That's one thing you hear about esports, coaches in kind of amateurs, like how much do they actually do? Well, if you've got a good one, it can do immense amounts of things, especially for a lot of these rosters that in kind of the lower rungs of OQs haven't played together before, right? Developing a cohesive strategy, developing an identity, executing on your win conditions. It's little things like that, these fundamentals, that especially when you're scrapping for your life in the lower bracket, that can be the difference.
Okay, so top lane already underway here. We've got Pablo or Topablo. I'm not quite sure which way around I'm going to go with it, but I'll probably switch it up in between the few because it's a fun name to have.
Yes, very.
And I don't see anybody called Soldier here, who was the other person I was led to believe was going to be on this roster. You have to believe that Emeraldo/Beep is maybe also not the same person, so I'm just going to go by IGNs and pray for the best.
Yeah, and again, you're in chat and you know, please tell us. If you don't know, please don't lie to us because we're doing our darndest here, and we've got our OPGGs and our resources out here in front of us on one monitor and our game on the other, etc. We're doing our darndest. But we do have, like you said, a couple of just like role swaps here, right? Slamboy, he is he's a challenger player. He has played top. He has played AD carry. A lot of Vlad, a lot of Tristana there as well, right? And Honest Abe as well, right? Is he Honest Abe? Is he Snoop Donk? I hope he's Snoop Donk because I want to say Snoop Donk a lot. Snoop Donk and Spork again, just the wonderful bot lane combo. Slamboy in a lot of trouble here, has to E out of trouble here as Emeraldo/Baby Beef playing a lot of defense here and keeping his AD carry alive.
Yeah, we're having a lot of fun with the Shen and Ezreal and the power that they do apparently hold in this 2 versus 2. I know that Shen is typically a very good answer to the Nautilus as a support, but the Kai'Sa normally a very good answer to the Ezreal as an AD carry as well. Let's see whether or not that this continues down this trend though. Supports so frequently dictate how the bot lane goes, and you're going to get to see Instant with a nice little recall early doors. Slamboy going to be able to pick up the majority of this farm under the turret, but going to be hard pressed to find as good a reset.
And in the top lane, it's been Topablo, who knows? We'll say Topablo. I like that one. TPs have been matched. Now Judge roaming up here. It's not quite River Shen, but it's playing the same role as you get the flash out of Spork.
It's classic. It's beautiful, right? This is, you crash the wave bot lane, and then the enemy bot lane thinks that you've based because it's a good timer for a base, but you're playing support and you're thinking, I could go back to base and get brown bags, or I could force mid flash. And it's a no-brainer, and I love this from Judge. It's a really good move.
Ooh, could get 2 junglers passing here. Not quite like ships in the knife, but Horus is trying to get the ball rolling on this Viego. Gwen is immune from damage outside, but inside, not the case. First blood over to Honest Abe as he flashes in for it. Topablo pops the ghost, and Orsis might be in a little bit of trouble here, getting buried this early as a Viego could be a death sentence. Has to flash away, getting valuable resources out of that one. Novasphere off to a good start.
Yeah, and Topablo here keeping his life for long enough. He's just used the ghost, is kiting around, baiting, waiting for Snoop Donk to get into the fight, and quite honestly, Donk heads in that top side. First blood picked up as Shamwow struggling even more. You know, this top versus the Gwen matchup is going to be a bad one, and getting killed early doors is not a good sign.
No, and again, look, and Ornn is never truly out of the game, but the context of the matchup is really important, right? Gwen, you've got the true damage, you get the 4 stacks of the Q up, right? That can heal you as well, but once you get the Rift Maker, the Spirit Visage, things like that going, you just become, and the Nashor's Tooth, that 3-item combo, you just gotta pray. That is your best
yeah, because there's nothing else that you'd like. Literally, oh my god.
Oh, Judge has to blow the flash, gets ignited on, the shield comes in, but it's not enough. Beep, beep, kill for the support of Novasphere.
Lovely stuff, though, down on this bot side, and, we were crediting the Bikini Bottom Warriors for how they played out that early game. Unfortunately, not quite continuing in that same vein as now Topablo ulti down.
Yeah, ulti down, popping level 6 way before, and quite the sidestep there, but the Conqueror popped as well. Just a taste of what might be to come. Poor ShamWow, man.
He's gonna struggle. I think this is now a base and lane swap type situation. Like, this guy, he's gonna have a bad time of things. It's not gonna be better versus a Kai'Sa Nautilus, but it might mean that the Gwen doesn't have quite such a good time. So it's Judge actually engaging on this, and not quite connecting onto Slamboy means that there's a full combo of Q that can come down, and also the W comes in as well, which is a massive amount of burst damage from the Kai'Sa.
Yep, and that's what can happen, right? This is a kill lane, capital K, capital L. Objectives traded on either side, as Orsis and the rest of the University of Michigan core for Bikini Bottom Warriors able to get something out of this and hold this lead at about 1,000, I should say, but 1,007 minutes. You're feeling really, really good. And again, as the Gwen moves into this mid and late game, it becomes really, really tough to 1v1 her, and the Void Grubs are just going to make it that little bit tougher to stop the havoc she could be able to wreak should the pressure be applied accordingly.
And I do think the ease of execution for this composition that Novasphere have drafted is a lot easier.
Yeah, 100%.
Like they just engage and win, really, is what it feels like, as long as we get to see Snoop Donk with the ball on his head. You know, he goes in, knocks somebody up, you get a scat, or the Shockwave as well over the top. That opens up for Kaiser, opens up for Emeraldo to make a little move in as well, and that's all to say that we are definitely going to see Topablo make something happen in the side lane as well. So there's a couple of avenues so far for Novasphere. We can be quite happy with how Game 1 has started. Not to say that this isn't how Game 1 ends, though.
No, not at all. Again, the goal lead only 1,000 at this point, and these players wouldn't be here if they didn't know how to manage a deficit. And again, you do have an Orin, you've got a hyper-scaling mid laner, you've got a champion that once you get rolling in the AD carry position, if you can hit all your shots, it can be consistent DPS. But like you said, the ease of execution.
Oh no!
Well, as I say that, death coming from the shed as Slamboy not able to get the consistent damage down. It's a 2v2, and we are right back to even.
This is what they needed, though. Instant and Judge, they were struggling down on that bot side, and honestly, overall, Bikini Bottom was struggling in this game. But it is indeed the Warriors from the bot side that come out on top. It's a mishook from Emeraldo, and that costs them big time here. Slamboy tries to make the most of it, repositioning around the minions to try and get that Void Seeker down, but really good positioning from Instant, stood in the wave, not giving the opportunity to find that. And overall, right, like you say, back to dead neutral. A little bit of a win condition starting to pick itself up. We've talked about how easy it is for Novasphere Gaming to find a win in this game and what tools they can use to do that. I do want to talk about the fact that Bikini Bottom Warriors have got a very solid death ball composition, right? They've got double tanks, they've got triple carries, and if they get the first kill, again, resets that can come through for a Viego, and the Orises can do is going to be really big.
Now Omli might just accept his fate here indeed. Defeat of Warfare is claimed, first of 3 kills. Spork and company well on their way to that, getting something going here with the Orianna as the CS deficit starting to balloon in the bottom lane.
Okay, and I mean, again, this is the product of finding that you've been double killed. Now Orises here.
Call the Forge God not going to be interrupted from that far away, but now the CC chain coming in and the healing going to be completely negated by the Ignite. Oris has had a very rough time, not at all how he expected that one to go, and I can't say I expected that either, but here comes Judge, roaming through the river, not going to go right in the engage, called off by the rest of Bikini Bottom Warriors.
Okay, a little bit of a hover here from Judge, not going to mean anything in the long run. This is a replay of how that mid lane played out. Phase rush procced from Spork, and that was allowing the little kite in and out, baiting in as well for the jungler. Snoop Donk gets in, finds another quick little kill. Yeah, the kill goes the way of Spork, but honestly, that's the way we'd like it to be.
Yeah, love getting carried. We love getting shared around here. Not at all what came out of my mouth. As Topablo, the attention's been taken away from him just a little bit here, but able to proc the phase rush there, or excuse me, the arcane shift, not all the phase rush. Slamboy just autoing him to death, in with the killer instinct, not going to be enough, trying to hold off Judge here now with the Riptide as he goes forward. Not going to shadow dash just yet until he knows he can come in here, but almost on death's door. Is Omli able to step Ripper's Divide away. Orisis goes forward, grabs the corpse, and should get a little more CC. Should Topablo come out running here when is immune to damage from outside, but again, Orisis doing his darndest. Topablo is way too big. The ult goes out, the Q R3 is enough, and Slamboy getting on the board here. Judge not done just yet. Here comes Snoop Dogg trying to get something done in the cover of safety. He comes up, Judge buying a little more time for now another TP to come through, Rude. It is ShamWow up in the top lane. All you can do is watch as his brethren are slaughtered. Topablo making his name in this one.
Oh, Topablo or not Topablo, and it is indeed the Gwen that comes out on top. We should indeed be Pabloing this game. 2-0-2, working very nicely toward that Riftmaker. TP's in to clean up the scraps of what was an incredibly messy fight. Mechanics on display throughout the entire fight that we got to see here. Judge decides to go forward, find the beginning, taking down Emeraldo. That's not going to be great for them either. But here we go, Topablo makes his way into the fight, and he's done leeching the needlework time and time again, and then just when you think that the fight's over, we've petered down. There's an E forward, a flash from Judge as well to find a kill. Stack up to 4. QE combo takes it down, and that was with flash, with barrier up and ready. Hate to see the deaths like that.
Yeah, and I mean, you hate to see kind of what this Gwen might become, right? As the kills are getting shared pretty well here, but you have to keep your eyes on that Gwen, right? Again, 20 CS up, first one to a completed item. Well, I should say, I don't know when exactly Instant completed that Triforce, fair enough. But the items are starting to come through here, but point is, that Rift Maker, I mean, there's a reason it was a mythic item back when that was a thing, and I don't miss them, for the record. I think there's a better game without them. But it is so foundational to how this Gwen's build is going to work. As another Shurima Shuffle comes in, this time it's offensive, and it's going to result in a kill. Omni on the board.
And Spork now finding that this mid lane matchup is not quite as easy as it had been when your jungler is the one ganking. Really good stuff from Omni. Just getting in there, finds a quick pickup, even with Flash being burned, still going down is not the ideal outcome.
No, not at all. And now, with that advantage in the mid lane, looking for that second dragon. We'll see what soul comes up here. Horus is level 9, not for nothing here. Has been farming pretty well here. Had a rough early game, but with the 3 assists in the right place at the right time to help get his team over the edge. A lot of that coming from the fight in the top lane. So Pablo goes over with the needlework, goes over one more time, gets knocked into the air. Not once, not twice. Into the bounce house he goes. Everyone and their mother is in the mid lane. Can they get the needlework down? The unstoppable comes through to give himself a little more distance. And after all that, they get shoved off the dragon.
Yeah, okay, so Spork uses teleport to get in here and make sure that the presence is felt from every single angle, really more so than anything else. But that whole time, Instant is just farming up on that bot side. The CS lead that we talked about being in the bot lane continuing to grow, and now Orisi's has that cone there, so going to be able to spot out that this is going down.
Can't Heartbreaker over, can't Flash over, unfortunately, so just has to kind of watch it, maybe look for a pick on the back end. Pablo is kind of far away, he's a little low, but he can heal that back up in an instant. With a fully charged Q, the CC chain goes down, and Emeraldo will be the sacrificial lamb. 6-6 tied up in kill score, and a third kill sneakily for Instant. Rudude, gotta keep an eye on this Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with that CS lead as well, we've already seen good things. A Snoop donked, good dodge.
Good dodge, but is it good enough? Cyclones flashes forward. Good knock-up. Riddle damage will be enough to help secure that one, but he gets one back onto Judge.
Yeah, not quite the jury, but definitely had been executed there, nice, and that is going to be a nice little pickup as well, it's worth saying, for Novasphere. The fact that they were getting collapsed on and that they're trying to get out, but the little pickup on the back half of that is going to feel good. Overall, worth pointing out that Bikini Bottom Warriors probably a lot more happy with that. They were able to find a little kill off the back half. They found the turret as well going their way.
Yeah, we got a good one here, Rudude. This has so far, this has 3 games kind of written all over it. Both teams, again, this is the beauty of being in kind of the lower rungs of the NACL. It's a lot of imperfect gaming, but entertainment at the end of the day is what we want.
Yeah, like, it wasn't the story of the DRX World Championship that all of their series were, like, pretty bad League of Legends at, like, a relative scale, but that they were just so entertaining.
Yeah, exactly. And that was one of the greatest world championships I've ever had the pleasure of watching, as Omni has to use a defensive Shurima Shuffle again to Pablo. Pops the ghost. He can get that R2 down, gets the shield down. A little too far away as Judge with the gorgeous Shadow Dash in takes the attention away from his mid laner.
Yeah, and it's a small thing, but Omni just dodging out on the needlework there, right? Probably keeps himself alive. That 300 HP that's sitting there may well have been taken out by this Gwen, who we've already established very, very strong, but another turret going the way of Instant. He found first brick down on the bot side, has now moved into that top lane and is getting a lot of gold. Yeah, you know, that's the CS lead already, doing very well in the matchup individually, but finding these turrets are also going to keep him very, very happy. Moving back out towards that top lane, we've got Grub spawning in just a little bit of time here. Actually, the Rift Herald, excuse me, 16 minutes in already with all of these kills. But a small advantage for the Ezreal is what you're looking to leverage. I think at the minute, though, without having the fully completed Muramana, you're feeling a little bit worse overall about the power that you've got, but it's still something that you can look to push through.
Yeah, you're sitting on a little bit of dead weight there, like you were saying, without the Mana Moon or the Muramana, being the completed item form of that, obviously, but the Rift Herald spawned up here and taken. We haven't really seen a ton of kind of Z-tier Rift Herald usage in the games earlier on, right? There's a lot of scrapping for the Void Grubs. The Rift Herald didn't even get a chance to spawn at times, but indeed we will get that. It'll go into the pocket of Orisi's, who, again, has done a really good job of stabilizing what was not the best snowball early on, but has done a good job of, yeah, again, just kind of righting the ship a little bit. And Ezreal, like we said, Instant, I think you're probably waiting for that next big spike, because that Mana Moon the Muramana, excuse me, is a massive, massive spike. Triforce Muramana, then the Ezreal starts cooking.
Yeah, and I mean, we're already. Yeah, this speaks to the amount of cooking that we've already got so far. Just eating it into the face of a Nautilus. Yes, you've got, your Shen stacking up right behind you, but you can speak to the confidence in that capacity as well. Now Snoop Dogg is here.
Ooh, Ormley knew he was gonna get dove there. Shockwave
Channel.
down, True Shot Barrage over the top, not gonna do much as the kill goes over to Snoop Dogg.
Lovely. Okay, I'm a fan of this. The goated name duo coming up trumps in that top side. Only those 4 letters can't make a good enough name to handle the 2 versus 1 that happened on the top side. As after Z-tier Herald usage for I thought. I mean, Judges just absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, might have to wait a little longer for that one.
We're revoking the license, is what you're saying after that.
Yeah, you're still staying on your learner's permit, bud. I mean, you saw the vision here from Ormley, right? I mean, he knew he was gonna get dove, so tried to just take someone with him.
Yeah, exactly. If you push both of them back together, you can get double value from the soldiers, and there's that. Okay, fighting
Again, as Emeraldo might be the sacrificial lamb here, eats the ignite. The Heartbreaker goes forward. Gonna get into the corpse of that Nautilus. Can extend the fight a little bit further. Heart breaks forward. Flashing away is Slamboy. Gets locked up, CC'd and killed. 2 here for the jungler here. Almost said the Kaisa, but that is not true. That is a Viego. And now Rudude again, multiple carry threats that this Bikini Bottom Warriors comp can run with.
Try to move Slamboy, I dare you. He gets hit by an ulti, and then is chain CC'd immediately after his flash comes back through. We get to see a little bit of how all of that broke out to begin with. It's once again, like I say, the Shen W is so powerful, it blocks the CC coming through. It means the Aftershock takes forever to initially, get procs. Finally has it now, but he's already lost all of his HP. Slamboy, unfortunately, flashes late, gets caught by the knockup, and from there it is unfortunately much, much too late. Stun, taunt, would have been knocked up into a wall as well. What are you going to do?
Nothing productive. Certainly
Die.
makes the game.
Well, die was the answer.
Yeah. Not gonna be an easy one out of this one. Kaden Rookern rushed here by Slamboy or ShamWow, excuse me, as Snoop Dogg looking for potential clone over the wall. He's certainly got a gorgeous angle. Should he want to use this double cyclone? Shockwave used. Now with the Wukong over the top here. Oris is lit up. Actually does get a kill on his way out, but another kill goes over to the hands of Sport. Taunted and lit up his Slamboy. Able to Kaiser his way out of trouble. Doesn't have any summoners to try to take someone down with him, but only shows up at just the right time. Now it's Tapablo's turn. Can he get that Q1 down? Just rips right through the ShamWow Orn, but Tapablo finally gets jumped on there by only a Snoop Dogg. Gets Emperor's Divided into the backline. He's going to kill Judge off the back of it. Who will get another one? It will, in fact, be ShamWow. Shut down for him. A bloody fight. 4 for 2, though, in favor of the Bikini Bottom Warriors.
Yeah, and we've been hyping up to Pablo for being the carry that this team wouldn't be able to shut down. All of a sudden, we see them group around a 5 versus 5, and this death ball composition that we'd highlighted wanted to do this comes out on top. We need to see Nova Spear Gaming return back to what they were doing well, how their composition functions. Play this side lane, let the Gwen scale, and let the Gwen do the damage, because in these 5v5s, you are going to struggle. Kaiser, not super farmed, not super far ahead, has been struggling individually in this matchup as well. And despite the fact that Shockwave, lands onto 2, it's a great little opener, but it's Orises and ShamWow, they're not the 2 targets that you want to be taking down. You can see instant unchecked in the majority of this fight. And finally, by the time you get to see the Azir turn up, Only under no pressure at all.
No, and he's able to get in there, and like you said, he's pretty. He doesn't have the escape from being the Azir, but didn't he have to invest the ultimate until that last possible second? That just goes to show you, like you said, how unbothered the carries were for Bikini Bottom Warriors. And now all of a sudden, they've got a little 2K gold here, Rooted. Dragon spawning in a little bit here will be that Ocean Soul. The 3rd dragon of the game was picked up there by Nova Spear, but now Atakan also picked up here while we were in break. So. Yeah, we got the withdraws, I think is what we're calling them.
Yeah.
In the pocket
Fake deaths, withdraws, fake GAs, many a name.
200 gold bounties.
A better one will spawn in. I'm not sold on any of them just yet.
Yeah.
Somebody cleverer than me will make something up, and it'll be like witty. You know?
No, it'll. And we'll just have to wait. This game, there hasn't been in the game for long enough.
You know the one I heard earlier, the Nocturne Oriana, Knockwave.
Oh, like Knockwave.
How simple.
Oh, that's
how elegant.
Yes, no notes, Your Honor. Yes, the motion passes. Knockwave. That is what it will be known as.
Not won this game. We are going to see Ornn ulti called down on the bot side. Slamboy under fire. With these withdrawals, they are trying to take down this tier 2 turret. I don't know that it's going to be that easy necessarily.
Yeah.
Okay. Wave comes in, we can already see, worth noting that Snoop Donk on that top side is not a part of this fight for the time being.
No, but they might not
Oh,
need
yeah.
it. Able to get the knock-up, and the Shurima Shuffle goes into the back line, sets it up so easily for every single carry to have a part of this when they take the tower and then some. Double for Only.
And that might just break open the mid inhibitor, or the bot inhibitor as well. They're going to go for a little bit more. I mean, they've still got these withdrawals. When the first buff got added, I was thinking, just do what you can with this. Nexus turrets, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, you've got those withdrawals. You've got to force the issue here. You have all the momentum in the world and able to get something here potentially as Orsies. Able to get the ult down, but not quite enough as Snoop Dogg helps clean it all up. But, I mean, you had to go for it, and they got a lot out of it. They broke open that base on the bot side. Is it enough tempo to potentially get tense this Dragon? I think that's what we got to figure out.
Yeah, okay, so they killed Pablo, which is the big thing there. I think if they kill Honest Abe and then get all 5 withdrawals, it's probably fine. The fact that the jungler is still alive means I'm torn overall, to be honest. We'll have to see how the Drake ends up playing out to know whether or not it was indeed worthwhile, but it's only just dashing under the turret. Catches out on both the mid and the AD carry, and then Emeraldo obviously just sort of left to the wolves because his carries have died around him. But the dive after this, again, just a little bit too much. You could have got away without giving over. So that the thing that you have to remember is what they gain and what they lose. So they gained a kill onto the Gwen, but what they lost was 1,000 gold in terms of shutdowns from this withdrawing, and it all will have gone on to relevant carries. It's not like the supports picked this up at any point. It's all on Gwen or it's all on the Wukong, so it's a good distribution of good amount of gold.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. As ShamWow trying to buy just a little bit of time here. Volcanic Rupture goes out one more time. The dash goes out with the blast Cohen, but Honest Abe, I mean, he's still got the flash and he's able to pick up this kill. He should be able to anyway. Using the flash to lock it up. Another 450 going into his pocket for the shutdown as well. So getting something back a little bit. Yeah, I think that gold injection was very right to be pointed out, Rude Dude, as another tower goes down, another dragon goes down. So it seems like Bikini Bottom Warriors have recouped that, but you're kind of at a similar game state, whereas you should be a little more ahead, given the success of that initial push down bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they'll be sad about this. I think they can look at it and say could have been better, but overall they'll be in a good. They are still in a good position. The game is still very much in their control, and they're even able to take that tier 3 in the mid lane as well. So setting up for how they're going to close out the rest of this game looks pretty good. The beauty of having the bot lane inhibitor as well, especially when the Baron spawns, that's the longest distance somebody's got to travel. You can see Slamboy down on that bot side has cleared that bot wave of super minions out. Now has to walk all the way from bot up to this top side to be a part of any Baron contest if there is to fight that breaks out.
We'll see how that ends up going. No deep vision here. Novasphere, they know exactly where, or what I should say, Bikini Bottom Warriors are up to. They're going to start up this dragon. Judge playing bodyguard on the outside of it. You do have the Hex Gates opening up here should anyone want to take some creative pathing as Slamboy might need to use one of those. He recalls, grabs himself a pickaxe. He's got to get over there in a hurry here, Rude Dude, as Orsies looking potentially to get out there. Looking to bait this. The jungler is nowhere near to smite it. Now to Pablo. Not going to go in, and after all that, we call it off.
Yeah, I like this though. There's no way of you knowing that the Wukong can or can't get in, especially if you're not running Anchor to stop them from getting in. Do turn their attentions right back towards it, though. Again, they're playing this little game. ShamWow showed bot lane, went back to base, yes, but picked up stuff and then ran back out bot side.
Yeah, no, Slamboy, like you said, nowhere near this fight, so it is a 5v4. Omni
Good.
gets 2 off
Really
of it,
good.
and very good Shurima Shuffle to get the jungler completely out of the pit, make it completely uncontested for Orsies. He does go down eventually, but not before a couple kills picked up by Instant, and another one going in the pocket as finally Slamboy does show up, but is it too little too late? You've got 3 members wearing blue. Again, could have been better, could have been worse. You get the shutdown here, but the Baron is picked up here by Bikini Bottom.
Yeah, again, it's this tight edge of whether or not it's worth the sacrifice. And my general overarching theme is if I lose 2 people, but I get the Baron, it's worth. If I lose 3, maybe not. But this time as well, it's worth saying that they got the Baron, they got out with 3 people wearing purple, but they also got 3 kills as well. So it's definitely worthwhile for them in this instance to have taken a mid inhibitor off the back of that, with bots still pushing super minions. The game becomes really easy for the next couple of minutes because they're going to have pushing minions bot lane, pushing minions mid lane, and then they can just move up to that top side and play out from there. This is a replay though, and while I was highlighting the better nature of this series versus the last one, is Only goes over, shoves away Snoop Dogg. You've got Judge doing the same thing as well, so there are people bodyguarding, preventing the Wukong from ever getting in. And it means that he's so tunnel visioned on getting into the pit that he's actually not doing any damage or really doing what he needs to in a fight.
Yeah, and like you said, we saw in the last series, right, the amount of steals the junglers had, whether it was on Elders or Barons, etc., just threatening to throw these games completely out of whack. Because like you said, Bikini Bottom Warriors, they're very much in control of this one. This will be a pick, though. A couple ultimates used here, but Only actually buys decent timing with the Zanyas. Hold on. Might have given BBW back away into this one as Snoop Dogg able to get the kill finally, but Orsi shows up and gets the kill onto Emeraldo. Slamboy shows up, but is it too little, too late? It's a 3v3. Orsi's with the Nautilus, with the hook, able to lock up to Pablo, pops the Harrow missed, but it's not enough, and now Summit coming in, and not Summit, ShamWow comes in, throws the Ornn ult into the CC chain. It's just too much. Orsi's gets a big old shield with the Heartbreaker healing. Will be able to walk away. 3 for 1 at the end of the day.
It's not a sham, but he does make you say, wow, that is a great engage on that top side, picking up 2 kills off the back of a slightly overextended Only. The Nautilus was definitely going to go down regardless, but finding Pablo, finding Snoop Dogg as well, exactly what they are after. Would have liked to see them maybe go for a little bit more on this top side, but they're cognizant of the Drake. If they don't end the game here, then they are in a little bit of a struggle bus, but what they can do is go back to base, play it a lot more safe, and secure the soul. Only starting up this proceeding with the shuffle 3 of them away. Would have maybe liked to see that just sort of buy space instead of going forward and then pressing stasis. But even still, this is a great enough little engage, and it's Orasi's starting off on one side, ShamWow going in to follow up on the other.
And once ShamWow shows up, like you alluded to, it was going to be Kirk. It's a gorgeous EQ there. Didn't have to expend the flash as well. The shockwave used by Spork actually does probably prevent another death. But now, like you said, they have their attention turned toward the dragon. Bit of an in with the blast cone for a potential chase onto Pablo, who, like we were sort of talking about, Rude, has been a little invisible since the early game.
Yeah, I mean, not had that same side lane pressure that we were really hoping for. It's worth noticing that ShamWow is ahead in experience as well, so definitely not something that they're after, but they need to contest this. They don't want to give this Drake over for free.
No, instant with the damage over the wall. Snoop Dogg into the pit, into the back line. There goes Slamboy, but he's shoved out there by Omli. Now Spork is chased out as the instant got the angle. He goes forward, and he's just free-firing Rude, dude. Everything is so easy when your Ezreal hits their shots. The damage is tremendous. Slamboy got into the back line, but could do nothing. Omli, again, the sacrificial lamb in these fights, but it makes it so easy for the rest of them. Triple coming in for instant as we are not done just yet, almost a penta, but the ace will come through for instant.
And that, with the soul at their backs, with minions pushing in all 3 lanes, may well be one of the final nails in the coffin for this game number 1. The Bikini Bottom Warriors coming into this as the seeded underdogs. 41st versus 30th seed. Shouldn't be coming away with a game 1 victory on paper. With 4 members I should say, barreling it down the bot side looking for inhibs. They may well just do it.
Using their blue side priority pretty well here. Drafted themselves a composition that has triple carries, and Orasi's bouncing back from a rougher early game and looking to just put this away right now. Instant, man. What a game from him on the Ezreal. 12 kills. Finally got into this one and sneakily got those early 3 kills and then rode it into an easy dub. We can make it 13 kills for him. How about 14 potentially as Snoop Dogg hiding in the back of the fountain? They're just playing with their food, trying to stat pad a little bit. Game 1 goes to the Bikini Bottom Warriors.
What a performance, honestly. You know, start to finish, it felt like that could have gone either way. And then, I mean, I say start to finish, start to about 20 minutes. And that is when we start to see foot hit the floor. You know, they took Baron pretty quickly. They've broken open the base within that 22-minute period or so. The Atacon, I think, was that leading charge that gave them the confidence to do what they were after, right? And, you know, they'll look back at that game and think, well, whether or not the Atacon dive, where we throw 5 people under, get withdrawn, was worthwhile or not. We won the game, so we can't be
It all
too
worked out,
disheartened about how it happened, right? And I think that for the most part, I've been very happy with both of these teams in their like early game antics. There was a lot to talk about for both of the sides, but in the end, it was that product of better coming together and recognizing how their composition needed to play that led them to this victory.
Yeah, and only as well soaking up quite a bit of pressure there on the Azir. There were a lot of moments where maybe he got caught out in the side lane or just kind of, didn't find exactly the right angle, but used the Shuriva shovel defensively and really kind of, I felt like, focused a lot of attention onto himself and then allowed instant, right? I mean, you talk about how this composition wants to play. You got double tank, triple threat, right? And Orises soaking up a lot of attention as well. The game was just so easy for instant. Look, you've got to still take advantage of those opportunities, but instant was where the action needed to be, and he played the Ezreal extremely well.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, 12, 13, and 1 as a scoreline as far as AD carries go is pretty darn decent, and then with 14 assists off the back of that as well. You'll always take that for an Ezreal. Yep. You take that for any AD carry absolutely every single day of the week. But it was a really solid performance. I think that Instant comes away probably my vote for MVP just because of the consistent nature of it. Like a KDA like that, you can't particularly ignore, and the way he's playing in these team fights as well was pretty darn solid. So I'm more than happy with that as a sort of stat line and in my vote.
Yep, I think I'd agree with you. Instant the MVP for Game 1. Bikini Bottom Warriors take Game 1 in this best of 3 Fearless in the lower bracket. Now, Novasphere 1 game away from elimination, having their OQ journey coming to a screeching halt. After they got knocked down into the lower bracket very early on, we'll take it to a break and then have Game 2 on your screens in just a second. whenever, whyever, and wherever you are tuning in from. My name is 4x4. That is Rude, bringing you the NACL Open Qualifiers lower bracket action here in 2025. Bikini Bottom Warriors, the 41st seed against Novosphere Gaming, the 30th seed, took a Game 1 victory, the first team from the second team, in pretty front-to-back dominant fashion. Again, a little bit of an oopsie. Actually, no, not really front-to-back. We kind of talked about it. The early game was solid. The early game was good from both teams. They both played to the strengths of their composition. But kind of behind the scenes, there was this dude playing Ezreal in the back line, just kind of slowly. Oh, I've got 3 kills now. My Mana Moon's done. Uh-oh, Spear of Shojin. Oh, no! And he just took over the game.
Yeah, and you know, it came from what would have, I assumed, be a Shen counter pick to the Nautilus.
Yeah.
And you know, then making sure that the Shen did a pretty good job and getting into a very decent 2v2, making sure that the Ezreal was getting the kills as well, getting fed on that bot side duo, and the Kai'Sa never really had the opportunity to fight.
No, unfortunately, she was kind of running around the map trying to scrounge for kills wherever she could, because in lane it didn't go amazing for her. Got the 2v2 kill early, but then it was answered back really, really quick. So you get the highlights on your screen for you and show you exactly how this went down. But like you said, or like we said, Bikini Bottom Warriors, D-Dub, instant our MVP in that one, and this was kind of a no-brainer. Look, I mean, the rest of the map was going really well for them, so it made it easy for Instinct, yes, but especially on a champion like Ezreal, you gotta execute.
Yeah, exactly. It's very easy for Ezreal to get a lot of assists because they just auto-attack once and then, like, don't hit any Qs to secure kills. However, Instant was on fire, to be honest with you. So very happy with how Instant played. I do think Only had a very good performance on the Azir. I think the KDA suffered because they were taking the brunt of the focus, it's worth mentioning, from Novosphere. Yeah. And Instant kind of just got to turn up again, dot a few I's, cross a few T's, but you know, boy did he pull out, you know, the full 9 yards of stationary to do it.
Yeah, 100%. He was absolutely awesome. And again, just right place, right time. But Orsi's as well. Good performance there on the Viego. This could be a very boom or bust champion. Didn't have the most amazing early game, but got out of the rut really, really early here. And a really good performance against Snoop Dunk. And I will say, Omni, he got a lot of attention thrown at him. I was talking about it in the team fights as we were getting off air last game, but in the side lanes as well, and he was getting ganked a lot as well. So but he always made the most of it. Again, just absorb pressure on the Azir, used his kit to its fullest. Wasn't perfect gameplay by any means. Could have played a couple of those fights a little bit better. We kind of saw that, right? Just EQing forward after Azadias, etc. But as well, Orsi's, right, taking the correct souls and using the kits to their fullest ability. Just a really front-to-back solid game from Bikini Bottom Warriors.
Yeah, they got themselves a small advantage, about 20 minutes, and then that snowballed them immensely to give them the Atacon, and then all of a sudden, like, they've broken open the bot side entirely. And, you know, we get a good little glimpse here of some of the safety aspects that you get and the self-peel that we were talking about. Instant gets hit by Wukong knock-up to begin with, but immediately just makes himself nice and safe, gets out of the majority of the danger, and to Pablo here, makes his way back in, and this is supposed to be that big turning fight, but unfortunately only fully stacked Lethal Tempo says, I've got other ideas.
Yeah, and executed on them as well. Again, this is back and forth really kind of early in mid-game, but the small advantages that they were able to come away with, and in this fight as well, really creative positioning, right? I mean, pulls out the Call of the Forge God, but not until everything happens first, right? Only just sidestepping the tower entirely, and then Orsi's over the top. This was the fight that really caught my attention. I mean, just exploded out of nowhere.
Yeah, that was like, you know, we talk about going, you know, slight flank angles or what have you. You know, this was loud and proud through the front window almost, not even the front door, just like breaking down as much damage as possible, and, you know, really taking the fight by storm. Led to them being able to find, you know, very aggressive kills underneath their turret, and this led to Drake, which leads to them being at Soul Point, and leads to all manner of other things as well, so that they do find that just one fight, again, and instigated by Only, is the reason that they come out with a win.
And in this one, you were very impressed with the setup around this Baron for the Bikini Bottom Warriors.
Big time.
Yeah, the way that Shen and the Azir bodyguarded on the back.
Yeah, literally. I mean, one of my rules and fundamentals of how to secure objectives is just never 50-50. You know, you can make an argument for if I've got Rend or if I've got Cho'Gath, right, that those things aren't 50-50 in that case, and then with those odds skewed, I'll take the fight. But we got to see no 50-50s from Bikini Bottom Warriors here. They did very well. They moved their way into the Baron, and they knew how they were going to go about stopping Wukong from getting in. Snoop Donk didn't have the answers, unfortunately, and meant that there was a little bit of a oopsie-whoopsie around the Baron, cost them quite significantly.
And then as well, not having the best early game was ShamWow up in the top lane on the Ornn, right? I mean, to Pablo on the Gwen was immense, and just was able to, just correct himself and be a good team fighter as well. To Pablo really struggled in that mid game.
Yeah, I mean, the Gwen is supposed to be that side lane menace, putting them in the 5v5 can function well, but versus this composition, definitely not the case this time round. And, you know, Instant, he's on a triple kill here. I was surprised he didn't end up with the Penta, but if that WQ goes a different way, maybe it's, you know, maybe it happens for him. So Instant, our MVP from that game, and despite the best efforts of Spork as well, we were unable to see a win for Novasphere in game number 1. Game number 2, though, completely different. They're going to be on blue side, and, you know, they are also another team fighting for their tournament lives. Again, have to remember that this is do or die series for both of these two teams, and for what I've seen from the both of them as well, there's really solid things on display. So it just goes to show that we are excited for what is happening in the rest of the tournament, because if these are the teams we're seeing in the lower bracket potentially get eliminated, what is waiting in the upper bracket when we get around there?
Yeah, it should be an absolute treat to watch. And again, we'll be back here same time, same place next weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and the weekend after Saturday, Sunday. 1 o'clock Pacific and then 4 o'clock Pacific for the 2 best of 3s, eventually best of 5s, as we see which of these 64 teams, 3 of them, will promote to the NACL directly. Yeah. This is that very direct opportunity. It's 1 OQ, not like 2 OQs like in the past, right? This is just 1 tournament, do or die. And yeah, like you said, Rudy, the level of play down here in the in Bikini Bottom, if you will, has been solid.
Yeah, I mean, like it overall looks pretty decent, and I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing that continue. If they can 2-0, then wonderful. If we get to see a bit of a bounce back and Novasphere are able to pull out some, you know, nice little drafts, good clutch up in the game number 2, we can go to game 3, absolutely. But with Novasphere on the back foot, they've got to go away, reassess, reset themselves, and be ready for game number 3. 4x4 off the back of Bikini Bottom, right? We've got 4 notable characters. We've got maybe Plankton we'll throw in as number 5. I want you to roll who would play where in Bikini Bottom. Like, if you have to pick an all-star 5-man lineup, who's playing which role? So SpongeBob.
SpongeBob? What is SpongeBob doing?
Support.
SpongeBob
I think.
You think so? I feel like...
Yeah. He's just a goofy guy.
He'd be like an
We need him
enchanter,
to have
like
to roam.
A literal bard, just kind of like in D&D, right? You just sit back,
Okay.
keep the vibes up as we get into picks and bans. Dude, I don't know, man. I mean,
We can theory craft that later. We
Yeah.
can do the bands and the picks and our jobs as well, maybe. You know?
Maybe. Who knows? Picks and bans on your screen. You see the grayed out picks. As I have to stop wobbling my desk, I apologize, production. Those are in fact accurate. Those were the game 1 picks, so not gonna be available again. We are doing full fearless here, so this is a best of 3. And we do indeed have a side swap. Novasphere loses game 1, they get to pick sides. They go to blue side, makes a ton of sense. Pantheon being taken away here from Orisy. So you see kind of these snowbally junglers. They don't want that in Orisy's hands.
Makes sense. I mean, like, the Viego wasn't quintessential in their win, but it was definitely impactful. So getting rid of something that fits that ilk definitely makes sense. And of course, reminder, we don't get to see the pick order of the champions. We just get to see the client order. So we'll do our best to theorize how this came to be, but equally, probably just going to end up seeing how the comps play out as a whole. Already can see that I like the Poppy getting locked in, and okay, my 4x4 Amumu getting played on stage.
Man, and this is always rough because I feel like actually I think I've only ever casted one Amumu win. You know, in Brazil we had the Amumu as a support when that was a thing kind of a year and change ago. In the jungle it came up a little bit. I remember Aegis had an absolutely terrible Amumu game a little while ago. My king. But you've got double AP here in the mid lane as well, which obviously might be a bit of a concern. Jinx being taken away, somehow that made it into second rotation. So Instant not going to be able to pop that on his resume. Maokai being taken away as well. So actually went for the Amumu in second rotation instead of that.
Okay, well, let's keep our eyes on this, and hopefully we can get to see a bit of a Snoop Donk be put onto this game as well, especially for you as the resident Amumu aficionado. A fan of the Xayah going into the Vi, though.
Yeah, no, and like you said, you've got the
the ability to dodge back on that, and the Vi, what sort of follow-up does she have, right? That's always the question you want to ask yourself with the Vi, because it is not just as simple as, oh, you press R and you win the game, you go unstoppable, you can't cleanse a knock-up, all that. No. You need a dive buddy. You need someone to go in with you. If you have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow over the top, you've got a dash in potentially with the Poppy, a dash in with the Silas as well. If you can steal a good ultimate, right? That Amumu ultimate looks really juicy for that Silas. Tryndamere support. What?
No, it's a Mumu support. Surely. More role swaps.
Yeah. Please.
Okay. I'm not certain of Novasphere's game currently. Yes. Okay. This makes sense. The draft disappearing so that they don't get Tryndamere support. That lines up with what our expectations of Tryndamere support would be. I too, hear me out, folks. I would dodge if I had Tryndamere support. I'm going to endorse this dodge.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the penalties will be and all that, right? Again, but that's a lead.
I don't actually think they locked Trin support. It's probably just that they didn't that they'd picked the wrong thing. Is the more likely? So. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what the remake comes out as. And again, that Tryndamere could have gone into the mid lane potentially, into what the heck was the mid laner? Silas, right? It's a melee matchup, so you feel a little bit more comfortable taking
I don't
that.
Want to give Silas Trind ulti though.
No, this is true. No, I mean, look, as far as the buffet of ults, right, the Amumu and the Trind ult are pretty rough. The Xayah ult is kind of nothing. Yeah, no, those are really the two ults there. Yeah, so something went wrong.
Back to the real question, 4x4, because we'll get the draft down in the future. We are doing this again. I can't theorize the draft if I can't see it. So I've already forgotten the other 8 champions that were picked. I know Tryndamere support is the reason I dodged. That's it. SpongeBob is my Bard player bot lane. I see we've got Sandy, Mr. Krabs, Patrick, and Plankton.
Yes, that's your
My
starting
concern
five.
Is one of them has to be an AD carry. I don't think any of them have got that in them.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, because initially you think SpongeBob, Patrick in the bot lane just purely for synergistic purposes, right? But you're taking a melee AD carry in, so maybe it's a Maokai Senna type lane, right? Where SpongeBob, he's got a passive where he can, get the resources, and Patrick can just kind of
I landed. I found my AD carry. Mr. Krabs because he loves money. AD carries, they just want waves. That's all we need in life, right? So Mr. Krabs goes bot lane. It's a chance for them to, Krabs and SpongeBob, they work together. That synergy, it's at least existing. It's there in a capacity. It might not be Patrick level, but it's ready. It's there. You can do the top 3. I've already fixed the bot lane.
Man, I don't know, man. You cook pretty hard here. I don't know if I'm gonna nail my picks actually, but I do like that bot lane pairing, right? Because SpongeBob will also, Aaron, if he's the support, he will kind of, especially in lane, do whatever Mr. Krabs asks him.
Oh, absolutely.
That is the relationship they have. And so if you go here, you block this. Oh, there's something that might kill me coming for me at my head. You need to stand in front of that. And he goes, yes, Mr. Krabs, and that's it.
And then he's done. Okay, what's going in? I'm taking it. Absolutely. What have we got left?
I guess.
Who's my jungler? Let's do jungle. You're a jungler. Who would you put jungle?
Do you think it's just Plankton?
No. Oh no. Okay. It's so. You
Why
probably...
do you ask me these questions?
Sorry. It's just because I put Plankton is my top laner. Okay. We all know why. Plankton is my top laner. And then I'd put Sandy mid. I reckon Sandy is goated at sticks at the mid lane champs. I'm looking for mechanics. I'm not looking to Patrick, right? Patrick's my jungler who I can Ooga Booga on Sejuani, and that's it. Sandy's going to be goated with everything.
All right, back into picks and bans we go. This is where we hit a snag last time.
Don't lock Tryndamere.
Just not the there. Job. Rel, much more sensible. There we are.
Well done. Oh, he got counterpicked by Braum. Okay, well.
Yeah.
Either way, it's good to see that Mr. Krabs is more than happy to whip out the Ash if necessary.
Look, if you take the back seat, if you've got a... How do you feel about the damage coming out from this Bikini Bottom Warriors composition? You've got a bruiser, right? You got 2 tanks, you've got mobility, you've got a ton of different things you can do, right? And Ash Silas, in essence, can deal a lot of damage. But on the other side, you've got a true AD carry. Amumu can be built like that little hand grenade type build, right? Not there's a ton of damage on the other side, but yeah, my original question.
My original question. So I am concerned about the Bikini Bottom Warriors damage so far. Yes, they've got great opportunities to kill a target, right? They steal away a Mumu ulti, they can lock down Xayah, theoretically, and they can maybe lock down Talia instead. But Talia is really good versus the Bikini Bottom composition. Poppy's really good versus Novosphere Gaming, right? I'm looking at, like, how do you kill the Ashe as well when she's got Braum peeling, Poppy peeling, potential Sylas ulti that they just like slop down if you steal away All Out or if you steal away the Rel ulti as well. Like, there's actually a lot of space to be bought on both sides. So these AD carries, whilst Xayah is not quite like Ashe, and Ashe is maybe not quite like Xayah in the sense of safety, but the teams that are there should be looking pretty good.
Should be similar, I mean, similar sorts of strengths, I guess. I'm trying to think of kind of, the interactions as far as the dashes between the pebbles that Talia can throw down, right? The steadfast presence you could do with the Poppy. Again, you'd like to think of that Poppy was taken kind of in that second rotation with the Aurora being banned out potentially as a top mid flex. But with no Kalista on the menu either, I mean, that's part of the reason why Poppy rose to such prominence, but definitely feels like Bikini Bottom Warriors, like I said, they have a lot of tools to do kind of what they want defensively. Novosphere, you're definitely looking as the competition to go forward, start a fight with a creative angle with the Talia wall. Cassante can join from different angles. Mumu can lock everybody down, and the Xayah has a little bit of self peel as well. But I think I'm leaning more toward Novosphere's composition. Just it
overall.
Seems just a little like more kind of you see it does what it says on the tin, right?
Death Ball. We look for a fight, we should find said fight, and then I've probably got damage from Slamboy to do the work. And that's like the tried and true, whereas Ashe is going to struggle even with Yuntal Phantom Dancer. Like, the Ashe is still just not as big a carry as Xayah, to put it bluntly. And whilst it can glide as we move into the late game, it's not as easy, and it's certainly not as safe, even with the Braum there. So how Bikini Bottom Warriors do look to play this, I would love to say, is their lanings should be really good. I think that Poppy, not awful versus Cassante. Ashe, Braum should dumpster this Xayah Rel bot lane, and that means your junglers should be looking down there to either facilitate that or stop that from happening.
Yep, and with the Amumu, I mean, look, I wouldn't be opposed to like even just a level 3 gank, because you can kind of do that, right? You got all your abilities, and the 2 charges on the queue just changed the game for us Amumu enjoyers and all of our brain cells. But yeah, that bottom lane should be interesting. So like I said, like, you have a little bit of, you've got a little bit of safety with Xayah, with the root even before she gets her ultimate. So I'm curious, because we haven't seen, I mean, actually no, I say that we have seen fireworks in the bottom lane, but I don't think we've seen kind of the, something like an Ashe or a Varus lane truly dominate in terms of just shutting out an opposing bottom lane and generating that easy dragon prio. And that's kind of what you want to see here, right? Especially with a little more unorthodox comp that Bikini Bottom Warriors is running. You got to find an advantage somewhere, and like you said, it should come from lanes.
I'd actually argue that happened in the last game, because they were up significant amounts of CS. They managed to work their way towards Soul, and I was quite happy with that.
No, fair enough. Yeah, no, there was quite the that Ezreal Shen bottom lane from Bikini Bottom Warriors did end up kind of taking over that game. Neutral objectives did go over pretty easily. So yeah, shows you how far back my memory goes. Onto the Rift we go. Game 2, do or die. Bikini Bottom Warriors up 1-0 for the 30th seed in Novosphere Gaming. On death's door as far as the OQs are concerned. A spot in NACL on the line, down the line, but if you lose here, your series over. Hang on a second here. Emeraldo in a rough spot as the Bikini Bottom Warriors get first blood into the literal worst possible place.
And Instant, again, looking to continue where they left off in game number 1 with another MVP performance. And that was a kill given to the Ashe. Let's be clear. The rest of the team saw the Instance there, and they were like, oh, sir, please, a kill, if you may. And, quite nicely picked up in that capacity. So, happy for Instant. We'll see if they can continue this snowball. Won't be able to go back and spend that 300 gold, and instead we're actually seeing Novosphere try to split this map.
Dude, and I got to give credit to Bikini Bottom Warriors here. I mean, they understand kind of, again, the win condition. They say, look, like, the lane should be strong. How about we secure something even more? And especially because the last game started with a 5-point, they're not expecting any shenanigans.
was wondering if they were going to try and sit in Tribrush there, but I think like knowing that their Vi was starting on the bot side, it just makes it far too risky. So Orsi's going to be able to take the Raptors. This is a replay of the beeline from level 1. So this makes it even worse.
Did Spork see that?
You have to think so.
Yeah.
But I mean, actually, the way that Emeraldo played it, you have to think not.
Yeah, or someone just didn't didn't speak up.
Yeah, just they're walking through mid, by the way, and we can already see that there's heavy trades going down. Cleanse already burned in exchange for exhaust down on the bot side. So, like I say, this bot lane should just get destroyed as an SG this time round.
Yeah, you're gonna hit level 2 first, and NSG know that. Emeraldo and Slamboy playing this pretty respectfully. You'd like to think that that first back is that BF sword, right? A little bit easier, for instance. Actually, with Yuntal, what's the first big component you get from Yuntal?
BF.
It is BF, okay.
Yeah. If you don't get BF on your first base, you're feeling very depressed. If you do...
Especially with that first kill.
Exactly. Like, that's half the reason that you can stay. Now, Ashe as well, one of these champions where you can always make an argument for Berserker Greaves.
You're right.
You can chase down and use approach velocity as well, so there's always that little discussion that you can make. But if you get the opportunity to go BF sword, you just go BF sword. The reasoning is so difficult actually in mid-game situations to actually go back to base with 1300 gold when you're not regularly fighting. Whereas for Berserker boots, for example, all you need to do is grab a boot 300, daggers 250 each. Like the components are there. Whereas a BF sword, there are no components. It's just 1300 gold on damage.
Yeah, no, that raw damage, like you said, it feels so good once you get it, but early on, that's your prime window of opportunity. Honestly,
if you're a mage player, getting a needlessly large rod, they're akin to one another.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, this is similar price points and similar kind of building into those big damage items. And I mean, just the flat AP, the flat AD, that is, like you said, they fill the exact same roles here. Snoop Dunk thought he was going to go for that Scuttle Crab initially. I don't think it was up quite yet, so they will trade the Scuttle Crabs, Will, Snoop Dunk, and Orsi's. As Topablo, out of mana, might be out of luck here as well. It was a rough lane, like you were saying, but it's a Mumu to the rescue, in with the bandage toss. It will be one kill there for Shamwow, but Honest Dave able to smite him. No, not smite, it was just ticking damage.
Look bot lane, though. We've already found one kill back, because Orsi's has used Flash, it looks like, to take down Emeraldo. Maybe going to look for a dive as well down on that bot side. Not certain of the wave, but you
looks
can
like
see.
He's backing off that tower, but we'll see what happens when that wave crashes in.
Yeah, okay, waves crashed, and the Vibe looked to leave, but...
Oh, Judge going forward. Good route there from Slamboy. Outplayed. He might get another here. Just kidding. No tower aggro grabbed by Orsi, so he does get the one. Dive botched there by Bikini Bottom Warriors.
The route is perfectly timed by Slamboy. As soon as the engage is started by Judge, it's a snap on the route, and then there's not a perfect cleanse to get the damage back and to find the stun. This is that replay of what happens on the top side. It's a great little play between just some honestly solid Poppy trading. Again, a reason that you'll see the Poppy into K'Sante matchup taken. But notably, Instant gets to go back to base, pick up that BF sword. I think that the good thing for Slamboy is gets to go back, do the exact same. It's when you get discrepancies in those items that the real advantages can be found. But with both AD carries picking up their BFs, they'll feel confident in how they are supposedly at parity with one another.
And Slamboy already at level 4 when, I mean, Instant just digged over. So not for nothing, seems to have absolutely recouped that lead in terms of combat power and in terms of experience. Going forward here, onto Only, throws out the Pebble Spork. Out of mana, might be out of luck here, but Only will eat the Ignite, just not enough follow-up damage.
Yeah, and Spork, he's desperately like spamming W, right?
Yeah,
like please.
Yeah.
Let me cast my spells, but didn't have the mana. This is a replay of that bot lane dive, and again, it's just check the timing. Auto comes through as the root lands. Which means that nobody can follow up. They can't get that stun down in time, and Judge just has to pay for it with his life.
And so Judge did go down there, but Bikini Bottom Warriors still up about 400 gold. One kill, to be exact. Faded Ashes has come through here on Snoop Dunk. Looks like it might be that Leandry's rush. Usually it's just, I mean, Leandry's into full tank. So
it's a good start, though. Could be like Andrew's into Rabadons.
Yeah, look, that's what I do in RF and nowhere else. It's Leandry's into full tank on the Amumu these days.
Okay.
Yeah, and with that Conqueror as well.
What about Zhonya's?
Depending on things, yeah.
Okay.
I think if I've got kind of enough damage or enough tankiness otherwise, and you need a little bit more magic damage, right, to be able to get in there, get your Conqueror going, right, and just ramp up into these fights. But usually I don't. I'm a pretty kind of you know, by the book Andy when I play League of Legends. Maybe, which is why I don't have as much fun with other people when I play it.
Maybe. You still lose Onyas every now and then.
Yeah, spice up your life, right?
Exactly. I mean, the A-ropes are, my word, are not built for everybody.
No.
Nevertheless, as we move back into the game and less discussion on full AP Amumu builds, Aurasees is in the spot side, but again, spotted on a ward, and that probably won't stop them. The Talia has ulti, that is more likely to be a dissuader, so Spork sort of shadows his way down to the bot side, and now we'll see a roam from Only as that push was given. This is a split map, but it is a level 6 Amumu.
I think we're gonna get some blood here. Yeah, it does have the curse of the sad mummy, but gotta back off here if the rest of the gang doesn't know we're going in here. There's a 4v3. Just pulling him off the red buff, like you said. Talia does have that wall. Sport could go in, and Only has that big Amumu ulti.
For me, thank you very much.
Yeah, actually.
Manages to make his way into the jungle. Not just takes the red, but takes the Amumu ult as well. And now Spork in trouble.
As the flash away, as the season assist comes through, absconding and abducting, but it would be enough. It will be as that last tick of damage Only juggles the aggro nicely.
Yeah, like, what do you do? The answer is don't be that far up. Well, that's crazy.
Yeah. Able to get the root back. Says stand behind me. Does Braum. He takes minimal damage there from the auto. Slamboy, not with a ton of mana left. Can't really get much going here, but instant kiting backwards. I mean, such a tough lane to play. You talked about it, Rude. Here comes Snoop Dogg. He's got his ultimate, so maybe he could get a big play here. Does have 2 charges on the Q. Remember, it's an ult range, brother. There you go. Well done. And actually going forward here with the Q2. An instant will have to flash away. Slamboy getting a little bit of mana back to throw down a Q, but that's it.
Yeah, instant. Don't quite love the positioning there. You know, your support has sacrificed his life so that you can live there. Judge walked in to tank the initial bandage toss, and then instantly he's trying to play cute, proc the passive, and get out to safety. You get a little bit of a replay of what happened in this mid lane. Spork flashes under the turret, but it just doesn't matter. He gets CC chained into absolute oblivion. And Aurasees, again, worth mentioning that whilst this was an incredibly easy to execute 2 versus 1, playing it under the turret without going down deserves the credit that we should give, that Aurasees knowing exactly when to drop that turret aggro was really well played.
Yeah, 100% agree. Yeah, and actually, I'm curious as to because the AP ratio on Amumu's ultimate is sneaky high. How does that factor into the Sylas version of it?
So Sylas, if it's really high, then it's high for Sylas as well.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so like you can just, I mean, obviously use it for CC, but the AP ratio on it is, you know,
oh yeah, so you will
happening.
frequently see, so things like Zerial actually have a really weirdly high AP ratio, and Sylas love stealing Zerial because they just walk in and they get to pop for free.
Yeah, a lot of just free AoE damage. Really short range Enchanted Crystal Arrow here in Slamboy. Yeah, burned through a lot of his mana, and like you said, they're kind of dominating this 2v2 until Snoop Dogg shows up.
Yeah, and you know, instant walking up for that auto, again, it's Braum with forfeit. I can understand why, but as soon as you see the Amumu on that Tri-Brush ward, you've got to walk away. Judge gives his life here by walking in front of the queue. Your job as the Ashe this time round is to get out without burning as much as possible. You know, has to burn flash to get out to safety, where really if you didn't look for a Q, look for an auto, look for a W, probably could have just walked out.
Looking for the Vault Breaker. In with the flash. Very nicely done. Locks up Spork, but here comes Snoop Dogg. Doesn't have the ultimate this time around. Just kind of chipping away damage. It's not quite enough. No follow-up as the ult comes through here from the Magnet Storm. Flash burned as well here from Aurasees. So they get a flash back, but another kill goes over to the jungler.
But this is, again, a big win for the Bikini Bottom Warriors as they found a kill in a 2 versus 3, essentially. They didn't lose anything for it. You know, Emeraldo might try and hold this wave. Would like to see an effort be put to stop that, and that's exactly what happens. It's not just going to be a wave lost under the turret. It's going to be starting up these grubs now, so that's going to be the second set going the way of the Bikini Bottom Warriors. And the way that they're snowballing through this early game, you'd like to see them try and contest that dragon as well. 2k to the good. Currently, that mid-jungle duo doing very well. And despite the fact that, you know, Slamboy was able to find a couple of kills through this early game, Instant found one as well from First Blood. Found an assist in the other fights that have happened, and is actually up in CS.
Now Instant up the 15 CS. Not at the completed item just yet as Emeraldo looking to go forward here.
And I think the bottom lane of Bikini Bottom Warriors says that something is up. There was a crash down. The Chanting Crystal not going to find its mark. Banish top number 1 goes wide. He got a couple seconds till that comes back up. Curse the Sad Bubby goes out with the Gargantuan Fissure on the back end as well. Locks up Judge for enough time indeed for the seismic shove to come back. And now only here. Hang on a second. He might be on the wrong side of the train track. Is everybody else going to go back in? He's level 9. He's got the Proto Belt. He's going to use that to get the heck out of Dodge and run away, like you said, Rude. Binding top doesn't miss, but the seismic shove gets one back, but it just means the death of Emeraldo. And now this might be the turn that Bikini Bottom Warriors is looking for. TP coming in here from ShamWow as Only gets the Xayah ulti just for any sort of safety you might want. Shutdown goes over to Slamboy, but another kill comes over. It looks so good, Rude, for Novasphere, but Bikini Bottom Warriors come out on top.
Oh, it's beautiful, though. They just collapse appropriately in this bot side. Orasi's again happy to sacrifice the life. Judge happy to sacrifice the life because where are the kills going? Instant and only. The carries of this team are picking up kill after kill after kill. And in fairness to what Novasphere were attempting, they're getting kills in the right places as well, right? This is a 4-1 now. Slamboy, who's coming away with the majority of these kills off the back of that. The less said about that first Amumu Q, the better, because I genuinely think that, changes the course of how this fight plays out. Instant getting away. It's a massive win to slow the pace of this down, and it probably means Only just backs away, sits under the turret and is absolutely fine. But you can see that there's just small mechanical misplays coming through where Emeraldo's missing that engage, where we saw the Amumu Q go wide as well. They're just not quite as high as it needs to be.
Yeah, on the margins. That's kind of how these fights are being won right now. Because, like you said, you saw what Novasphere was trying to do, and they executed on like 80% of it. But that's not good enough at this level because the better teams will take advantage of that. Shutdown, meanwhile, as Slamboy able to get a 2v1 kill onto Instant, blew the Enchanted Crystal arrow as well. So Shutdown over to him, and Rude, it has to be said, 5 kills.
Can't do this dragon now.
Yeah, let's see here. This will be interesting as Orasi's and Judge. Started up here, the collapse coming through, but only just locking Spork in that mid lane. Thanks for the leash, says Honest Dave. Snoop Donkin will just take that second dragon. The Cloud Drake, so it will be the Infernal Soul coming up in 15 minutes-ish.
Yeah, I mean, that was incredibly silly for them to try and start that Drake, having just lost their AD carry, to keep it a buck. That's a really big shutdown as well. Instant just walking up on a wave that he shouldn't be, feels a little bit safe because his team are bot side, but Hex Flash out of the brush and one quick stun coming through from Emeraldo means that that's an easy pickup.
To Pablo, yeah, checking it on the top lane here. To Pablo, a name we haven't said in like 10 minutes.
Easily, yeah, he got solo killed and that was it, so okay.
Yeah, that Poppy matchup going exactly how you thought it would. There goes the Banish Toss, Glacial Fissure, again, just trying to keep Instant safe, but the damage is enough as Slamboy picks up his 6th kill of the game. Not for nothing, Rude has to pop the Feather Storm, goes backward, Instant flash to the side, thought he might get pulled back and followed up on, but ends up playing it safe.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea there. That flash kind of has to come through. As soon as Slamboy calls the feathers, you get rooted. Then there's an extra opportunity for more CC to come through. Kind of gliding, though, with them on the Ashe. And I like this build path as well. We're talking about the fact that there wasn't a lot of damage for this composition for the later stages of this game. But building into, just pure damage, right? With this build so far, Yuntel, i.e. likely to be that next item, confirmed now with that crit cloak. It means that the Ashe is going to do DPS. We're going to missing out on a little bit of attack speed, though. Looking at that item build path so far, we've got the small bit that comes from the slingshot, but without even tier 2 boots yet, we are struggling.
Yeah, you're turning into a little too much Jhin, not enough Ashe, right? It's supposed to be that attack speed archer, right? Bantam Dancer used to be a solid build on her. I guess you could still build a Phantom
Still
Dancer
is.
these days, right? Yeah, kind of third, fourth item, but as Emeraldo, if you're looking for something here, but only looking really good here on this Silas 3-0-4. A couple of the Sundered Skies have come through. Items started to come through kind of all over the place here. Again, to Pablo, we haven't really said his name in a while, but his first item has come through. And Rude, again, just a really even back and forth early game between these two teams. Bikini Bottom Warriors ever so slightly ahead, but this game is far from over. You got 6 kills on your AD carry at this point in the game. You've got a shot.
Yeah, I mean, there was a stage where Bikini Bottom Warriors were really starting to run away with it, but that's since subsided, and it's come from a lot of attention on this bot side from Snoop Donk, because he's been ganking bot lane time and time again, trying to shut down Instant. And whilst the kills specifically haven't been on Instant, they have been able to take down Judge and slow down that Ashe, because, I mean, honestly, Instant could have run away with this game. It's looking like Slamboy, who's going to be that piece of the puzzle that Nova Spear are missing. 6-1 on Desire. You have got all of the tools to the kingdom right here, and you need to take it home.
Instant trying to be that last vestige of hope as Orasi's grabs the Rift Herald. Again, second one we've seen all day today. Honest Abe going a little maybe too far forward here. They're going to abandon the tower, gets the Curse the Sad Mummy, and now locks them in there with the Weaver's Wall. Is Spork, gets in at just the right time and feeds yet another kill over to Slamboy. Make it 7 for the Nova Sphere Gaming AD carry. Normally, is he done yet? No, but he will get an Amumu Ult.
And you just have to play more respectfully, to be honest with you. You know, there's no reason to expect that Snoop Dogg isn't taking that without full support of his team. You know that Talia can come and join as well. You literally see where the enemy bot lane are relative to you and how easy they can get there. Again, just a little bit too disrespectful. Instant gets caught out, and this time he's the one that pays for his sins, not sending Judge to the wolves for him.
Another fight breaking out here. That's only trying to keep himself alive. A rough Curse of the Sad Mummy as Slamboy is high in the sky, and another shutdown for him. This 8-1 doesn't tell the whole story. This might as well be 9-10 kills.
Yeah, that's 670 gold for that kill that he's just picked up, and you can best bet that Orasi's had a decent shutdown as well when that kill ended up coming through. I'm really starting to be worried, because our compositional sort of analysis for this was that there's not a great way to try and kill the Xayah. Well, if the Xayah's even fed, you know, that makes it that much harder.
Yeah, I mean, what an early game here as the Chain of Crusader comes through after the cease and desist. CC Chain onto Spork, chilling Smite comes out. Will it be enough? It will not somehow as the Mega Storm comes down. Snoop Dogg into the backline he goes, and hang on a second here, Rude Dude. Nova Sphere Gaming with the triple on the Amumu by Snoop Dogg have taken control of this game.
Get the Lord Rod in the back pocket, baby. It's Rabadon's time. My Amumu needs to do more damage. Very happy with how that fight ends up playing out, and Nova Sphere, again, just when we think maybe they've stepped a little too close, they end up finding a fight that goes very favorably for them.
Oh my goodness, interrupted the Keeper's verdict. That is a really rough way to go down. It's going to blow the flash as well. Oh no, and so Pablo getting back into this game. Rude Dude, it's all going wrong.
Does anybody spell game 6? I'm smelling game 6 of the evening, guys. This is the top-notch stuff that we're here for. I said it, top of the show. I had 2 best of 5s that were 3-0s. EU, Dog Region. NA, we love this. We will go to the max any chance we get.
Yeah, I mean, they're well on their way here. And the idea is sound here, and this isn't even a Xayah, right? I mean, Talia just doing everything she can, but Snoop Dogg and Emeraldo at the right place at the right time. And that Leandris is full, right? I mean, didn't even have the Curse of the Sad Mummy, by the way, but just walks into a triple kill right there.
Yeah, just waddling in. He's having a good little time. Now, again, Drake did get secured by the Bikini Bottom Warriors, but they're now down 2k gold. They're also staring down a Xayah who is now very much fed, right? This is a full item advantage for Slamboy this game, this instant rather. And it is all coming from those kills. It's all coming from, honestly, Snoop Dogg, who's just made so many trips to that bot lane to try and find kills. And for the most part, they were successful.
Yeah, I mean, look, correlation is not causation, but about 5 minutes ago, I went over to my shelf there and grabbed my Amumu Funko Pop. And I have since started just kind of like, you know, petting it on the head. He's sitting here with me on the broadcast. And since then, it has been an
voodoo
absolute...
dolling it.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, correlation, causation, funny thing here. But Nova Sphere Gaming have seemed to be taking control of this one. But again, not over. You are, I mean, I was going to say it's a bit of a one-carry composition right now because the rest of the team wasn't having a great time. But Honest Abe, Snoop Dogg, he is having a great one here in the mid-game, kind of pushing the team over the line. And again, just doing a lot of damage. He's got the MR coming through here as well, Hull Radiance as well. And I mean, yeah, this just, you've got more tools to play with because that was your worry, right? You got 8 kills on the Xayah. Great. Everybody else has made a paper.
Yeah, no, you know what, not wrong. And I think that, like, looking at the items that have been built up by Bikini Bomb as well, right, this is a Sundered Sky Poppy, so this is, you know, damage Poppy to begin with. Fimbulwinter working their way through as well, but if I try and search for a single shred of armor, there is not a piece to be found.
No, they are, yeah, both building bruisery. Like you said, yeah, no Zanyas, no Seeker's Arm Guard, none of that coming through. It's just a lot of health and AD just trying to overpower
this composition from Novosphere Gaming, and they are rounding into form right here, looking for a couple more. Orsies might be in a bit of trouble here if he can land the seismic shove. You saw that coming from a mile away. They changed Crystal Arrow, is going to buy him a little bit of time, but I mean only a little bit, as Only does have the Curse of the Sad Mummy. He's got the Absconded Abducted, the Flash to try to go back in. Please do not start this Otacon right now. Okay.
No, I mean, they've done, honestly, for Bikini Bottom, that's a pretty decent win. The fact that they burn the Amuma ulti for first of all, and that they're able to steal it away as well. They're able to sort of get out of danger there. It was a kind of 2 versus 4, but now Instant on this top side with the team in tow, trying to get past the Taliyah wave clear, not proving to be too easy.
So Pablo going to TP right back.
Okay.
The Unending Despair in tow here for, hold on a second here for Snoop Dogg, but ShamWow in a little bit of trouble here, like you said. Not a shred of armor to be found, and it will get the shutdown. Okay, hang on a second here, but will go down eventually, but wasting enough time to where the rest of his team could potentially do something with a numbers advantage. Up on the top side, Pablo is going to grab that kill, but up on the top side, it is Otacon time. Will they have enough time to take it, Rudu?
Down at 10k, it's tricky still, to be honest with you.
Borderline.
And they're going to be sapped. The resists are going to be low. This is time to fight.
Only does have the Curse of the Sad Mummy. He goes in, he gets 2.
Not great.
Locked up here. He doesn't have his own call for Curse of the Sad Mummy. Gets there onto Oracles, but in the back line goes Emeraldo. Gets the big crash down with the Magnet Storm. On top of it goes Silas on. Just a fantastic team fight. A good turn there as Emeraldo getting into the back line. Actually picking up a double kill on the way to that as well.
Did they take just 2v1 and just get a double kill there? I don't know what happened on the backside of that fight. All I know is that the engage from Only not quite hitting as well as it needed to. Take a look at the Silas. Our Flash does not get on top of the AD carry. That is your job. The only mission is to take down that Xayah, and unfortunately it just didn't happen. And really solid that we got to see the immediate retreat and heal back. Right, like there's 3 people that just immediately stand on whoever is on Slamboy, and with that in mind, getting them out to safety was the mission 1 priority.
And now all of a sudden, Rudu, Novosphere Gaming very much in control of this one. 5,000 gold lead almost, and on the back of, I mean, just really good team fighting. I mean, like you said, the Emeraldo, what a play on the relic, getting into the back line, and now the heal cut been picked up here by Slamboy, and on the Xayah, able to spread it around pretty well as well, right? It's not like a Jhin or something like that. You can get it onto multiple targets with the pullback. You can get it onto the Silas, onto any sort of healing that ShamWow and Oracles are trying to get going here. And again, it is just the crash or the armor here coming through the Fimbulwinter. Now the Magnet Storm coming in as Oracles caught again on the wrong side of the train tracks, and Sport gonna grab his 2nd kill.
And there we go, like slowly working our way towards another game 3 for the evening. Drake that spawns in 10 seconds is not going to be able to be contested. Soul point that we would love to have seen Bikini Bottom try to take is not going to be available. We go 2-2. What can they do on the flip side of the map? Is there really anything to be found? Because you know, Taliyah can wave clear. There's not really an option on that top lane, so maybe they're going to try and make a flash play with Judge anyway, but you can already see, looking at the map, Emeraldo on his way up to that top side, shadowing the Taliyah on their way in.
Just keeping an eye on him, but now it's a 3v2 potentially up on that top side, giving Instant a little bit of alone time with that top lane tier 1 as Emeraldo mounts back up.
Okay.
And the fight is dissuaded.
All right. Well, they got the tier 1 turret. You know, small victories. That's as good as they can look to get when they are really struggling in this game. And again, to consider what the scaling looks like, what the compositions are going to look like as we move later on. I do think that this Bikini Bottom Warriors composition struggles as we move later on into the game. Trying to kill this Xayah is not going to be an easy feat. Vi goes in, it gets ulted by the Xayah. You know, if you get something stolen away as the Silas gets cleansed, it's not looking good so far.
No, it really isn't. ShamWow almost able to take down that top of that bot lane tier 2. No, actually, that will go down here. Tier 1, excuse me.
Yeah.
So 3rd tower of the game picked up there in the line of scrimmage. Pushed up. Yeah, all the tier 1's gone on both sides.
Yeah, a little bit of gold coming in. Not bad.
Yeah, but I mean, now kind of zooming out here, Rudu. Again, the Baron is going to be where the next battle lines are drawn. And again, this is where we talked about it in draft. The lack of, you know, kind of... The damage is not quite at the ceiling that Novosphere Gaming's composition has their 80 carry at, for example. Now, hold on, little collapse coming through here, maybe. Nope, it's going to be seen on a ward. And so, that comes into play kind of doubly so, not only in these team fights, but also in objective takes, right? It feels like the Bikini Bottom Warriors, they have to be reactive around these Baron takes right now.
Yeah, and that's not really what they're after, especially when they've got Vi Silas. You would love to be able to be proactive. I think that that's one of the tools that this composition lends to you, is that you can kind of go for any target that you desire. Now, Orasies is down 2 levels on Snoop Dogg, which is not good in terms of trying to play these fights out and keep yourself alive, or at the very least threaten the backline, because you are just going to get melted, unfortunately. And now the Baron being started, it looks like.
Yeah, kind of taking that side route, but they know kind of what's going on here. At least you think they do. Here goes the TP here. It's just getting ripped through. Just no contest at all. They take it like thieves in the night. Pablo coming in. I mean, it didn't even matter where he ended up being. I mean, they had absolutely no idea, Rudude. And now, no dragon spawning here, but potentially looking for, something here as the lane assignments will come out. They're trying to take a tier 2 and then some.
You like to think that this is going to probably open the game up for Novasphere to just win from here, right? The Soul wouldn't have liked to thought would be a win condition. The longer this game goes, the more weird and more volatile it can get. I do think it gets better for Novasphere again as the game gets later and later, but we've already seen crazy things happen in a late game situation. You don't want to be risking things like steals, anything like that. You have an advantage now. Let's try and hammer it home.
It is still just everybody in the mid lane, which makes me a little bit nervous. You want to get somebody into that side lane, but looks like it's just going to be that mid lane tier 2 is the first one on the menu. To Pablo going forward. Orasies looking for a big old flank. Has the cease and desist. Has the flash. Try to flip this game on its head before Spork shows up. Won't be the go button. Far side alteration. Going to spot Orasies out. Going to look for a different angle into this one, but Spork again just kind of playing bodyguard. Going to throw down the pebbles potentially. Get something going here. But the top lane tier, mid lane tier 2 still standing.
You might be thinking, what's Snoop Dogg doing? Why is he just there? Great absorption there from Pablo. The option is try to take a fight when somebody's knocked out of the way. But he's just sat marking entrances. Doesn't want to give the Vi free access to anybody in their backline. So they've got Xante on one side, the Rel on the other, and then the Amumu on the other. So all 3 areas of that flank, there's no way to get in.
Now with that mid lane tier 2 cleared up, could see another interesting angle here, right? We saw it last game with the Azir and the Viego coming over the top. Maybe a Snoop Dogg. I honestly might have liked to see him, with the Poppy accounted for in the mid lane, be able to take an interesting angle forward, right? Get everybody with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Emeraldo, that you're looking to go forward. There goes the Weaver's Wall. Magnustorm gonna lock up Judge and send him to the gray screen.
Yeah, left out to dry right
Absolutely.
there. Nobody's walking in to give you a W, brother. I am very sorry. And now with Baron still at their backs, Drake the retreat spot as well, so it's really nice to get that exit objective as well. Orasies, fighting Emeraldo, winning versus Emeraldo, but to what end?
The pebbles go out again, no Magnet Storm. Trying to hold out here, maybe so Snoop Dogg can get in with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Orasies into the backline on the Spork to Pablo.
Wow.
Jake right to Condor Summit as Emeraldo getting ripped through here. And hang on a second. Hold on. Instant is just staying free firing as the Call of the Sad Mummy comes in way too late here. They found their window and they took it. Pablo goes all out and does absolutely nothing. Shutdown comes in for Orasies and they rip the rest of it up. Rudude, wouldn't you know it? The Bikini Bottom Warriors pull an ace out of a hat.
And Slamboy has an epic fumble. Ulti flash still available on the Xayah. Falls down anyway. They're only going to lose the dragon. It's not the worst case in the world, but it is a worrying trend that is beginning to develop. The Bikini Bottom Warriors come out on top in that bot side fight, and they defend their inhibitor as well. So there isn't going to be that pushing set of waves, that super minion spawning in the bot lane to consistently hammer home an advantage.
Oh boy, I did not see this coming, man.
We need to take a look at how Slamboy gets rooted up. Probably just only catching him with a quick stun. There's a little bit slow there. It's just Arrow that starts this off and just walks straight into the Poppy. Never mind.
Yeah, really far
just
forward.
Walks into the Poppy.
Really far forward. Yeah, gets locked out by the Poppy. Instinct just says, okay, I guess I'll ult then. And just point blank arrow to the dome. Gets a double off this. And now, the boys are back.
Yeah, exactly. They are back in with a vengeance as well, it feels like. I don't know that is entirely replicatable, which is something that, kind of favors Novasphere a little bit. That's one of those things that you make that mistake once and you're kind of like, okay, when I see Poppy on my screen, try to space her, which, you know, typically relatively ingrained in our AD carry brains, but maybe just faltering a little bit. It's now 4 items for the Ashe, though, so a decent advantage.
Ooh, just barely out of the range of the Keeper's Verdict there.
I said the word advantage. It's decent that they are on parity. With how far ahead Slamboy was, the idea that these two AD carries should be anywhere near level items is pretty crazy to me, but that's the situation that they're in.
They're pretty much exactly on level items, right? I mean, you got the upgraded boots plus 4 items compared to not upgraded boots plus a butter knife. You're doing okay.
Yeah. So those boots aren't upgraded, worth mentioning. They are just, they have the opportunity to be upgraded. That's what the little red marker means.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Nobody has actually upgraded the boots yet because they are garbage.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a, it's just a lot of money.
Right? Yeah,
like,
$750.
You were talking about it in the mid game, right? Like, when is a good point to buy a BF sword, especially in the mid game? Never, right? And it's not 1,300 gold, but 750 is still a good chunk.
Yeah, and it's like you're delaying your other spikes by that 750 gold, and the spike that they give you just not worth it, unfortunately. But either way, little feats of warfare or feats of strength. Tangent aside, double knock up.
Oh, seismic shove lands, and now the CC chain isn't too much. Emeraldo going forward as ShamWow delays it just a little bit, able to get the Poppy down, and now Orsies thought he had the inside track there, but not so.
Wow, and I mean, to see your Poppy, who's theoretically gone pretty tanky build, get absolutely melted like that, does not instill confidence.
No, and now we're right back where we started, looking for a pick around this Baron. At least it's Judge on that side of the wall and not Instant. The Banish Toss misses, and now they know exactly where they are. Throws out the volley. Only's got the Curse of the Sad Mummy. And now Orsies looking for a way into this one again. Still a numbers disadvantage. I think, you got to play after the Baron. Don't go in right now.
I mean, they now have to start it up, right? They've got 20 seconds. They fished for a fight to begin with, but they didn't really get anything from it. Play for the Hawk shot, see how many there are. So you know one's missing. Where is that fifth member?
Damage. There's nothing to contest. Like, they just ripped through this pair. That's nothing they could do. And now they got the numbers advantage. Only looking for a creative angle in here. He can't get in there with a Banish Toss. He can get there with an abscond. So Pablo goes into the back line. He gets lit up and taken down. But hang on a second. And it keeps Slamboy safe. And when he's allowed to pop off, this is what he can do. But Judge keeping the rest of his team alive. Orsies as ShamWow taken low, taken out. And finally, this is the fight you were looking for. If you are a Novosphere Gaming fan, Slamboy taking over.
And this time he pops the ulti, this time he keeps himself safe. Double sums used, cleanse as well. But they were to kill the enemy, to take down the Bikini Bottom Warriors, and to force us to a game 3.
Should be able to come pretty close to ending here. The wave isn't in an amazing spot. Neither wave is in an amazing spot here. But again, this seems to have broken it open here. 5,000 gold is your lead. Next Infernal Dragon, not going to spawn for another minute here. But I don't think that's what you're worried about at all here, Rudude.
No, I mean, it's probably just inhib out. They only go for the turret, which is a little bit wild, to be honest. But they're trying to get those resets in, make sure that they've got everything prepped and ready, because they do not want to be late to this Soul defense.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can see it here with God Vision and all the respawn timers and whatnot, but you definitely could have done both there. But hey, fair enough. I mean, Rudude, the speed at which this Baron was taken was blinding.
Yeah. It was, and you know, Slamboy here this time round spots it just in time, gets the cleanse, gets the ulti up, is not the focus of this fight. And you know, I'd argue as well, again, a little bit of a misplay from Only, because he's targeting Spork here, and again, the Tillia at this stage in the game, it does a lot of damage. I can understand the mentality, but Slamboy has to be the focus. He's had all of the gold for all of this game. It's Xayah only, always.
Yeah, 100%. Now Only getting caught out in the side lane, and Spork reminding him of exactly how much damage he does. Blast Cone will drop ShamWow to safety, and Orsies eventually as well. And they do get, indeed, that Dragon defense started here. So Soul Point going to be delayed, or Soul, I should say, going to be delayed for another 5 minutes. 40 will be that mark eventually, but now 6,000 gold here. Rooted, it certainly feels like we're back to that stage where we were. I mean, yes, because of the gold lead, but where BBW just have to take advantage of mistakes from Novosphere.
Yeah, and that's a really difficult position to be in, because if they don't make mistakes, there's nothing to take advantage of.
Yep.
They kind of have to wait for the next 20 seconds. Without Only on the map, they can't particularly do anything, and even if they do get onto ShamWow, or onto Slamboy, excuse me, and take him down, he's now got a GA as well.
And now, just trying to aggress here onto this 4v3.
5 seconds.
Doing a
for
pretty good
teams
job.
to spawn.
ShamWow up front lining, gets the Keeper's Verdict down, takes the Amumu out of the fight. The Jennifer Solero's going to land on the Slam Boy, but really good ultimate there by Moraldo with a Magnastorm into the back line.
Nobody's
1v1 on the
on
other
Zaya.
side of
Look at
things.
Slam Boy.
Slam Boy staying safe. He takes half HP down, but the other AD carry is dead. So is the inhibitor. So is your tank. And soaking up so much time in the back line is Snoop Dogg on the Amumu. Should be just a matter of time before the triple comes through. The Quadra as well. What an end to the game by Slam Boy. You keep your AD carry safe, and that is how the results will go. Who would have thought it? Novasphere takes it to a game 3.
The return on investment on these Zaya kills is going through the roof right here. An incredible performance. One quick flop from Slamboy is immediately reflected and turned back around. A great fight, a great little win, and now 10k to the good at the end of that game. We go to game number 3 and another day of NACL delivering.
Absolutely. 30th seed versus the 41st seed. Novasphere, the higher seed in this one. They got knocked down early, beat the 62nd seeded team to get to this matchup right now. But on the other side of it, you continue on. That is prize enough, because if you lose this next game, your tournament lives are over. Your shot at NACL and the sort of glory you would have of coming to that top 3 spot from a lower seed is dashed. We're going to take it to, actually, we're going to talk a little bit about, break it down a little bit before we take it to a quick break. But yeah, Rudude, I mean, I was a little worried because, I mean, the way that Bikini Bottom Warriors started this one off, right? We had some questions about the composition and how the, where the damage was going to come from. We had some questions about, like, the Poppy build going a little more bruisery with the Sundered Sky, right? Not just straight tank. Eventually it got there. The Deadmans, the Fimbulwinter, etc.
Yeah.
But I was worried that I still thought they were going to be able to take advantage of just a bit of a very mono-focused composition from Novasphere.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that they just kind of missed the window for it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And there was an instance, right? ShamWow solo killed the Zaya in the midst of like 4 people, right? Where he flashes in and takes him set down mid against the little knuckle up to the topside river. But that was because of the the Sundered Sky coming through, having that damage. You can make the argument, okay, I had it, so that's the reason I got there. But yeah, a really tricky situation other than that.
Was a dominant game 2 kind of from then onward. Again, a little bit of an oopsie when Slamboy didn't press all his buttons, got a little too big for his britches.
Yeah.
But like you said, Rudude, at the end of the game, the return on investment on the Zaya was immense. Last game of the day coming up in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. Game 3 on the horizon. NACL best of 3 in the lower bracket. It is Rudude and 4x4 taking you through this one between Novasphere Gaming and Bikini Bottom Warriors. Bikini Bottom Warriors took game 1, and Novasphere bounced back with a huge dub to keep their tournament hopes alive off the back of a phenomenal AD carry jungle performance. Slamboy with a double-digit kill game on the Xayah with the help of a jungler on a bit of an unorthodox pick.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit unorthodox, maybe your little specialty as well. It's worth mentioning the Amumu did do pretty darn well. We've elected, and I elected, I will say, before we get some, hate toward 4x4 for being the Amumu guy that owns the Amumu Funko Pop, giving the Amumu the MVP. I was the one put forward Snoop Donk for our MVP for that game. I think that the reason that we got to see the Slamboy pop off was because there was an insane amount of priority down on that bot side from the jungler.
And also made it, I mean, with this fight right here, this is when it started to be like, whoa, hang on a second here. Maybe Novasphere have a shot in this one. A triple just as easy as you like for Honest Abe / Snoop Donk. And this is when it became a multi-thread composition, right? It wasn't just, oh, the Xayah is a terror, yes, but everyone else is just made of paper mache. Not the case at all. And in this one, I mean, what an ace as well. I definitely didn't do this one justice. There was a lot going on. I got a little flood. But Emeraldo buying so much space in the back line.
Yeah, literally, like the power that this Rel somehow bought was incredible. Finding a double kill just for a little bit of a reward as well, more than anything. And then we did get, I think this is the only real flub of the game where Slamboy kind of gets a little bit out of position, caught out and not quite fully aware of what was going on.
Yeah, it's a little too far forward. Gets point blank ulted by the Ash. And then to the back line go Only and Orsies. And again, they just heal up so much because the only bit of anti-heal also, as a minor note in this fight, was from the Slamboy, who got himself that mortal reminder there early, but wasted essentially all of it on the Poppy, and just gets 2v1'd up there. It all goes sideways to Pablo, just trying to pick up the pieces of a shattered team fight. And this allowed Bikini Bottom Warriors to get back into it and pull the lead back to like 2 or 3K. But then, I mean, with the speed that Novasphere was able to take down this Baron, they turned immediately, and this was the beginning of the end.
Yeah, Slamboy here, great cleanse, great ulti as well, and again, a little bit of off-target selection from Only as he's looking for Spork, not looking for the Xayah, and we sort of highlighted that that's not the correct play to be going for. Also worth noticing that Shamwal there has a pretty rough ultimate as well, kind of initial knee-jerks it instead of trying to wind it up to send somebody away or get any form of value out of it. But, with these mechanical misplays, that's the type of thing that you're going to expect to see. It's very small, very minute, but they can be the things that end up deciding these games. And it's a massive bandage toss, absolutely gargantuan range that you're thinking, okay, has that started the fight? But a great re-engage from Emeraldo just keeps his AD carry alive. The angle on it was beautiful. Yeah. And there's nothing really that can be said more than that.
Yeah, and again, just the amount of time that he buys back here at this point, it only didn't get any, too many amazing stolen Amumu ults. That was something we were highlighting. There were a couple really valuable ultimates to steal from the mid laner for Novasphere, for Bikini Bottom Warriors, I should say. But now, it is everyone, it is do or die, right? Last man standing, last chance saloon here. If you lose here, your tournament lives are over. But if you're able to move on, it's now 7 more best of 3s that you have to win. It is still quite the hill to climb in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's quite the journey that these teams have to go on. I'm just trying to fish my way through the bracket to see if I can see who their opponents would be, whoever, depending on the winners of this series.
Yeah, so, it would still depend. It's like you were saying, but it looks like it would be Saving Private Dozier.
Okay.
Yeah, so Dozier's last stand.
Some potential rivalries there if we see a certain team end up going through. So that could be quite nice to get for our next round of games, obviously to be played next weekend. But still need to find the conclusion of this game first of all, where both of these teams have fought admirably, and I think that the battle of the AD carry as well has been something that's genuinely really important, because both of them have kind of popped off and stepped into that late game carry role. So we need to see both junglers, I think, recognize that the reason that, like I say, I was giving MVP over to Snoop Donk was mainly because he was the one focusing bot lane, sitting there and essentially securing the win by proxy of feeding Xayah.
Yeah, just turbo camping that lane. I mean, they made it really easy for the Xayah. Got her so far ahead early on. As we get to pick some bans here shortly. Rooted, I mean, it seems like I don't know. I still, for some reason, this is not my Michigan bias coming through, I promise you. It just feels like Bikini Bottom Warriors have a little bit more about them. It seems like they have more ways to kind of attack, a game of victory, right? I mean, again, it'll come down to the draft and how they set their members up, right? But even with an unorthodox draft and an unorthodox kind of itemization, right, going for a little bit more of a Bruiser Poppy build, that I still, you made the point of, look, it actually did kind of pay its dividends later in the game, but maybe not to the degree it should have. Do you have any sort of initial kind of, I don't know, if you had to predict right now, where do you think this one's going?
I actually think the Bikini Bottom Warriors are looking like they have that little bit more about them because they draft themselves into holes. So like that last game, for example, they had not a lot of options to actually win that game, but they were doing things that made them look proactive. So there's like the duality of, are we actually playing really aggressively, or are we just kind of doing the only thing that we can do to win? Whereas if you're Novasphere, they were quite happy that game because they know no matter how that game goes, at some point Zaya's going to press R and be fine from everything.
Yep, yeah, you got a lot of ways to attack, right? Between the cleanse and that, the Enchanted Grizzlero, the Abscond, the Abduct, I mean, lots of ways to get on. The cease and desist as well as the bans come through here.
Triple AD carry bands.
And the Kog'Maw, exactly. Triple AD carry bands. So we'll see where
just ban Milio, guys. It's so much easier.
This. Take away 2 birds with 1 stone. Kalista being banned on the other side as well, the Skarner and the Corki. Those have been kind of the red side bans perm of the series.
Yeah, no, it has. I mean, we're playing, there's 4 AD carry bands from Fearless, and then there's 5 AD carry bands in this draft, so we are scraping the bottom of the barrel. That said, is there still Jinx available somehow that we can just slot in at some stage? That might be the worthwhile play to go for.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we don't get her in one of these 2 compositions, because like you said, it's just it's pretty plug and play. You can play her with a lot of different compositions. And again, to reiterate, this is not draft order, this is client order, so we don't know when that Malphite was picked. I can wager a little bit of money that it was not B1, so we'll see how that ends up going. But the Akali going to be locked in the mid lane for only into the Syndra matchup for Spork.
Yeah, we're diving as Bikini Bottom Warriors this time around. Like Malphite, Lee Sin, Akali, they all go forward now. The issue with that is that the Kai'Sa has been taken away already, so question becomes, what AD carry do you go diving as or with? Ice Point, honestly, towards Jhin is one of the ones that we've typically seen be paired up with dive, because you sort of sit back and fire your ulti from afar, but not
one good deadly flourish can help you dive, exactly. We'll see.
Just versus a Jarvan and a Darius, like, that sounds miserable, to be honest. But then again, so does any AD carry.
Yeah, and again, in Game 3 of Fearless, this is sort of what we want to see, right? Things like the Malphite, like the Darius, a little bit goofier picks, but we'll see what these players have about them. And speaking of a player that I want to see what he has about him is Pablo. Started off really well in Game 1 on the Gwen, but didn't have a great game kind of after that. And then the Cassante was just kind of okay, right? But he was a bit of a passenger in that win. Yumi, we're doing this in 2025 with the Twitch versus the Jinx. So it is Hyper Carry Enchanter. Just not the way I thought we'd have it.
This is Chinese TikTok bot lanes live and proud, like we are playing on Earth, we're spawning in intermediate bots for me to randomly kill time and time again. However, at both of these bot lane duos, we've seen so frequently then go toe to toe with one another. You have to anticipate that this time it's going to be a little bit less action heavy down on that bot side, just by the nature of the supports that they've picked.
Yeah, going to be one of just hang back a little bit, pop the Polymorph, pop the Lost Chapter, sustain out just a little bit more here. But like you said, it is a good amount of dive, and you can boost someone up there as well, right? With the Wild Growth on the back of that, the Lulu going to play an important role in that. We'll see what sort of angles Only can find. He had a decent showing of that kind of with the Silas, but he's going to need to flex those muscles this time around as well. As far as an answer into the dive, right? You have a little bit of disengage with the Scatter of the Weak, with the Final Chapter. It's not as potent ultimate as it used to be, right? It kind of goes in different directions, but I don't know, man. I mean, and with the Cataclysm seems antithetical to that.
Yeah, so that's the issue with taking Jarvan, or I will assume is relatively early, just because you're getting into this pinched jungle pool where you get, okay, well, who am I actually cataclysming here? If it's Jinx and Lulu, if I get both of them, then great, sets up for the Twitch. If not, then I am going to struggle astronomically, because the others are all just going to jump out anyway. Or I've cataclysmed to Malphite, and that's a bit worse for me than it is for him.
Yes.
So, those are our options currently. Would love to see, really, if they they didn't find an answer to the dive from the draft, in my opinion, but other than that, they will also dive past themselves, so they're looking to try and kill the Jinx Lulu, but also that Yumi, the Final Chapter, is incredibly strong. Putting it over your teammates, it's just so much healing, so much shielding as well. Probably the only champion that I look at and think, yeah, I need Serpents and I need Anti-Heal.
Yeah, and again, where is that going to come from? That'll be the question there. But yeah, you have immense amounts of damage, if nothing else, for Novus. Right? Both these sides have immense amounts of damage.
Yeah, Akali, Lee Sin, like a lethal 2 versus 2 for the ages, to be honest with you. Jarvan and Syndra also no slouch in that department either, so you've really got to be careful. Could be very volatile early to mid game with these 2 jungle mid pairings and seeing where they move around the map to. You'd like to think that the bot lane will be a little bit more secure and just sort of farming up, waiting for 2-3 items before they come to blows. And that sort of means that you could probably see this be a little bit more quiet overall as well. My concern currently is this Novosphere Gaming Darius. Like, it's a really good matchup versus the Malphite, and if they can leverage that, absolutely, I'm more than ready for that to pop up and take over. But if it's not able to be facilitated, if they put a little bit too much time down on that bot side, the Darius probably going to struggle a little bit versus the Malphite, and then, you know, you've got a Darius instead of anything else in the game.
Yeah, you become a little bit, you do a traffic cone cosplay in the late game, I fear, if you don't get ahead on that Darius. And again, look, it's not that Pablo can't do it, we just haven't seen them do it in this series so far. So what a great opportunity it would be to force the crap out of the anti-heal early, right? I mean, into a Darius and a Yuumi, yeah, want to get that going as early as possible. Now, to be fair, between the Jinx, yeah, I mean, just the Jinx honestly can spread that around pretty easily. So you can go into kind of an early Executioner's kind of 2.5 items in-ish, depending on the lead you've got. Might not be the worst thing in the world either.
Yeah, there's a couple of options. It's tricky to go for that anti-heal, to be honest. Until, I mean, Jinx, you can forego one of your third items. So typically you will see Yuntal will go first always, then you will see either Infinity Edge or Runans, and then normally the other one replaces whichever one you didn't take on 3. But you can do a build where you just skip all Zeal items and don't get Runans till 4, but then you're not getting Runans till 4, and Jinx thrives with a Runan, so it's like cost-benefit analysis is definitely quite tricky.
Yeah, no, okay. No, fair enough. We'll see how that ends up going here. Again, this is Game 3, do or die, in a 64-team March Madness-style bracket to decide who goes to the NACL Tier 2 of North American League of Legends. 3 spots open, 64 teams fighting it out. This is lower bracket, seed number 30 versus seed number 41 in this Fearless Best of 3. It is Game 3 right now, do or die here in the lower bracket. Looks like it might be a 5-point here. The Demacian Standard comes down in that top river. See where everything else ends up going here. No early shenanigans from both these teams. I think very much cognizant of the stakes of this game, playing it safe.
Yeah, this is you know, end of your tournament lives if you lose. So definitely a match worth taking seriously, let's say. And as we, you know, ourselves 404 make it into, you know, the 5.5 hour of broadcast that we are on for the evening, you know, voices are flaking, people are in and out of the stream. We need to just make sure that we are keeping our expectations nice and high for these players as well, because again, coming into this tournament, you are anticipating that teams want to do their best, and you know, teams are even pulling coaches in for this as well. So there's a lot of emphasis on these players doing their absolute utmost to get themselves a decent position and a decent finish, and that has started now. Lane swap in game number 3. See how well this is executed. Hopefully we can get ShamWow just in to try and steal some experience, but you can see, looking at that top side, Pablo has a completely different idea about how this game is going to be played, and as soon as he sees the Lulu, the game's going to be up, and then that's going to indicate that Emeraldo and Slamboy need to try and zone the Malphite off experience, but that's going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, we'll see how they're able to handle this. Taking Flash Ghost is Slamboy. Barrier taking on the top side. Honest Abe / Snoop Dogg. Game 2 MVP. Just shadowing up there. And again, Pablo has quite the burden on his hands to be able to potentially snowball this game with a pick like the Darius. Gonna have a rough time of it with the Jinx Lulu into that. But hey, his opponent will as well. So it's not gonna be it's not a completely lost cause here. Man, it's just been so long since I have seen a Yuumi.
A Yuumi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, sometimes sometimes things are better left unsaid. Like we could have just been happy that we'd not seen Yuumi, and we may not have seen Yuumi ever. You know, we could have continued to be happy without it.
But alas, 2022 beckons, I guess.
Yeah, so's the Yuumi, and I mean, so's the need for Fearless Drafts to really, you know, push people out of their comfort zone. And I'm not saying that Yumi's necessarily out of Emeraldo's comfort zone, but definitely something that we've since forgotten about.
I certainly did. Yeah, I was not expecting that. I was a little bit jump scared by the kitty cat. Insane that she's got a world skin.
EDG Yumi, what a blessing. So want to look quickly at how well these lane swaps are going for both of these two teams. 5 CS versus 4, not really the greatest impact in the world, but I want to look at that experience. Level 2 for Tapablo. Oh, okay, well, cool. I think Tapablo has received overall less experience, and I'm expecting ShamWow to be quite happy with the way that this is going. Interestingly enough as well, Slamboy and Emeraldo haven't actually taken any plates down on that bot side. Normally it's what you're doing is taking plates there to really get a bit of an advantage more so than just the minions.
No, I mean, that's part of the point, right? Is you have this oppressive lane matchup. It's not even about smothering the top laner necessarily. That's just a byproduct. You want to get up close and personal with those turret plates, and now finally crashing this big old wave here. Not necessarily a cannon wave, but kind of get 1.5 in as ShamWow able to get that ward down in the face of Snoop Dogg. Looking for a potential dive. Really, I think just shadowing things right now as they do get that first turret plate. So advantage over to Novasphere.
Yeah, diving that is very difficult, especially with the shield.
Oh, very nicely done. Spork able to get the Scatter the Weak off and burn the flash as well. You will take that trade if you are Orises.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's nothing lost from Orises. He just hops in over with a ward, and that's absolutely all he burns. Flash down on the Syndra, and now when you hit that level 6 marker as only, those all-ins become that much more potent and that much more likely as well.
Now Slamboy and company just journeying up just a little bit further, but Tapablo gonna get a little bit of help here from Snoop Dogg. Poison is starting to stack here. Was hiding, but he is no longer. Polymorph comes down as Instant and Judge looking to wrap it up here onto Tapablo. The exhaust comes down as well. Instant going forward, gets knocked up, and this might be first blood, and indeed it is over to Tapablo. Judge in no man's land right now. Big ol' healing from the Q, and how about the double kill for the Darius?
That's what you love to see. You're playing this lane swap. I've been battered, I've been beaten, I've been bruised. And then I find a double kill onto the people who have given me all of that pain. It is cathartic in the top side for Tapablo.
All that healing from the Decimate as well, my goodness, just gave him that second life he needed. And there's a lot of upfront damage, right, especially from the Jarvan. You talked about the strength of that 2v2 with the Syndra and taking that right up to the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? There's a reason that we say top laners destroy AD carries. The early game is no slouch. That's going to continue to happen. There was even a small experience lead in this fight, right? It's level 4 versus level 4 at the end, but as we're moving into that fight, Judge was level 3, so again, a little bit more susceptible, a little bit more prone to being able to go down. 2 kills now for the Darius. That's going to do no favors for the Malphite, who already wanted to dodge this matchup.
Oh, man. Both these junglers might run into each other here in the top river. All the pings coming through. We are going to get some sort of fight. The Venom Cast goes out. Judge not long for this world. Couldn't even get a polymorph off. And here comes the TP now from Only. He is level 6. Or excuse me, no, that is ShamWow coming up. He is not level 6, but it is enough to take down Snoop Dogg and equalize it 1-1.
Yeah, it's a much less devastating TP, but it's equally as effective in this instance. But now with 4 people on the top side, they want to take this Twitch down.
Flashing forward, unstoppable force. The Bikini Bottom Warriors are answering back in a huge way and getting the gold onto the perfect places. They juggle the tower aggro beautifully. We are back even.
It's exquisite on the top lane, right? Just everybody tanking the exact right amount of turret shots. Instant finishes off the kill, walks out. He takes 500 damage for the pleasure, but again, he's got that HP to burn. Moves his way back into a really solid position in this game. As we get to see a replay of how all this broke out, it's a really solid start here for Slamboy. Make sure that he's in, out, job done. But the response is just too powerful. Orises comes in, and again, this, ShamWow, great. Not the most impactful TP, but he dings level 6, and that signals to the rest of the team, we're going for this regardless.
And look at this flash T-pose here from freaking ShamWow. Like, when he flashed forward, I was like, what? Just like, I panicked for a split second. I was like, what the heck was that?
So he flashes to see if he can bait the flash as well. I quite enjoy it. Slamboy knew that they were dead, so didn't flash, but it's a little bit of fun.
Judge and Instant are separated from each other. Appreciate the observers toggling off the vision because they know it is a much longer gap than it might appear without that vision. But
it's a much darker jungle as well than it might appear.
Yes, it is. The jungle is dark and full of terrors, as they say.
Especially terrors that can keep you, well, not quite yet, as not quite dinged level 6, but I was going to say keep you locked in a baby cage, which is certainly not a position that, you know, Jinx nor Lulu want to be in, especially without Flash.
And Snoop Dogg had absolutely no idea that Orsies was on his Raptor. He just kind of walked right out of there, just hugged the edge of the Raptor pit, and just hung out there. Slamboy does have that first big item, though. Instant, not the ideal, right, first BF sword Yuntal back, but you do have the slingshot and the Berserker's Greaves, so you're feeling pretty good about your attack power, or your combat power, I should say, regardless. Zap doesn't connect onto Honest Abe, but a big push here from the Bikini Bottom Warriors into that east side of the jungle.
And you're feeling good about your attack speed more than anything. The damage and the combat power, we can argue a little bit more if we need to. But with Slamboy taking up residence in this mid lane now, it's very clear that the swaps have been not fully communicated over to the Bikini Bottom Warriors just yet.
No, and with the Yuumi in tow, Slamboy feeling pretty strong here. He has the BF sword in tow as well as the rest of his Cutco collection. There's the dragon. First one was taken there by Novasphere. So, doing a decent job, right? Again, you get that advantage here early, but again, trade it out for the Void Grubs, and this is just kind of how it goes in these lane swaps, right? Whatever, it just goes the way of whatever team has their jungler on the side of where the AD carry is. That's the objective you're getting early on. Congratulations.
You've selected dragons this game.
Yeah, exactly.
I hope you enjoy.
Yeah.
But no,
that's what you're getting.
Yeah, you're getting exclusively dragons for the first 10-15 minutes. Anything extra will cost more, and most likely not something that you've got the ability to pay in.
But now we might get some good old-fashioned 2v2 League of Legends here, ambushing in and out. Yeah, maybe not.
Let's just, you see, this is why. Never mind, I'm not going to say that. That would have been the end of my career about talking about how lane swaps may be not the worst thing in the world. We are in a position though where we need to quickly just address what happens as we move later on into this game and how well either side can take down what is going to be the AD carries that carry them through this series once again. Looking at Jarvan as a great dive threat, but doesn't have the same tools to get fully dove or full dive with as the Bikini Bottom Warriors do, right? There is Akali, Lee Sin, Malphite are all incredible at diving, and that is just not quite matched.
No, not at all. I mean, you've got CC over the top, right? And potentially if you're locked in with the Jarvan and the Darius, that could be one thing, right? Just you're stuck in kind of this hot pot, but it's not, I'm grasping at straws here, as you can tell.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, there's no harm in saying that the dive is better on one side than the other. So, especially when Instant and Judge now have got their flashes back available, the next fight that they go for is going to prove to be quite difficult because the expectation is that they will just flash those or flash Cataclysm, whatever it needs to be, to get themselves back out to safety.
And now with the next set of Void Grubs spawning here and no camps to clear on the top side, Orasi just going to kind of camp out here as Spork TP's in immediately, gets the Scout of the Week down. And Snoop Dogg just trying to keep Spork safe here. Unleash power. Orasi sees, hang on a second here. Maybe my data's in the mid lane. A Cataclysm comes down and the brutal flash wasted there by Only. The damage was just too much. Now Orsi shows up, another Scout of the Week coming out to Pablo with his 2 kills. Trying to get the engine rolling here, not able to get the apprehend down. Oh no, there it is, just kidding. He didn't use it earlier. My apologies. 1-for-1 traded.
Okay, so mid laner for jungler, again a trade that you will take if you are the jungler. So again, nice little win here for Snoop Dogg. I'm quite happy with the way he's been playing out this early game, and I'm honestly right there with them. Instant and Judge still finding it difficult on this bot side. You can see that the CS slowly starting to open up, and that combat power that I was talking about definitely will be palpable. You'll know, BF Sword versus the Slingshot is not good enough.
Getting another look at what went down here in this mid lane. Start off as just kind of some jousting here between Only and Sport. As I got a second here, vaulted out of the replay because we have a fight in the bottom lane. Slamboy taken very, very low, able to hoover his way out of danger, but followed up immediately on by Orasi's. 1-2 kills for the Bikini Bottom Warriors. To Pablo showing up. It might not be enough to even it back, but it might be enough to get 1 kill. Not enough, just barely able to hop over onto Instant. Judge is manaless, but with 1 polymorph, he could seal this for good. Somehow gets in and out of there with 2 kills. And Bikini Bottom Warriors with a little bit of an advantage here, and they're taking it to North Beach, as it were, trying to get all 6 of these Void Grubs. Well, they'll be able to get 5, if nothing else.
Okay, well, I mean, honestly, that's a lot's just actually happened there. So down on the bot side, we got to see a couple little exchanges. The fact that Pablo doesn't actually get a kill with his ulti is actually really important. Stops that snowball from being like, for another 2 minutes really, until the ulti's back, the Darius is going to be significantly weaker. And obviously we get the 2 versus 2 kill here, hoping that was going to be replayed. But it's a great knock up from Judge as well. You can see Slamboy, as soon as the Lee Sin turns up, he's feeling conscious, feeling scared, doesn't want to actually take the fight. But unfortunately, you're already in way too deep. And like I say, Pablo not finding the kill here, really important as well, because that snowball is now much further down the road.
And again, we kind of saw this in game 1. A couple early kills there for something that could really take over a game. Stalling out just a little bit here is to Pablo, but his 700 gold deficit for his squad catapults him immediately onto Judge. Gets the knock up there with the wild growth. Orsi's able to Dragon's Rage slam boy away, but now looking for the pincer here is Instant. He's got to be careful, doesn't get jumped on immediately. Only in with the Shroud. Gets the DPS onto Slam Boy. Instant is pretty much free. He's going to get 2 chapters on the final chapter read out to him, and Honest Abe jumps on him in the back line. Might not be done just yet here. Hang on a second. Orsi's bolting forward. He's on the wrong side of the train track. Snoop Dogg will be taken down. Just a matter of if he gets someone with him and who the kill goes to. And if he's able to get Lulu on the menu. Not enough as Orsi's picks up his 3rd kill of the game. Rooted 100% kill participation on this Lee Sin, putting on a clinic.
Yeah, the comfort really speaking here. That's shining through in this instance as we're able to see Spork get out to safety as well. Player who for me has been relatively quiet in this series, but hoping to see some good things on this Syndra. Let's take a little look at how all of this began. It looks like it was a little engagement. Double ultis absorbed by the Lulu is always going to be good, especially when they can live off the back of this also. But it's about the fact that these grubs, rather, still not being taken. See, that's why there's so many people up on this top side. They want to try and fight for these grubs. But with the close nature of these fights, it hadn't previously been possible.
No, but I mean, the margins have been close on a lot of these fights, right? I mean, all through the series, and that's why we've had such entertaining early games. If you just watch the first 15 minutes of all of these series, you'd be plenty entertained. But yeah, I mean, but even the late games, as they have been, you know, even though they've gotten one-sided, again in the lower divisions, whether it is soccer/football or whether it is League of Legends, the imperfections of the game bring out endless entertainment and the counter punches as well, right? So no game is ever truly over until that Nexus explodes. And we've had a ton of that across this whole series.
Yeah, I mean, that's the exact mentality that you've got to strive for, is that, you know, if I can't win this game, I'm going to make it as hard as possible for the enemy to win this. And by then, you know, if you've done a good job, maybe you can find a way where you can also actually take a victory. And both of these two teams have been, like you say, exemplifying that tenfold, really, through this best of 3, recognizing the stakes that are on this series for them, right? They lose, they go home. If they win, they can have another chance at fighting out in the OQs.
Taking stock of things right now, that mid-tier 1 not able to be taken down as Only went down to rescue it, but 1 tower apiece, top lane tier 1 on the blue side and bot lane tier 1 on the red side. Or I should say, you know, that is where the gold went to. You know what I mean. But the Contaminate goes out here just trying to clear this way. I mean, the wave clear with the Twitch is just immense, right? Especially with the Yuumi in tow. Makes it so easy. And you've got a little bit of safety as well, right? You could push up with a little bit more impunity in these kind of mid lanes, right? Because you have that Yuumi on you. You've got the extra healing. You've got the extra final chapter. It's not a good idea, but I'm saying you've got a little bit more of a safety blanket.
You have the option. Whether or not you want to exercise those rights is something a little bit different, right? So we'll keep our eyes out for whether or not we see Slamboy go a little bit crazy. And one of the things that Twitch does offer you as well is just an insane amount of map control. So what you can do now is just go into Fog of War, and now everybody has to be scared, right? Like, you see nobody's farming that top wave, nobody's farming that bot wave. Not necessarily just because of the Twitch, but you know, there's an element
it's something you got to keep in the back of your mind.
Yeah, exactly. That could be something that's on their agenda.
Sapsquatch of the jungle lit up completely red, and that means it's time to go north. And into that second, I should say, yeah, it's been, again, the split map has kind of shone through this whole game. It has been 5 Void Grubs and the Rift Herald, you know, barring disaster here for Orsi's. But on the other side, the 2 dragons have stacked up here, and it will be the Ocean Soul. Well, that doesn't, hold on, the Cloud Soul, that doesn't add up with the first 2 dragons.
Yeah,
we'll
it's a little bugged. I can't see. It's Hextech again. Look at the gates.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is the gates. Yeah, I told you I can never. That is my bugaboo, man. I can never remember the Hex Tech gates, whether I'm playing or casting. I just, for whatever reason, man, those do not stick. But it is a Hex Tech Rift, and for both of these compositions, but I am looking a little bit more at this. Well, actually, I don't know. What do you think? I mean, obviously, for both of these AD carries, they're gonna love that, right? Be able to spread the damage out, get a little bit of a slow. Is there anything you think favors slightly more?
I think that it would be more beneficial overall to NSG because they need those slows to find. Okay, copy.
Whoa, unstoppable force. Everything on the top of the Dragon's Rage out into the back as well. The Wild Growth just to seal the deal. Shut down as well. Going over to the Jinx. Bikini Bottom Warriors extend their lead just a little bit here. And now Only feeling absolutely large because he's got the homies coming in through top river. And I think Novasphere realized that just a little bit too late. Slamboy getting dunked on here. The final chapter goes out, buys him a little bit of time. And now the spray goes out as well. And Only taken completely out of the fight. The Contaminate not going to be popped. He's not in range. Maybe he can get back in range, but Orsies will go down. The shutdown goes out on his name. Trying to chase with the flag and drag. One more auto will do it and take him down. But the shield comes in just at the right time for Judge. Blast cones out to safety. Somehow, Novasphere don't get the Akali. Unbelievable.
Okay, even still, the 20 HP Akali able to come away alive. That is a ton of gold in the top lane for instant. Just the entire time decided that pushing was the play. Got a couple of waves, got that entire turret as well. 700 gold locked away in those tier 2 turrets in the side lanes. You get them to yourself as an AD carry. Look at the item spy. He is more than happy with that exchange. Yeah, he loses his mid tier 1. Yeah, he lost out on one of his teammates. Who cares? I'm fed.
No, it's an absolute dream. He's feeling really good about things. But Only, I mean, just going in with impunity here. So much damage onto Slamboy, but the healing and the shielding is immense, Rudu.
Yeah, I'm promising you, Yuumi is a really solid enchanter, right? If you can get through the laning phase, that this champion is not okay. But either way, right? They're in the game. Only gets the shield last minute in. Very good, very well done. And yeah, does limp out to safety.
Yeah, limp is absolutely the right verb choice there. It was 20 HP, like you said, Rudu. Shout out to our producers in our ear telling us exactly how low that was. Still an 800 gold lead here, Rudu, for the Bikini Bottom Warriors and the 2 dragons on the side of Novasphere as well. Can't count those out. Oh my goodness, ShamWow. It just has blissfully unaware of what is going on in the rest of this top river. But he is a Malphite, and he does have a lot of durability, so he's able to just kind of walk right through because he knows he's walking into safety. And a fantastic push here. This Rift Herald completely unanswered.
Yeah, and he's walking into his Lulu as well, walking into the rest of the team that are feeling very, very confident to escort their Malphite out to safety. And in worst case, oh, maybe I have to burn Flash, maybe I have to burn ulti. But they're more than happy with this trade once more. Drake spawned, and this is a complete stop to those Drake stacks. Not even a contest, not even a whiff of a fight.
I mean, what a gorgeous last 45 seconds if you're Bikini Bottom Warriors. That went perfectly, right? Your top laner didn't have to burn TP to join the team. Check. You get the mid lane tier 1 effective Rift Herald usage. Check. And you stop the Dragon stack and get one of your own. Check.
And now, as long as they don't die on a face check here,
yeah,
absolutely fine.
Ooh, all right, Instinct gets out of dodge there. Scat of the week will land on Orsies, but he's able to ward off to safety.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think that was always a little bit ambitious to try and go for a lease in there, but they went for it. Got to respect the effort, and both of our junglers so far this game as well, worth remembering, or worth noting here. 100% kill participation, so all the catalysts for these two teams will be the reason that a fight happens, whether for better or for worse. So making sure that wherever they go, we're keeping our eyes. It's going to prove to be very effective, but we're 21 minutes into this game for Web 4. It doesn't feel really like we're too close to knowing who's going to come away with a win here, and I think it's going to be a little bit more decided.
No, I would agree with you there, Ruder. The exhaust has to come down pretty much immediately there. Zap not going to find its mark. The Q, probably projectile, not going to find its mark either. No objective's going to be up for another couple minutes here, other than, of course, that Otacon. Such a bait, though, this early on. You got to really be sure that you have the right amount of tempo to be able to take it down. It's not something that, I mean, playing for a turn as well is so tough because, like you said, it just shreds your resistances. It is, unless you know that, right, you're going to turn and fight this Otacon and you fall over.
Yeah, you do just get popped, unfortunately, and especially this is a Syndra as well, like one of these champions that just thrives when there's lower magic resist champions out on the Rift. So people who have been tanking Atacon, they fit that brief quite nicely, you'll think they're kind. But they've sort of missed a window, I do want to say here, the Bikini Bottom Warriors, where there was an IE finished for the Jinx for instant, but that wasn't matched by Slamboy. Not chose to fight on that window instead. Yes, there's a little bit of a lead still for the Jinx with the crit cloak, with the executions calling as well, but they'll need to finish that off, try and find a fight on that overlap where Slamboy doesn't have hits.
Ooh, not everybody accounted for here. Spork does have the TP, so they could look to turn here. Only as Redemption comes down. Atacon going down kind of slowly here. Pablo looking for a way in. Here comes Slamboy and the rest of the gang. One sphere goes out. Looking for a potential scatter of the week here to start the fight. Maybe ShamWow goes in with the unstoppable force. It seems like they're both happy to just kind of let this ride. Do they go back to the Atacon? Instant is just kind of free firing on it. Honest Dave's got to be careful here. He's looking for the flag and drag steal. He's not going to get it. In fact, it is the Lulu that locks it up. Into the other fight we go. The final chapter goes out, keeps the Twitch safe but not safe enough in the hands of an assassin. Hopefully goes right back in, but gets stopped. To Pablo versus the world. Spork now with the help of the Yubi. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to find its mark. The Wild Growth keeps only alive just a little bit longer, and they are the aggressors with this withdrawal.
Okay.
Beautiful Lee Sin combo. Dragon's Rage to Pablo into instant doom. 3 for 0 plus the Atacon.
It is perfect for BBW as they get themselves all 5 members pretty much walking out wearing Atacon. Yes, they lose out on ShamWow, but that's a trade once again that they're more than happy to take. Looking at the damage profile that he's going to be going up against, it is full armor all day long. If I see a single Syndra ball in the vicinity of the Malphite, something has gone wrong. And you can just tell that that's the idea behind his build path, but he's just walking forward menacingly at this point, creating so much pressure, so much zoning, that they just have the opportunity to force down the Baron. And you've got a little bit of a decision to be made on the flip side. Do I go in? Do I attempt to try for the steal? Well, I feel like you've got to go for the steal on this voracious Atacon, especially when you've got a Darius on your team, because now the Darius can never ulti anyone.
No,
he's not going to get the reset either way.
Yeah, and again, to Pablo just having a hard time kind of just leveraging his impact as Slamboy gets a rocket slammed into his back. But the heal cut's not going to really matter all that much when you got the rest of the homies here. Wild Growth there onto the Malphite. Modest Dave going in with the Cataclysm, kicking him out of the fight, not able to get that healing up. They pick the fight with the 2v3, and they are not able to get onto instant, and that is, at the end of the day, the only thing that matters. A 3-for-1 again, as the Bikini Bottom Warriors extend this lead even more.
Yeah, and this Jinx is becoming terrifying at this point. Oryssey's once again just clinical in the engagement. Not sure how that fight started. Have to imagine it has to do with ShamWow just deciding that Twitch didn't get to exist. Tier 3 turret falls in the mid lane. Tier 3 inhibitor also going to go down. Remember, these guys have still got their withdrawals. They can maybe look to be a little bit aggressive with it, but they've got other ways out. They're not going to look to throw overzealously, go for too much. Instead, in, out, job done.
And onto the Baron we go. TP coming in hot here from ShamWow, as only bodyguarding as he should. I mean, his damage is valuable, but when you've got the Jinx, terrifying was the word you used, and I think that is an apt descriptor, the best adjective you could have used. Just rips right through this Baron. You don't need anybody else. Free as you like. And now, Rudu, the proposition gets even tougher. I mean, you 1-3-1 this?
Yeah, I mean, I think the world is their oyster, to be honest. Like, they can't lose if they keep instant alive.
Right.
So they can just 5-man, but also probably go into 1-3-1 and then just watch Malphite T-pose on the Darius. Same to be said for the top lane, for the mid laners as well. If only he gets into a side lane where it's just him and Spork, Spork's going to die very quickly, so... Yeah, like I say, world's their oyster at this point. They've got a mid inhibitor down as well, so you don't really need 3 people mid lane. Ideally, just put 1 in that mid lane to try and push out the wave and make sure that you don't miss out on experience the super minions might have caught. But then move into a bot side, move into a top side. Is your goal here is to break open those other 2 inhibs.
5 towers down. Or 6, apologies, as tier 3 has been broken. Yeah, that mid tier 3, I didn't even catch that. Dang, my bad. Yeah, it's been quite the push here, and the inhib, like you said, it's been down for a minute and a half. Get it together, 4x4. This is my 6th game of the night. But I've got no excuse because my color caster, it is almost 3 a.m. where he is, whereas I am literally on the West Coast. It is the earliest possible time for me, so, I don't know.
It's the delirium. If you hear me say strange words, it's the 3 a.m. monsters that have come to claim me.
Yeah, so hopefully the 3 a.m. monsters don't come to catch you as Judge and company trying to push this one out. And yeah, I mean, look, they've been playing this mid-game out really, really well. But as we know, in all 3 games, there have been some oopsies right around this time in the game. Let's see what ShamWow can do, leading the charge, building this full tank Malphite, as you should. Nothing too crazy here. Orsies goes in, doesn't get the Dragon's Rage that he wants, but creates enough space to get the tier 3 and the in him, and potentially more question mark. Into the backline he goes, gets exhausted immediately. Final Trapper goes out, keeping Slamboy safe. He pops the spray and pray. The redemption comes down as well, keeping the rest of the team excited. But if you get excited, the only way you need to is Jinx. If she stays alive, you've got a shot here. It's not quite enough, not able to go forward enough. But honestly, a 1-for-1, given how that went, I think you'll be okay.
I mean, that was kind of crazy, to be honest. I was not expecting the Bikini Bottom Warriors to just try and full send under the Nexus and decide that that was their time to go. But you got to see the power there of the Yuumi. So much healing coming through. Do you think that Twitch has gone back to base yet? You would have thought so, but it's actually just been getting topped off by the Yuumi for the most part of this. Yeah, ulti lands, knock up onto the Twitch, but then I think the kick gets flugged, and it actually sends the Twitch a little bit to safety. Grants even more space, gives a little bit of time and healing to come on through. But 1-for-1, with a bit of a reprieve for the time being, but both of these teams will be happy, right? For NSG, they stopped the game from ending, but for Bikini Bottom Warriors, they managed to find themselves that bot inhibitor, so they've got what they wanted and what they came for.
2 inhibitors down, just that last top lane tier 3 standing. In a really rough spot here if you're Novasphere, as far as you just got to turtle a little bit now with this composition. You absolutely can. With the Yuumi, with the Scout of the Week, with, I mean, Twitch being able to rain damage down from a screen away. But ShamWow and company, I mean, the aura of this Malphite, man. Just being able to stand near someone and make them wet themselves.
It's that plus the Dead Man's Plate and like just the little trail of
death.
It is, yeah. To be honest, trail of death seems appropriate. Final inhibitor now on the top side is going to be their goal.
Oh, Spawn Snoop Dogg going in.
That's
But
the
slam,
kick.
it's ridiculous. The Dragon's Rage dunks the Twitch into the back line. Instant gets the kill, and this should be all she wrote. If Vincent can get closer, this fight is a little split, actually, so maybe not as easy as you would think. Gets excited, goes the long way, gets a double kill, and now knocking on the door of these Nexus turrets. It's a 3v2. Scout of the Week lands there onto Orsies, but not much else. Instant's got to be careful. The CC is there if they want to go on him. And they will back off here and try again on this top lane.
Yeah, mid was not the play there. You needed to catch that top wave. Instant, a little bit of a whiff on the call on how to play this out. Sin just got enough wave clear to make this really tricky for you. And you can see already, wave's gone. Grubs though.
Orsies though. Oh boy. Gonna pick the, okay, that is actually a GA. I thought it was still the Opticon there for a second. So he will pop back up, but he'll be able to ward up his way to safety.
That would need nerfing. If they still had Atacon, we would
Yeah,
be
that
talking.
would be too much. Yeah,
Oh my god, 1k.
Yeah.
Spork.
1,000 right into the pocket of Spork. And Orsies use the Dragon's Rage again twice in kind of one fight here. The double kill, so your source of magic damage coming up a little bit here. And again, the oopsies around this point in the game, not as drastic as some of the other ones we've had in this series, but now this Dragon contest becomes an actual question.
I mean, it's 3-0-3, right? This guy is like, he's the real deal, the full package. You know, he scoops up the team, the spoon aspect, and then he skewers the enemies like a good fork.
Ay. Only, he's got a Morello's. I think the Dares would have been dead beat regardless of that Morello's, but it certainly helped it out here. Wild Growth comes up here from Judge as Snoop Dogg. He's got Slamboy in tow, and they have no idea. Venom Cast goes out, in with the Flag of Drag, and the Unstoppable with the Cataclysm. Sport holds ShamWow off, and now NSG, they are taking it right to Bikini Bottom Warriors. Maybe it is that big a deal, this oopsie here in the late game. Hextech Soul should be theirs, Rudude.
This is a full-on disaster from just not catching a top wave to losing the game, potentially. This is the worst-case timeline that they've looked at, and you know, there were so many few other things that they could have done. But back to the present. Orsies, ready, waiting, wants to steal this dragon.
He wants it very badly now. Snoop Dogg in a bit of a rough spot here, able to get the kill there on his opposite number. That's the smite. You've got that advantage. Goes forward, and it's just as easy as you like. They threw it, and they threw it right back. Here you go. No, I don't want it. Why would you throw this my way? The soul gets delayed a little bit further.
Okay, so that's a good look there. Oh. The Bikini Bottom Warriors, you know, that could have been a pretty disastrous turn of events.
Telling me.
To just about clutch it up. And again, it's about these ideas about 50-50s and these neutral objectives. How are we supposed to accept a 50-50 when, you know, who's there to contest? Baron's going to go down as a formality. We're 32 minutes in, and Jinx has got 4.5 basically full build. So that Baron, like we've mentioned, goes very quickly. And looking at the difference in items as well, Instant is a full item and a half up over the Twitch. This just has to be someone else. And the question is, like, you know, who else would go and do this? But you can get somebody else to clear that pink. They're ranged champions. You're not. Let them hit the pink at the very minimum, and you can stay a little bit further back. So at least you're not taking the least in queue.
Yeah, and I mean, that Super Mega Death Rocket softened him up. I mean, that felt like the go button, right? Once he lost a third of his HP off that, Lee Sin was like, oh, okay, no, we just go forward and kill you now. Yeah, thank you. I'll take it from here.
Forget the 50-50. I will just kill you before the Drake goes down. Like, what are you doing, brother?
And now that Baron, like you said, as a formality, well said, that's certainly what it feels like. You just kind of look up and you go, oh yeah, of course they're wearing purple because that's the way this has gone. So now they get another crack at this, but Rudude, as we saw 5 minutes ago, not as easy as it looks.
I mean, with the Baron, it was. They just walked into bot lane and it was fine.
Now the Wild Growth comes up, into the back line, goes on its Dave. Can he get on the instant? He cannot, and that might be the death sentence here. Lulu's down, but it's a trade for the jungler. 1 for 1, doesn't have the way back in here. Slamboy still's got the Yuumi on him. Instant is 2 levels up on him though, Rude.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fight and it's a win for BBW once again. Moving in 2 levels up on the enemy AD carry, as you've mentioned. Inhibitors mid and bot should fall. Only it's just start here with his mega minions, making sure that at some point they'll take down the turret.
Now with the mid inhib respawning and the bot inhib respawning, making sure they get sent back whence they came one more time. And now this top inhib should follow suit here with the Baroned up cannon minions, excuse me. As we try to put the dots on the I's and the crosses on the T's on this one, but just not enough here. Learning from their mistakes, saying, no, we're not in a good enough position to take this, but 2 inhibs could be worse.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't play for the top one, which, again, you'd like to think that they could do with this Baron. Want to see them stick around. They've got 50 seconds left. If they go back to base now, they're essentially resigning themselves to having not used the full extent of this Baron. There's a top wave coming through the middle of the lane. Want to see them try to use that. If they take that inhibitor, then the game really, really begins to be just super easy, super free. You don't have to do anything. The super minions do the work, and you just kind of watch them.
They rip through that top lane. Zap goes out, not going to find Pablo. Scatter the Weak doesn't find Orisi's either. He's got the GA back up, and now there's that third inhibitor down. Zap lands onto Honest Abe. ShamWow has his ultimate. Everyone's got their ultimate, actually, now that I'm looking at it. And again, does ShamWow try the very brave, unstoppable force again one more time? He's going to wait for a couple more waves. They've still got the Baron buff, 10 more seconds here. Juice up these minions. Maybe you go for something here. You got the level advantage, you got the gold advantage. Who's going to pull the trigger?
Oh, there we go.
It's Snoop Dogg gets into the back line, gets the Wild Growth. Unstoppable force used backwards, and he just melts. But the final chapter goes out. It's good CC here. Slamboy pops the spray and pray, but he gets lit up by Instant with the help of ShamWow. The tower goes down to Pablo doing the best he can, but he is just a Darius, and the heal cut is far too much. It's a triple. Make it the quadra. Can you give it to him? It's the pentakill. Instant puts a gorgeous cherry on top of the 2-1 win for the Bikini Bottom Warriors.
This entire time, the AD carries have been the focus, and they are able to find a pentakill in the end. Every single game was all about the bot lane, and finally they come to the end.
Absolutely fantastic work. I mean, look, when you knew you were going to get a Twitch versus Jinx, you were going to get some explosive late games, right? But Instant, man, what a series from him, and what a job from him at the end here. And what a job from the rest of his team actually playing around him, right? I mean, look, you got an Enchanter in your back pocket, it's always going to go well for you. But you saw that once the Jarvan got into the back line, ShamWow turned right around and said, I could get more value, right, more targets into that backline if I had unstoppable force there, but he turned right around and just bonked the Jarvan and said, no one is touching my AD carry. Get away from my friends.
No, and that's exactly what you want when you're playing ADC, right? It's just the ability to know that your team are on your side as well. Like, they're not out for the glory of their own their own series win. They want you to have the glory as well, and make sure that you can stay alive more so than anything else. And they know that that's how they're going to get the series for themselves. As we get Bikini Bottom Warriors, you see at the bottom of your screens there, 2-1, again, another nail-biter series, to be honest. And for the first 20 minutes, it was one of those that we couldn't tell either way.
Yeah, and again, another back and forth game, another locked in mid game, and it's a shame that one of these teams has to go home, but such is the nature of this tournament. The 31st seeded Novosphere Gaming will go down to Bikini Bottom Warriors from the 40 seed. Again, they gave a couple teams the upper bracket a scare, though, so I think the 41 is a false seed for them, but this is technically an upset. This team, they have something about them. I think, them, similar to Exodus, who I got to cap yesterday, who got, look, let's not sugarcoat, they got clapped, but they got clapped by a combined 10-plus LCS titles. They got destroyed by Near Airport, but they made them work for it, absolutely. And so these bottom, kind of run teams, these lower bracket teams, they've got something about them. And you see with both of these teams, it's a shame, like I said, that one of them has to go home, but that's part of the, you couldn't have expected. The expectation was not to get to NACL. The expectation was to showcase yourself. And Snoop Dogg playing a couple different types of champions, right? A really good Amumu performance. Slam Boy, a great performance in the 80 carry role yesterday, or last game, I should say. Took a little bit of a different tact here, but instant. I mean, he and Orises as well. I mean, just a lot of really good performances all around. And that's, at the end of the day, you're here playing a team sport. But really, if we're kind of being, a little just kind of frank about it, this is about boosting your individual stock.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I like if you are a player that's looking to get onto teams that are going to look for OQs again next time round, then looking as good as you can on these rosters is exactly what you're looking for. And for the most part, quite happy with how the mid or the jungle and the bot laners were playing. A little bit of an argument for the supports as well by extension. But when you've got players, Instant and Orises in this final game in particular that are popping off, going crazy, more than happy that those players are getting the highlights and that it's Instant that comes out with the pentakill at the end.
Yeah, because that means that your team did exactly what it was supposed to, right? It's a win for everybody. Everyone did their job. The AD carry gets the glory because that's just the way the game works, but it doesn't happen without a team effort. And again, Rudude, I mean, just a couple of moments that you saw really good synergy and just kind of, linked up, joined up thinking. And it goes back to something we talked about right at the start of this broadcast. Some of these players have played together before, right? And they played under the same system at Michigan. CeeLo experience I'm not proving to be the difference, but definitely helped them kind of push over the edge. And even if they didn't overlap at the same time at Michigan, a lot of these guys have played in different CeeLo programs and had to adjust and be in kind of high stakes moments, play structured League of Legends, which is why getting the ecosystem structured, right? Even if it's not the highest level of League of Legends, there's such a difference between playing solo queue and playing in a team environment.
Yes, exactly. And the idea of transitioning from solo queue to competitive play, again, just a completely different experience. Something that you can't really prepare for other than by just getting into the mixer of it and playing, those tons of games, making sure that you're getting more familiar with what the culture of the environment looks like when you're playing competitive League of Legends versus just, okay, today I'm playing jungle, I'm locking in Nunu, and I'm turning my brain off for a couple of streams,
Yeah, absolutely. Rudin, you gave Orsies the MVP there. Talk to me a little bit more about that before we send everybody home.
I wanted Orsies MVP because, again, kill participation is like a massive thing that he was just constantly on top of. Was 100% for the first maybe 12-15 minutes or so. I think was just prioritizing the right areas of the map. And again, it's another one of those where he finds the big kick that kills the Twitch at the top inhib. That is a turning moment that finishes the game.
Yeah, and again, junglers being shining brightly in this one, so really good to see that guy. I think I agree with you there, right? Made the pivotal play, especially on a Lee Sin, where you, again, become a bit of a one-button Boris, but if you hit that one button, oh my goodness, it will be just incredible, the things you could do for your team. And I think, okay, so we got our schedule here up on the screen there, and this will be Respawn, question mark? That's their logo, right?
That must be. Looks like
Respawn versus Wang's Goblins. If that is the case, Wang's Goblins with the WSU logo, hilarious. But again, assuming I didn't botch that, again, chat, I apologize. Respawn. Yep, that is Respawn. Yep, okay, that's the Respawn logo, so it looks like it will be against Wang's Goblins. That should be a good one. That's an 8-9 matchup for those who keep it score at home. And again, the next matchup, same time, same place, 1 o'clock PST, next weekend and the weekend after. We won't know until, well, the games are played, because that's how this works, all concurrent matches. But that should be a really good one. We had a lot of 2-1s here because these matches were seeded really, really closely. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to, I think next weekend I'm only on Sunday, so it'll be Gordo taking you through that day, and then the final weekend as well. You and Hawk will be kind of alternating in and out the next couple weekends, but I'm excited to watch the matches as a fan next Saturday as this tournament rolls on.
I'm also full fan for next weekend.
Nice.
Hawk is on double duty next weekend, and then I believe I've got the final weekend as well.
Enjoy
so we're doing like a little swap. We've had a little mix on week 1. Week 2, we're giving the reins to Hawk, and week 3, I'm coming back in, so I get to do a little bit of spectating, enjoy that, and have a good night.
Speaking of having a good night, Rudude, it is tomorrow for you, so we'll let you go to bed. Happy Monday, and happy Sunday to everybody else watching from North and South America. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you to Liga Ace for having us on, producing us, making us look good, for sticking with us through 6+ hours, 8 if you count our call time. We've been here all day. We couldn't have been happier to bring you this gameplay, try to tell these stories and bring some spotlight to these players. For Rudude, for everyone producing us down in Mexico, I have been 4x4. Have a great rest of your Sunday. Take care.
There. He's going to be a target.
Call the forward guy goes up, actually able to get that. A very generous hitbox to start the fight off. Into the back line there goes Slick, but into the own back line goes Bombzilla. He's able to get the kill there onto Auden, and all that Alistair could do is throw the curtain call, out, while playing bodyguard is Thomas. Does not die because he's an Orin. That's what he does. Being safe as well, and it feels like right now, Bombzilla's the only one that can get onto that. Onto the Dragon they go. Should be the third one up and running. Indeed, it will be, as High Alert try something here, get an action, bring that shockwave here. Garrett goes over the top. Could this be the turning point for High Alert? As Dopa goes in, gets knocked up here by the Alistar, or by Nautilus, excuse me here. Terry is free, goes forward there, pretty low here, but Alistar gets the 1 kill, gets the reset that he needs.
Yeah, I mean, they are playing this scary game of cat and mouse right now.
Oh man, Crash Lightning comes down to the Grand Starfall. That was the go button that Derek Coast needed. He's there with the kill. Goes forward as well onto Dunsey. Gets the shield off, but it's not even close to enough as Seer picks up his third on a killing spree right now as they get a little bit of a...
Has that cone there, so going to be able to spot out that this is going down.
Can't Heartbreaker over, can't Flash over, unfortunately, so just has to kind of watch it, maybe look for a pick on the back end. So Pablo is kind of far away, he's a little low, but he can heal that back up in an instant with a fully charged Q. The CC chain goes down, and Emeraldo will be the sacrificial lance. Your series over. Hang on a second here. Emeraldo in a rough spot as the Bikini Bottom Warriors get first blood into the literal worst possible place.
And manages to make his way into the jungle, not just takes the red, but takes the Amumu ult as well, and now Spork in trouble.
As the flat away, the Season Desist comes through, absconding and abducting, but it would be enough. It will be as that last tick of damage only. Juggles, hang on a second here. Maybe my data's in the mid lane. The Cataclysm comes down and the brutal flash wasted there by Only. The damage was just too much. Now Orsi shows up, another scout of the week coming out to Pablo with his 2 kills, trying to get the engine rolling here, not able to get the apprehend down. Oh no, there it is, just kidding. He didn't use it earlier, my apologies. 1-for-1 traded.
Okay, Neil, the full package. You know, he scoops up the team, the spoon aspect, and then he skewers the enemies to the fork.
Ay. Only, he's got 8 minutes ago. Not as easy as it looks.
I mean, with the Baron, it was. They just walked into bot lane and it was fine.
Now the Wild Growth comes up. Into the back line, goes on his Dave. Can he get on the instant? He cannot, and that might be the death sentence here. Lulu's down, but it's a trade for the jungler. 1-for-1.